It went without saying that Zheng Wenlong's efficiency was astonishing. On just the second day, he sent him 30 million high-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This clearly showed the level of Zheng Wenlong's position. High-grade spirit stones were things only experts above Xiantian could absorb. Although they couldn't compare to Yuan spirit stones, they were still rare items on the martial heaven continent. With this money, Ayang Qiuyu finally smiled, and the haze from the past few days blew away. She praised Long Chen for his abilities. These 30 million high-grade spirit stones immediately turned Ayang Qiuyu into a wealthy and imposing sect master. She immediately sent out a call for people. The sects that had participated in the battle against the corrupt path rushed over, while the larger sects also sent out people. Reconstructing the Xuanhuan Dao sect required a huge amount of manpower in addition to resources. After sending him 30 million high-grade spirit stones, Zheng Wenlong then sent him a huge mass of material. There was enough material to fill up half the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Long Chen had to prostrate himself in admiration toward Zheng Wenlong. He not only sent resources, but he also sent capable craftsmen. They were the highest-level craftsmen in the eastern wasteland, so now Ayang Qiuyu didn't need to worry about that. Ayang Qiuyu didn't stand on courtesy when she saw how rich Long Chen had become. In any case, the trouble had been caused by him, and Long Chen had promised to reconstruct the Xuanhuan Dao sect to 10 times its previous size. Yang Qiuyu and Xuanhuan worked through the night designing and planning the new construction. Discussing it with the craftsmen, they quickly settled on the final details. The very next day, they got to work, but just as the construction was underway, an unexpected event occurred. Countless righteous experts were making their way over. With the ending of the remote heaven gang, the eastern wasteland's righteous path was completely dominated by the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Since they were in the midst of reconstruction, it was the perfect time to suck up. Millions of righteous experts worked for free for them. The construction became much easier thanks to that. They had money, material, craftsmen, and workers. Yang Qiuyu and Xuanhuan excitedly stared at the diagram of the construction as they constantly directed people. It was like they had returned to their youth and were personally constructing a new home for themselves. Their laughter didn't pause at all during this time. Seeing the two of them working so passionately, Long Chen didn't bother them. He brought the Dragonblood Legion to a secluded mountain, and after excavating a hole, they began cultivating. The Dragonblood warriors had just advanced to see expansion. After experiencing consecutive large battles, their auras had stabilized firmly. Long Chen directly used Yuan spirit stones to form a formation, and he took out the immemorial altar lamp. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had taught him how to use it. It wasn't an offensive weapon, but a priceless treasure used to assist cultivation. It contained the blessing of supreme experts from the ancient era. The flame inside could draw out the heavenly Tao's and shine upon a person's heart, allowing them to enter a perfect meditative state where they felt immeasurably closer to the heavenly Tao's. When people normally cultivated, they first needed to expel random thoughts and enter a meditative state. Once their minds were empty, they would attempt to connect to the heavenly Tao's. This was extremely difficult, and the effect was different for every person. See, expansion was a realm where the difference in cultivation speed was the greatest. By this realm, cultivators had to have already begun to touch heaven and earth's laws. That made sea expansion an extremely important foundational realm. It wasn't as simple as simply expanding the sea. But with the immemorial altar lamp under its light, everyone felt warm and relaxed. It was like they had returned to a state of fetuses within their mothers' wombs. Their spiritual yuan naturally circulated. Even without meticulously doing anything, they felt the lamp guiding them to an indescribably miraculous state. Long Chen was shocked to see that everyone's chi-Cs were slowly surging. They were undergoing a slow, second expansion. Even without pills, they can expand their Cs a second time. It's no wonder the Eastern Wasteland Bell said that the immemorial altar lamp is amazing. But Long Chen found that it had no effect on him, nor Wilda. He was just sleeping, an innocent smile on his face. "Wilda, how about you go play? Remember the landmarks so you don't get lost," said Long Chen upon seeing how bored Wilda was. After so many battles, Wilda had used up all his rations. The best thing for him was to go out and get more. However, although Wilda promised he wouldn't get lost, Long Chen still gave him a special talisman. Through that talisman, Long Chen could sense his general location. Although it couldn't give him a specific location, its sensing distance was extremely great. It would be easy to find him if he got lost. After handling Wilda, Long Chen decided to act as a protector over everyone as they cultivated. He also began studying the secret part of split the heavens that Feng Xingli had taught him. Although he could use the third form of split the heavens, in truth, he didn't feel like its effect was too great without having condensed the divine runes. Back when he had used it against Lu Minghen, the only reason Long Chen could have injured him was because Lu Minghen had been careless. If it had been Feng Xingli using the third form of split the heavens back then even if Lu Minghen had been completely prepared, he probably would have died. What profound principles! Each rune contains a profound connection to each other. Is a human really capable of coming up with something like this? Long Chen sighed inside. He had only just begun studying the first 9 runes, but he was instantly drawn into the intricate principles within them. Each one of them represented a different law, a different meaning. As for what their meanings were, Feng Xingli had directly told him not to ask, because he also didn't know. In any case, Feng Xingli just cultivated it according to the instruction of the old man from the heaven-splitting battle sect. But when Long Chen looked at these divine runes, he seemed to understand a kind of principle. It felt like he understood what they meant, but when he carefully thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. The club beats the tiger eats the chicken eats the insect eats the club. Each complements each other, but they also counter each other. Long Chen focused, circulating his spiritual yuan through the first 9 acupuncture points of split the heavens. Within each acupuncture point, he left behind a spiritual yuan cyclone. At the center of each cyclone, he left a strand of divine sense. Each strand of it contained a different kind of energy. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples found it incredibly difficult to do so. This was like planting a seed within the 9 acupuncture points, with the spiritual yuan as the fertilizer and the divine sense as the spiritual seed. Each seed contained the embryonic form of the divine rune. It was a slow process, almost a bit like incubating an egg. Due to cultivating the heaven-splitting battle sect's cultivation technique, their disciples didn't have a very strong spiritual strength, so controlling it in this manner was incredibly difficult. But Long Chen finished this first step in an instant. All he needed to do was awaken the divine runes with his spiritual strength. But this process was complicated, as it wasn't just one divine rune at a time, but all 9. He had to split his spiritual strength into 9 portions to nourish them at the same time. Furthermore, he had to split his spiritual strength evenly so they grew at the same pace. If they became imbalanced, they would essentially be ruined. If that happened, he would have to erase them and restart. Due to his powerful spiritual strength, he also had great control over it. The 9 embryonic forms quickly formed within his acupuncture points and began to grow. They became clearer and clearer. When the 9 divine runes fully appeared, Long Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He softly chanted, "To split the heavens of the universe, my soul energy condenses. Split the heavens, divine runes. Appear." This was a mnemonic Feng Xingli had taught him. This was his first time chanting it, and he felt like it sounded nonsensical. But after a while, he could feel a mysterious kind of energy within the world. This energy was formless and invisible, but he could sense it. The 9 divine runes in his acupuncture points lit up as if they were coming alive. They began to slowly revolve. Each divine rune seemed to possess its own life and will. They were connected to his soul, so it was like 9 newly born babies starting to become active. Does this mean there really are God's blessings in this world? Long Chen's heart pounded wildly as he examined the movements of the 9 runes. This energy wasn't his. After chanting the mnemonic, that mysterious energy had helped him fully activate the spirit of the 9 runes. When Feng Xingli had explained the activation of the rune spirits, he had explained it vaguely, merely saying that he would understand when the time came. Now he finally did understand. This kind of thing couldn't be described with words. Having succeeded in condensing the divine runes, Long Chen's confidence rose. It had been extremely easy, and he was just about to start condensing the next 9 when a disciple suddenly came over to report that someone was looking for him. Chapter 965 Aunt Yu. Xiaoqian. Although she wore a white veil, that pair of beautiful eyes could steal a person's soul. With that lithe figure that seemed to have come out of a painting, who else could it be but Yue Xiaoqian? Long Chen was delighted and surprised. "Long Chen, this is Aunt Yu." Yue Xiaoqian was also delighted to see Long Chen, but she first politely introduced a woman beside her. This woman appeared to be in her late 20s. Tall and with a high bun, She wore majestic robes that gave her an indescribable grace. Junior Long Chen greets Aunt Yu. Long Chen hastily bowed. It seemed this was Yue Zioqian's family elder, so he had to be careful. You are Long Chen. As expected, you have some skills. No wonder my family's sacred daughter would be seduced. Aunt Yu laughed without the slightest arrogance, seeming extremely satisfied with Long Chen. Aunt Yu, Yue Zioqian turned red, clearly not having expected her to be so direct. Aunt Yu overpraises me. Junior, I dare not accept such praise. In Long Chen's excitement, he almost called himself junior brother. That would be too embarrassing. Aunt Yu said, there's no need to be embarrassed. I'm not going to butt into the affairs of youngsters. Long Chen, Yue Zioqian praised you into the heavens within the clan. I'm just here to help her seal the deal. Aunt Yu, if you don't stop, I'll. Yue Zioqian's face was too thin compared to Long Chen. She couldn't bear it. All right, fine. Then let's get to the point. Aunt Yu stopped teasing Yue Zioqian. She waved her hand and Long Chen felt heaven and earth twist. An unknown energy separated them from the rest of the world. Long Chen was shocked. Just what level of expert was this Aunt Yu? How could she be so terrifying? Just what energy was this? It wasn't teleportation. They seemed to be within the chaotic flow of space, and he was unable to see anything outside. It was just the three of them within this strange space. Long Chen, I represent the original devil race in expressing our sincere thanks. Aunt Yu bowed deeply toward him. Long Chen hastily bowed back, saying, Aunt Yu, I can't accept such a thing. You can. Our original devil race owes you far too much. To tell you the truth, the original devil race has currently been forced to the brink of death. If there still wasn't a change, we really might have ended up exterminated, sighed Aunt Yu. Long Chen shook his head. The only reason I did what I did was for myself. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial, so there's no debt to owe. Aunt Yu smiled slightly. Zioqian has told me about your matters. I came over this time to see if you needed any help with anything. If you have any troubles you can't resolve, I can help you. Long Chen's heart shook. He knew she meant that if he had any opponents he couldn't handle, she could help him. I don't have any right now, but I definitely will in the future. I'm very confident in my ability to cause trouble. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Did you bring the list? We did, but there's a lot on it, said Yue Zioqian awkwardly. The skyscraping world's resources were limited, and they were lacking a great deal. Although this list only contained the things they urgently needed, there were hundreds of them on it. That made Yue Zioqian feel uneasy. Long Chen looked over the list and saw the majority of them were medicinal pills. He couldn't help but ask, the original devil race doesn't have any medicinal pills. Yes, that's why medicinal pills are the things we need urgently. Many people have been stuck at bottlenecks for too long without being able to break through. There are also some who ended up with problems while advancing and left flaws on their foundations. If those flaws aren't repaired, it will gravely affect their future advancements, said Yue Zioqian worriedly. This matter was incredibly important to the original devil race. Medicinal pills in general were extremely important to cultivators. Otherwise, Pill Valley wouldn't possess such a high position. The entire cultivation world depended on them. Long Chen, although it's a bit much, Yue Zioqian sobbed. Only once she had gone back to get this list did she learn a few secrets. The original devil race had too many people, and because they didn't have medicinal pills to assist them, problems would occasionally occur in people's cultivation. Those people would be tormented by pain all day, and some even became bedeviled and needed to be sealed. She hadn't known about that last time, but when she brought back quite a few medicinal pills, the entire original devil race had celebrated. Only then had she known how much pain the original devil race had been in. Leave it to me. Medicinal pills aren't a problem for me, said Long Chen. Thank you. Yue Zioqian couldn't help being surprised by how confident he was. Hearing his promise, she was relieved. Right now, she understood what kind of person Long Chen was. He never promised anything he wasn't assured of. However, the quantity is too great. I'll need some time, said Long Chen. No problem, no problem. We'll just wait, said Yue Zioqian hastily. Long Chen pondered it for a moment. How about this? Let's first handle the urgent cases. Right now, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has had a falling out with Pill Valley, so buying medicinal pills from them would be difficult, but I have some back channels. Yue Zioqian and Aunt Yu's expressions changed slightly upon hearing that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had had a falling out with Pill Valley. They both knew medicinal pills were provided by Pill Valley. "What back channels?" asked Yue Ziokian. "I'll go get some healing medicinal pills from the Huyun sect and buy a few more from other sects. Those pills will be for those with the worst problems. Then I'll cooperate with the Huyun sect. I'll give them pill formulas and have them refine a huge amount of healing pills. Once all your people are better, they can then refine other pills for you, such as those for cultivation. The Eastern Wasteland is basically dominated by the Xuanhuan Dao sect now. The corrupt path is heavily injured, and the ancient races don't dare to make a move. During this time, you can establish a secret base. On the surface, you'll be engaging in some minor business, but in reality, I'll have the Xuanhuan Dao sect and Huyun sect open back channels for you. With the two of them supporting you, no one will dare to provoke you. It would be best if your business involves rare things that few others are involved in. The fewer your customers, the better. It would also be best if your business is the kind that only reveals itself every few years." "You understand what I'm saying, right?" said Long Chen. "I understand." Aunt Yu nodded. Before coming, she and Yue Ziokian had been a bit nervous, as this matter involved the future of the entire original devil race. But this quick analysis of Long Chen's easily resolved the problems that had been crushing down upon her like a mountain. They were both delighted. Furthermore, Long Chen talked like they were one family, making them feel even closer. "We shouldn't delay things. Let's split up. I'll go notify the Huyun sect, and on the way, I'll use the sect master's name to gather medicinal pills. Aunt Yu, you go and find a suitable city. Buy a plot of land and establish a stronghold. Also have a few of your race's clever people come to manage it. If you don't have anything to do, you should also temporarily oversee it just to be safe," said Long Chen. Aunt Yu was surprised by how completely Long Chen handled things. She couldn't help but feel a kind of admiration. With him present, she no longer had to worry about anything. "I'll accompany Long Chen here. Aunt Yu, you can go first," said Yue Ziokian. But looking at Aunt Yu's teasing smile, she blushed. "I'm just trying to support Long Chen." Even once Aunt Yu left, Yue Ziokian continued blushing. Long Chen took a deep breath and brought her into the mountain cave. It was time to face what he had to face. "This must be junior sister Ziokian, right? Long Chen always talks about you." When he returned to the cave, he saw that Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were already awake and guarding the entrance for everyone else. Meng Qi was the first to speak. I'm Ziokian. "Greetings, big sisters," said Yue Ziokian nervously. She hastily bowed toward the two of them. "Good sister, let's sit and talk. Long Chen, there's nothing here for you, so you can scram. Don't eavesdrop on us sisters." Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. Being glared at by Tang Wan'er, Long Chen's worried heart instantly relaxed. He felt incredibly grateful to Meng Qi. He knew that Meng Qi had long since explained things to Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er was naturally a jealous person, but as long as she didn't explode at the start, it meant things were going very smoothly. Thinking of when they could all finally be together, his expression became absent-minded. "Wipe away your saliva and go. We sisters have important things to discuss," said Meng Qi. She understood Long Chen far too well and she pushed him off. Long Chen was incredibly excited. A weight that had been resting on him was finally lifted, and he felt full of energy. He gathered all the workers' sect leaders and gave them a list of medicinal pills he urgently needed. Seeing Long Chen converse with them, those sect leaders were incredibly excited. They all ordered disciples to go back to their sects and bring all their stores of those medicinal pills. Their enthusiasm was at a level that shocked Long Chen, and their efficiency made him speechless. On the very next day, countless pills appeared in front of him. Long Chen directly gave them 3 times the money that Pill Valley would sell them at. Although quite a few said that they didn't want his money, Long Chen still gave it to them. He didn't like owing favors. Half a day later, Aunt Yu returned here. She was also extremely efficient. The stronghold was already established and only required her to send some people to run it. When Long Chen gave her a huge pile of medicinal pills, she was indescribably grateful. She directly left for the skyscraping world. Saving her people was the most pressing thing. After sending off Aunt Yu, Long Chen once more had a meeting with Zhang Wenlong. When he mentioned he wanted to cooperate in terms of alchemy, Zhang Wenlong became ecstatic. The profit from medicinal pills was the greatest in this world. Long Chen gave Zhang Wenlong over 10 medicinal pill formulas in one go. They were all pills that didn't exist in the outside world. Pill Valley had never sold them, and their medicinal effect was extremely great. Zhang Wenlong almost fainted from joy. Last time he had cooperated with Long Chen like this, he had earned a hefty sum. Even now, money was flowing into his pockets. Armed with these new medicinal pills, Zheng Wenlong promised to properly use them and give a fierce slap to Pill Valley's face. Chapter 966. Down below, there's nothing. The matter with Zheng Wenlong was settled. The pill recipes Long Chen gave him were all 7th and 8th tier, as well as a few peak 6th tier ones. Each one of them was at least 30% more effective than similar pills sold by Pill Valley. They would definitely cause a blow to Pill Valley once they entered the marketplace. In any case, the Huiyun sect was already Pill Valley's rival, so they weren't afraid of its reprisal. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, as Long Chen needed the Huiyun sect to refine a huge amount of those pills. On his own, the amount of pills he could refine was limited. He had already handed off a portion of the medicinal pills the Dragonblood Legion required to Zheng Wenlong to handle. Stealthily returning to the cave, Long Chen didn't directly walk in. From a distance, he heard tinkling bell-like laughter. Only then did he dare to enter. But when he heard what they were saying, he immediately wanted to turn and flee. You two don't know, but back then, Long Chen was absolutely evil. Right in front of me, he peed on someone else. Oh, Long Chen, you've come just in time. Sister Xuanhuan might not believe me, so why don't you personally explain what you did? Tang Wan'er's sharp eyes instantly saw Long Chen, who was in the midst of trying to sneakily slip away. The three of them had been chatting this entire time. They had been talking about Long Chen, and it was unknown who started it, but they began to talk about his embarrassing moments. Tang Wan'er had immediately thought of when she had first encountered Long Chen. With all three of them turning to look at him, Long Chen had an urge to bury himself. Even if his face was thicker than a city wall, he felt a burning sensation on it. What nonsense! That was clearly a tactic to drown my enemies, raged Long Chen. Back then, when he had just entered the territory of the Xuanhuan monastery, a fellow had found him displeasing and wanted to kick him aside. As a result, Long Chen had thrown him into the river. That person had refused to take it lying down, and he began to furiously curse him. Long Chen had then used his drowning tactic against the fellow, displaying it in a grand and open manner. Tang Wan'er had been flying over and had criticized him for being a rogue. That was the first time they had met. Now that it was mentioned again, Long Chen felt embarrassed. Looking at Long Chen's red face, the three women erupted in laughter. This expression of Long Chen's was too rare. Keep laughing. Sooner or later, you'll all be grabbing the bed rails and biting the sheets, Long Chen thought to himself. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. Right now, Yue Xuanhuan wasn't wearing her veil, and the three of them were gathered together like flowers in bloom. They were all different kinds of beauty that made his heart itch. Hey, what's the point in just laughing? Let's play a game, Long Chen laughed sinisterly. What game? Pearl in the dark, laughed Long Chen, his eyes shining. Pearl in the dark, the name's a bit interesting. How do you play? Tang Wan'er didn't notice that Meng Qi had closed her mouth. I'll place a pearl on your collar and then blindfold myself. Then you can't move, and we see how long it takes me to find the pearl, laughed Long Chen. What's so fun about that? Aya, you pervert, raged Tang Wan'er. She saw Long Chen's gaze roving around her body as if looking for a place to search. All right, don't mess around anymore. Long Chen, come and sit. It's rare for us all to have time like this, said Meng Qi. Long Chen sighed with relief inside. Tang Wan'er didn't show any irritation at Yue Xuanhuan. In fact, the two of them were chatting quite happily. That made him cast a grateful glance at Meng Qi. Then she gave him a warm smile that caused his heart to shake. He suddenly thought of his bath with her in the spirit world. Every inch of her body looked like it had been crafted by a god. Thinking of that moving feeling and her bashful gaze, it unconsciously began to affect him. Looking at Long Chen's fiery gaze, Meng Qi blushed. She understood Long Chen far too well, and she knew exactly what he was thinking. Long Chen, tell us a story, said Tang Wan'er suddenly. No, said Long Chen. Scoundrel, are you looking for a beating? Tang Wan'er raised her small fists menacingly. Helplessly, Long Chen said, fine, you want a story. Once there was a eunuch. Long Chen suddenly refused to keep going. Tang Wan'er didn't know if she was being conned, so she asked, and then? Long Chen sighed, an expression of grief on his face. With a quiet, sad voice, he said, and then, there's nothing. Tang Wan'er raged. What kind of story was this? There was nothing to it. Meng Qi scolded him, rogue. Yue Xuanhuan also came to a comprehension with Meng Qi's scolding. Pervert. Tang Wan'er was confused for a long while before she finally understood his words. Her fists rained down on him. After a brief scuffle, they stopped being so constrained. Yue Zioqian asked about the matter with the medicinal pills, and he explained what had happened, allowing her to fully relax. During the next few days, Long Chen also cultivated, condensing the split the heavens divine runes. He condensed 27 of them easily. In other words, he had condensed all the runes for the third form of split the heavens. But when he tried to condense the fourth form's runes, he felt a burst of pain at his acupuncture points and gave up. If he forced it, there was the danger of his acupuncture points rupturing. He hadn't dared to keep going. It was no wonder Feng Xingli had said not to try using the fourth form without reaching foundation forging first. But even so, he had the first 27 runes condensed. Now he just needed to nourish them. As an alchemist, Long Chen had special means to do so. He could use medicinal pills to allow those runes to absorb energy faster. However, it was still an extremely slow process. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry right now and devoted a great deal of time to cultivating. During this time, with the assistance of the immemorial altar lamp, the Dragonblood Legion had expanded their seas to peak. Each one of them now had a chi sea of 3,000 miles. Furthermore, their cultivation bases also rapidly advanced dozens of times faster than going all-out cultivating with medicinal pills. With the immemorial altar lamp, they didn't need to bitterly cultivate. Each day, it felt like they were sleeping as they entered a profound state. In that state, their cultivation bases progressed at astounding speeds without causing their foundations to become unsteady. Furthermore, it also advanced their mental realms. In that dreamlike state, they comprehended many things they hadn't even thought about before. While the Dragonblood Legion cultivated blissfully, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was undergoing daily change. Millions of experts were working day and night, and huge constructions rose into the sky one by one. They were built so fast that people found it unreal. Day by day, time flowed on. After 5 whole months, Long Chen and the others all came out of seclusion. They had no choice but to come out as the Xuanhuan Dao sect's construction had been completed. Now, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was 10 times grander than before. Its palace soared into the clouds, appearing luxurious, grand, and imposing. The plaza was made of all new material, and there was a formation supporting it. The patriarch's statue had also been reconstructed, shining brightly like a mirror. The entire Xuanhuan Dao sect had changed, giving the air a feeling of energy. With the construction finally over, today was a celebration. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was filled with tables. The fine wine and delicacies had long since been prepared. When Long Chen and the others appeared, it caused an uproar. Everyone saw that after 5 months, the Dragonblood warriors had gone from early sea expansion to mid-sea expansion. Gu Yang, Gu Ran, and the other captain-level experts had even reached the 7th heaven stage. They were at late sea expansion. It had only been 5 months. This cultivation speed was absolutely shocking. Looking at them, even foundation forging experts had to sigh emotionally. This world would be theirs in the future. Long Chen finally understood why the immemorial altar lamp was an exceedingly precious existence even in the ancient era. Its ability to assist cultivation was truly heaven-defying. Everyone's cultivation bases had soared during this time. In the first month, they had all reached the 3rd heaven stage. Then their cultivation speeds had begun to slow down. But that was only in comparison to their previous speed. Compared to the outside world's cultivation speed, it was still shocking. Long Chen had also found some rules about the immemorial altar lamp. It also allowed people to establish their foundation quickly, letting their foundation become flawless. But as their cultivation bases grew, the effect lessened. In truth, this was intentionally done by the immemorial altar lamp. At the beginning, Long Chen hadn't understood, but then he had realized that the immemorial altar lamp was different from ordinary treasures. It had its own rules. The higher the realm, the more it would withdraw its blessings. It had those using it go out and comprehend some things on their own. Otherwise, they would form a dependence on it. If people formed a dependence on it, then that wouldn't be helping but ruining their futures. Forming a dependence would be a destructive blow to a cultivator, which was why it pulled back its blessings. This was also one of the reasons it was such an amazing treasure in the ancient era. It was most useful in the early stage of a realm. In the middle stage, its blessings would lessen, and by the late stage, it essentially had no effect. During the celebration, Long Chen saw Feng Jian and the others that had fought with him. They laughed and drank until they were dizzy. The celebration lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. At this point, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was the overlord of the eastern wasteland. No one could resist them. Once the celebration was over, the various sects left. Through this interaction, they were put at ease by the Xuanhuan Dao sect's attitude. They all received considerable payments for their work. Once all the guests had left, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's people continued celebrating for 3 days. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had now reached an unprecedented state of unity. They were all aligned, mentally and physically. Several days later at dusk, a large flying boat slowly descended upon them. Here, Chen says that what he did was Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, drowning of the 7 armies. In Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, a general flooded the Han River, drowning his enemies. When Xuanhuan asks and then, the literal meaning is down below. Xuanhuan and down below. Chen down below, there's nothing. Chapter 967 Move Out Target, the Central Plains. When the flying boat arrived above the Xuanhuan Dao sect, Qiuyu hastily went out to greet it. The flying boat had a flag waving to indicate its affiliation, the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The Xuanhuan Dao sect it indicated was not the branch sect within the eastern wasteland. It was the head Xuanhuan Dao sect located in the Central Plains. Every 10 years, the head sect would send flying boats to the branch sects to bring disciples who met the qualifications back to the head sect. Those disciples all had to have reached C expansion, and they needed to be no older than 50. Qiuyu, leader of the Eastern Wastelands branch sect, greets senior from the head sect. Qiuyu hastily bowed. Chen and the others had no choice but to follow, but Chen merely bent his waist slightly to indicate that he was bowing. In reality, Chen looked down on this move. The flying boat took a full incense stick's time to descend. The people on it refused to show themselves, intentionally waiting for all the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples to gather and bow to them. That was irritating to him. Stairs descended from the flying boat. A group of people walked down, all their auras vast like a sea. The person at the front was a middle-aged man with a stern face. His long hair fell to the back of his head, and his brows were raised, giving off a strict feeling. "Is everything prepared?" he asked Qiuyu. Reporting to senior, everything is prepared. This time, the Eastern Wastelands branch sect has a total of 417 people who qualify to be sent to the Central Plains to take the test, answered Qiuyu. The truth was that other than the Dragonblood Legion, there were few that met the qualifications. Amongst those remaining people, some were disciples sent from other sects. Their sects had entrusted them to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, as their own sects didn't have the power to properly raise them. If they were sent to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, they could go to the Central Plains. These sects felt that holding back their disciples was worse than letting them go to another sect. If their disciples could take root in the Central Plains and gain some skills, when the time came, they might come back and bring them over to the Central Plains as well or improve their original sect. This was emotional persuasion. If it paid off, then it would pay off extremely well. Those disciples that were sent off might leave their family or partners back in the sect. They were like a kite string connected to them, making it so when they did gain power, they wouldn't forget to repay their original sect. In accordance with the rules, we will leave in 3 days to give the disciples time to say goodbye to their friends and family. Arrange a residence for us, said the middle-aged man. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with unquestionable dignity. Yes, the arrangements have long since been prepared. As Qiuyu spoke, C expansion elders came forward to lead them away. A total of 38 people came off the boat. Only that middle-aged man's aura was reserved so that no one could tell his cultivation base. However, the pressure he gave off made it unquestionable that he had to be a terrifying king. The others who came off the boat were all young disciples. Their cultivation bases were all at foundation forging, but their auras were extremely condensed. Just like the middle-aged man, they gave off an immense pressure. Once they had left, Xuanhuan speechlessly said, "They really know how to be posers. We came out to greet them, but they didn't even glance at us." Chen nodded. Qiuyu and Xuanhuan, along with the other higher-ups, had left with that middle-aged man's group. The disciples remaining didn't quite know what to do. "Let's scatter." Chen waved his hand, telling the disciples to go do whatever they were doing before. This had been nothing more than a show. "Chen, I have to leave." Once they returned, Yue Xiaoqian reluctantly opened her mouth. "Sister Xiaoqian, you're not going to stay with us." Xuanhuan grabbed Yue Xiaoqian's hand. "Aunt Yu said I can't go with Chen to the Central Plains," said Yue Xiaoqian. "Why not? Chen, go ask Aunt Yu to have Xiaoqian accompany us," said Xuanhuan. During this time, Tang Wanner had surprisingly begun to stick up for Yue Zioqian, because Yue Zioqian was younger than her and naturally naive. Tang Wanner treated her as a little sister that needed protecting. When she was with Meng Qi, she felt herself to not be sensible or mature enough. But with Yue Zioqian, she felt like she had a true partner, and the two of them had been chattering incessantly this entire time. It's not a good time for Zioqian to accompany us to the Central Plains. Long Chen shook his head. Yue Zioqian began to cry, causing Tang Wanner to be infuriated. You scoundrel Long Chen, what are you talking about? Sister Wanner, don't make things hard on Long Chen. The Central Plains are where the world's strongest experts reside. It's not a good idea for me to go with you there, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen was helpless. There was no way around this, as there were just too many experts in the Central Plains. According to Aunt Yu, some were approaching the level of gods. If Yue Zioqian went, it would be all too easy for her identity to be exposed. Don't worry, once I establish myself in the Central Plains and build up a new stronghold, we can still be together, comforted Long Chen as he held Yue Zioqian's hand. I know, I don't want to part, said Yue Zioqian. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll quickly meet again. There are still many things for you to handle here in the Eastern Wasteland, but I've already told Zheng Wenlong to send all the medicinal pills to your new stronghold. Just get through this hard time. Zheng Wenlong was already in motion, gathering hordes of alchemists and teaching them the new pill formulas. He had done repeated tests with the pill formulas and had confirmed that there were no problems with them. He was already starting to refine them in bulk. It was the same as the bone-tempering pills. Long Chen would first get a bulk order of them, and only then would they be sold on the market. Right now, Long Chen was in a race against the clock. The matter of the medicinal pills was now no longer as desperate as 5 months ago, as a huge number of medicinal pills had reached the original devil race's disciples. With new cultivation resources, those disciples broke through bottlenecks, delighting the entire original devil race. In front of everyone's unwilling gazes, Yue Zioqian left, but this parting was temporary. The Eastern Wasteland was currently enjoying an unprecedented level of peace. Everything was extremely calm. The corrupt path, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliances matters had all been handled. Although the Eastern Wasteland's corrupt path had taken heavy losses, the righteous path didn't move to completely exterminate them. They left this leeway, so the corrupt path also didn't dare to commit a huge taboo and send their experts to the Eastern Wasteland. Perhaps in the righteous and corrupt path's higher-ups' eyes, the fight in the Eastern Wasteland was nothing more than a game. A temporary win was just that, temporary. However, the corrupt path truly did hate Long Chen to the bone now. This time, he had slapped them in the face extremely viciously, and more than once at that. The ancient races and ancient family alliance were compensated, and so they had won back some face. But Long Chen was sure that once he arrived in the Central Plains, things would not be very peaceful. As for the Bloodco Hall, he had always been on guard against them, but he had heard that the head Ling Yunzi had cut off had been sent back to the head Xuanhuan Dao sect. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had sent the Bloodco Hall a warning, but as for what the result was, none of them knew. To sum it up, Long Chen was enjoying a rare moment of peace in the Eastern Wasteland. But once he entered the Central Plains, that peace wouldn't necessarily continue. Furthermore, the Central Plains was packed with many geniuses, and Long Chen didn't like his odds of continuing this peace. Time truly passed quickly. The third day arrived in what felt like the blink of an eye. In front of Yang Qiuyu and Shui Wuhan's reluctant gazes, Long Chen stepped onto the flying boat with everyone else. The flying boat began to shine, and then instantly disappeared from the Xuanhuan Dao sect site. Everyone felt a feeling of loss. That troublemaker has finally left. Yang Qiuyu didn't feel the slightest relief as she watched the flying boat depart. Instead, she felt mournful. That's right, he can finally cause trouble for others. We're free. Shui Wuhan smiled, but tears streamed down her face. Ever since knowing Long Chen, she had viewed him as a little brother. He had never treated her as a monastery head, and she had never treated him as a disciple. But now that he had left for a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers like the Central Plains, with his temperament, he might never come back. Their smiles were covered in tears. Shui Wuhan didn't quite know what feeling she had for Long Chen. Normally she gave him a strict face, afraid if she was too lax with him, he would end up causing his own death. But now thinking of his simple-minded smile, she felt it to be so warm, so intimate. But now it was gone. Sister, people need space to grow. If he's to be a dragon, he has to soar into the sky. Don't be too sad. Liang Qiuyu patted Shui Wuhan's shoulder. Do you think Long Chen will return? Asked Shui Wuhan. She understood Long Chen's temper far too well. Now that he was going to the Central Plains, either heaven and earth would flip, or he would die a miserable death, and the probability of the latter was much higher. That's not something we can know. All we can do is not bring him more trouble, as well as pray for him. Liang Qiuyu looked into the distance and sighed. She really was worried about Long Chen now that he had left. Long Chen and the others only realized that the flying boat was its own space once they got on it. It was much bigger than it appeared on the outside. Furthermore, on the flying boat, they could see everything outside. The flying boat was see-through from the inside and was also shockingly fast. As soon as it started moving, the Xuanhuan Dao sect disappeared. That made them all feel a bit mournful. Everyone had emotions. The feeling of leaving a familiar place for a foreign land was one of both excitement and nervousness. Even Long Chen felt that contradictory feeling. He wanted to stay behind and enjoy his peaceful life longer, but he also wanted to go to the Central Plains and investigate his origins. Although he wasn't actually doing any investigating, he knew his parents had to have shocking origins. Right now, he didn't have the qualifications to investigate. If he tried with his current power level, he would probably just get himself killed. Other than the mystery of his origins, he also had hot blood flowing through his veins. He thirsted to compete with other peak geniuses, wanting to step onto a larger playing field and see a vaster sky. You are Long Chen, get out here. Long Chen and the others had just taken a seat within the boat when a person at the front icily shouted. Chapter 968, a show of power to blunt their arrogance. The person demanding Long Chen come out was a foundation forging expert. Long Chen had known since before getting on the flying boat that these people were disciples from the Xuanhuan Dao sect's previous generation. 10 years a generation, and they were already foundation forging experts. It was truly amazing for them to be foundation forging experts in their early 30s. Furthermore, he saw that they were all at least rank 2 celestials. Some were even rank 3 celestials. Such geniuses were much stronger than the ordinary foundation forging experts he had encountered before. In the eastern wasteland, with their cultivation bases, they could establish their own sects. But in the Central Plains, they were no more than ordinary disciples. The one shouting at Long Chen was a man with long hair that scattered naturally around him. He seemed to possess a certain amount of status, as the others listened to him. Although he appeared indifferent and didn't look directly at them, Long Chen clearly saw him eyeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er with his peripheral vision. Looking at his arrogant manner, Long Chen knew exactly what kind of fart he was about to release. I don't have time for you, said Long Chen icily. His voice caused the head sect's disciples' expressions to change, especially the man at the front. His expression sank and his aura began to rise. Long Chen, you don't want to join the head sect, he shouted coldly. Are you the patriarch of the sect? Sneered Long Chen. It seems you are. Since you aren't, it seems you're bragging a bit too much. If you really had any position in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, you wouldn't have run over here to handle such a matter. A poser routine that lacks any technique or skill like this is something we've all long since stopped playing. Long Chen, I Wang Meng, challenge you to a battle, shouted that person. He took out a badge that was made of an unknown material. It was like metal but not metal, like wood but not wood. The Xuan character was carved into it and the back had Wang Meng's name. I'm busy, Long Chen shook his head. It's not up to you. According to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules, disciples are permitted to exchange pointers. You either accept or scram from the Xuanhuan Dao sect, said a different senior disciple. Oh, there's such a thing, Long Chen frowned. Haha, are you afraid now, coward, sneered another disciple. Yu Ran, who had been sitting there silently up until now, finally couldn't endure it anymore and stood up. He sneered, idiot, if it weren't for your robes, you'd already be dead. You want to provoke my boss. Thank your lucky stars he doesn't care about the shouting of ants. What's all this fuss? A stern shout rang out. It was the voice of the middle-aged man, but he didn't reveal himself. Reporting to Elder Shah, disciple is acting entirely within the rules. I haven't overstepped any of them, said Wang Meng. Elder Shah's emotionless voice rang out. The Xuanhuan Dao sect does have a rule permitting disciples to exchange pointers, but it is restricted to the same realm. If you suppress your cultivation bases to see expansion, you can do what you want. Disciples of the Eastern Wasteland, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has its own rules and everyone must respect them. Although some rules are a bit annoying, you only have two paths to follow. Either leave the Xuanhuan Dao sect or endure. If you don't want to leave and you also don't want to be restricted by the rules, then it's very simple. All you have to do is become strong enough to resist the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. But if any of you had that power, I'd guess that you'd have long since established your own sect instead of joining the Xuanhuan Dao sect. These outer sect disciples were suppressed harshly back then as well, so their resentment is now falling on you. This is an annoying tradition, but it can't be changed, at least not by you. To put it nicely, the point is to blunt the sharpness of the newcomers, making them easier to manage. It's to avoid you not knowing how high the heavens are and being tyrannical. That's not good for your cultivation. But in truth, talking about that is useless. Rules are rules, and it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. And don't act like children. After cultivating for so long, you should know this is a world of the strong. If you don't step over others, others will step over you. If you don't kill your enemies will kill you. I don't want to hear any complaints about how this is unfair. If anyone dares to say anything like that, I'll immediately toss them out. Elder Shah's words caused everyone's hearts to shake. It seemed the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules were even harsher than they had thought. They suddenly realized that this group of people had definitely also been bullied by the disciples of the generation above them. Now the roles were reversed, and they were ready to vent. Just what was this supposed to be? A show of power to make them less arrogant. Before giving them the candy, they first beat them a bit. Those disciples that had just joined the Xuanhuan Dao sect were startled and enraged. The majority of them were ranked 2 celestials. Feng Jian and those like him hadn't come as he had chosen to stay within his sect. He had wanted to come, but his sect leader's longevity was running out. A disciple owed a heavy debt to his master and sect, and as a result, he sacrificed this chance and stayed behind to become his sect's leader. These ordinary disciples were enraged, but they saw that the expressions of all the Dragonblood Legion were completely flat. Even the ordinary Dragonblood warriors didn't reveal the slightest emotion, as if this was nothing. Did you hear Elder Shah clearly? You can't refuse, so are you going to obediently come over to be beaten, or do we need to pick our targets? But don't worry, we're very gentle to female disciples, especially the beautiful ones, ha ha ha. Laughed a senior disciple while he looked at Meng Qi, Tang Waner, and the other beautiful women, a wretched smile on his face. Elder Shah, is it permitted to kill people while exchanging pointers? Asked Long Chen. No, Elder Shah's voice once more rang out. What if someone accidentally kills someone? Long Chen continued asking. The reason doesn't matter. That person will be expelled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. What if someone heavily injures or even cripples someone else? What happens then? As long as they're not dead, it's fine. Oh, disciple understands, Long Chen nodded. Long Chen's expression was flat, but those familiar with him all knew that he was getting angry. These people might end up very unlucky today. HMPH cowards. Don't worry, no one will take your little lives. Your senior apprentice brothers will teach you how to behave and what respect is. It's very beneficial to you, as it helps you avoid running into walls over and over once you enter the sect. So you should thank us, laughed a senior disciple, gazing at them as if they were lambs for the slaughter. But they quickly realized that, while a few did look at them with the unease and terror they had expected, the majority of them were looking at them like they were idiots. That infuriated them. Wang Meng glanced at one of the people by his side, and that person immediately jumped out. Pointing at Long Chen and the others, he sneered, "Who dares to come out and fight?" That person released his powerful aura, but his realm was suppressed to the peak of sea expansion. As he released his aura, the flying boat quivered and its space suddenly rapidly expanded. A huge martial stage appeared. That person flew onto the martial stage, icily staring at Long Chen and the others with a derisive sneer on his face. Brother Long, let me go. Wilder was infuriated at looking at this fellow and wanted to go up. No, it's not permitted to kill people. He won't be able to receive a single blow from you before dying. Long Chen shook his head. Let me, said Yue Zaifeng. No, your sword Dao has just formed. Once you use it, you should only use it for killing blows. If you don't have any intent to kill, it will blind your Dao heart. Long Chen shook his head once more. Right now, Yue Zaifeng's heavenly Dao runes had been wiped away by Ling Yunzi. He was focused completely on comprehending the sword Dao. With the help of the immemorial altar lamp, he had seen the path he needed to walk. He had formed an embryonic form of his own personal sword Dao. In this kind of situation, he couldn't just randomly attack. On the off chance that it had a negative impact on him, then it would be completely not worth it. Everyone heard Long Chen refuse for the two of them to go up. The senior disciple on the martial stage was infuriated. This was a naked insult. "Bastard, get the hell up here. Looks like I'm the most suitable one." Gu Yang smiled, and rubbing his shiny head he walked out. "Okay, be careful, safety first," Long Chen nodded. "Ha ha ha, safety first. Today I'll turn your bald head into a broken head," shouted the senior disciple. He suddenly shot forward, unleashing a fist at Gu Yang. Powerful winds whirled around his fists. Within this sealed boat, it caused a loud roaring sound that made people's hair stand on end. The expressions of the disciples that had just joined the Xuanhuan Dao sect were all ashen. Such power was something they didn't have the power to resist. Even if their opponents were suppressing their cultivation bases to see expansion, they weren't on the same level. But what startled them was that this fierce fist was suddenly caught by a large hand, and the owner of that hand was Gu Yang. "Idiot, you didn't even understand what boss was saying. Safety first means making sure I don't accidentally kill you." After saying that, Gu Yang's arm suddenly bulged and an explosive power came from it. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the senior disciple was still powerless to resist even as he fought all out. He was thrown to the ground, and the sound of bones breaking caused people to wince. When Gu Yang raised that person from the ground again, they saw that this senior disciple had been turned into a lump. All his bones had been shattered, and he was unconscious. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, everyone else was struck dumb. Chapter 969 only imitated, never surpassed. A lump of flesh flew over to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's senior disciple. "Does anyone else want to curb the arrogance of the newcomers? Come," challenged Gu Yang. Gu Yang's bright head combined with his fierce expression made him seem like a large monster. Adding on how he had just defeated one of the senior disciples in one move, he appeared exceptionally imposing. "HMPH, arrogant brat, I'll handle you." Another senior disciple flew onto the stage, immediately summoning his runes and attacking. Having gained experience from the previous person, he immediately let loose a magical art. They had all realized that these newcomers weren't as easy to handle as usual. As a result, he immediately used the magical art he was most proficient in. Although his cultivation base was suppressed to C expansion, it was at the peak of C expansion. As a foundation forging expert, his proficiency in magical arts was much deeper than a C expansion disciple. With just a wave of his hand, his magical art shot out. His cast time was extremely short, making it so there was practically no chance to interrupt him. This was an absolute advantage they had even though their cultivation bases were suppressed. Their proficiency in magical arts usually allowed them to completely suppress the newcomers. Strength wasn't something that could be judged purely by cultivation base. This was why the newcomers were always bullied by the senior disciples. Even with cultivation bases in the same realm, the older generation disciples had 10 extra years of experience. This difference was extremely great. This senior disciple in particular would count as above average in this group. He saw that Gu Yang was a powerful brute force fighter, so he didn't fight him head-on. Boom! Gu Yang's fist smashed onto the runic fist image, shattering it. "What?" All the senior disciples were startled. But seeing Gu Yang suddenly release a powerful pressure containing blood qi, all their expressions changed. Spirit blood. Gu Yang had activated the power of his spirit blood. After refining the 10,000 spirit blood, he had condensed his own core runes. His spirit blood attribute increased the power of his physical body. This was the most terrifying thing about 10,000 spirit blood. A person who originally had no spirit blood could use it to excavate their potential in the area they were most proficient in and condense their own core runes. For example, a disciple might be proficient in 2 or even 3 attributes. However, those attributes wouldn't be balanced, making it so each one of them was useless. After refining 10,000 spirit blood, they could increase their ability in all of those attributes, and they could also choose to condense their core runes with one of the attributes. Once the core runes were condensed, then with the assistance of the 10,000 spirit blood, their new spirit blood would possess only one attribute. That way, all their talent would be concentrated, giving them immense power. This was the heaven-defying power of 10,000 spirit blood. In the immemorial path, Lord Heavenai had given Long Chen over 1,000 drops of 10,000 spirit blood. Other than what he had used on the Dragonblood Legion and a small portion, Long Chen had sent over 500 drops to Yue Zioqian. Not only that, but other than the rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits, he had sent all the others to Yue Zioqian. In other words, he had sent her tens of thousands of heavenly Tao fruits. Other than those two things, anything he had extras of, he had sent her. He was going all out to equip this ally of his, giving himself a powerful backer. In Long Chen's mind, there was no such thing as a good or bad person. There were only enemies and allies. Even if the original devil race was wicked beyond redemption, as long as they sincerely helped him, he wouldn't mind forming a pact with the devil. However, Long Chen didn't feel that the original devil race's people were evil. Back in the immemorial path, he had seen murals showing the human race bowing to the original devil race. There was also the fact that the Eastern Wasteland Belle had lost control and furiously cursed when it had heard that the original devil race was being hunted by the whole world. That meant there were some problems with what was publicly known. But even ignoring all that, Long Chen trusted Yue Xiaoqian, and since he trusted her, he would trust her fully. Practically everything he had accumulated had been given to her. He also hadn't wanted to part, but his mind told him that they couldn't be seen together in the open yet. Long Chen had intentionally handed Yue Xiaoqian a long list of things to handle so that she would be busy instead of wallowing in sadness all day. Right now, Long Chen only had a few rank 4 heavenly Tao fruits remaining. As for the Dragonblood Legion, even the squad leaders were rank 4 celestials. The remaining rank 4 heavenly Tao fruits he had weren't enough for everyone else, and so he decided to have them temporarily stay as rank 3 celestials. Gu Yang wasn't just a rank 4 celestial, but he was also someone who possessed exceedingly pure spirit blood. Once he activated it, his power was incomparably terrifying. The senior disciple's expression changed upon seeing his magical art being shattered in one move. He was just about to switch moves when he saw Gu Yang's blinding head grow closer and seemingly brighter. Bang! Gu Yang's head smashed into that senior disciple's nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The senior disciple's face looked like it had been smashed by a hammer. It caved in, and with a miserable cry he flew back. Long Chen was speechless. When did the Dragonblood Legion begin fighting like this? Boss, how was this move of mine? Gu Yang laughed. His attack had struck cleanly. It was truly not bad. Wipe off the snot from your head before you speak. Looking at the blood and mucus on Gu Yang's head, Long Chen was speechless. I forgot. Only now did Gu Yang react. Rubbing his head, it felt slimy. Looking at his blood and snot-covered hand, he himself felt a wave of nausea. No longer in the mood to fight, Gu Yang jumped off the stage and quickly washed it off. Although he wasn't misophobic, this was just too disgusting. Xuanhuan now pointed at Gu Yang, using him as an example of what not to do. Do you see? This is the result of trying to be a poser without having any skill. If you want to be a poser, you have to look at the situation, the people, the time, the weather, the light, the angle, the size, the enthusiasm, etc. As Dragonblood warriors, each one of our movements relates to boss's face. Our slogan is, no being posers without assurance and no being posers without any technique. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er turned their heads away in embarrassment, refusing to look at Xuanhuan. This kind of wording was unbearably vulgar. But of course, none of the men by Long Chen's side were refined and elegant. They were always casual and carefree, often spouting such coarse language. They were mostly used to it now. If you want to be a poser, you have to follow boss's example. I've studied boss's posing for 20 years, but I've only managed to imitate him, never surpass him. You disciples, listen well. Our boss is a professor of posing. You can try being posers at other times, but don't try it in front of my boss. My boss has a simple principle. Posers need a beating and the manner doesn't matter. So if you don't want to be beaten, you better behave, said Xuanhuan. Long Chen didn't say anything. He glanced sideways at Xuanhuan. Day by day, Xuanhuan's ability to spout nonsense grew. Now he even dared to tease him. He was only 21. How was Xuanhuan supposed to have followed him for 20 years? Could it be that ever since he learned to talk, Xuanhuan had been by his side studying? Although he was a bit displeased to be used in this manner, Long Chen still felt that this kind of carefree, joking manner made them much closer. Xuanhuan's shouting caused the senior disciples' expressions to sink. As a result, one of them jumped onto the martial stage. He furiously glared at Long Chen, but after a long while of hesitation, he pointed at one of the ordinary Dragonblood warriors. You, get up here. Originally, he had been planning on challenging Xuanhuan, because Xuanhuan's aura was extremely weak. But as soon as he had been about to say it, he suddenly stopped. Something as unusual as that had to have something behind it. Since Xuanhuan dared to say such things, even daring to use Gu Yang as an example of what not to do, He had to be at least on Gu Yang's level, so he chose someone else. That dragon-blood warrior stepped onto the stage, and the senior disciple immediately launched a magical art. A runic wall crashed toward the dragon-blood warrior. The dragon-blood warrior suddenly released his blood chi, destroyed the runic wall with a single punch, and grabbed his opponent's hair, slamming his head into his knee. He slammed him 3 times, and that pitiful senior disciple felt like his head was spinning. His ears buzzed, and he stumbled around for a while before collapsing on the ground. What? Another one who possesses spirit blood, and a rank 3 celestial at that. All those senior disciples were startled. Contrary to Gu Yang, this dragon-blood warrior wasn't so strong. In order to instantly defeat his opponent, he had summoned his heavenly Tao runes and spirit blood power at the very start. I refuse to believe all of you have spirit blood. Another senior disciple jumped onto the martial stage. Rank 3 celestials had a definite heavenly Tao suppression over rank 2 celestials, but that effect was only apparent in battles against the same realm. Since they were foundation forging experts, the heavenly Tao suppression didn't have much effect on them. All they were afraid of was the power of their spirit blood. Hee, little fellow, you're quite smart. You've seen through our weak point with just a glance. Yes, there truly are people without spirit blood among us. In fact, they don't even have heavenly Tao energy. If you're lucky, you might be able to pick them out, laughed Xuanhuan. The Dragon-Blood warriors also laughed. In the Dragon-Blood Legion, the ones who weren't celestials were Long Chen, Yue Zifeng, and Wilda. Thinking of the results if the senior disciples encountered them, they all became excited. That senior disciple didn't have that luck, though. He picked out a squad leader, and in just a moment, he was lying on the ground. The senior disciples' expressions only grew uglier. 4 people had gone out to fight, and 4 people had been beaten black and blue without the slightest ability to resist. You come out, I challenge you. The squad leader didn't feel satisfied after beating 1 person. He beckoned to one of the senior disciples. I refuse. With your spirit blood, you can release unbeatable power while I have to suppress my cultivation base. It's unfair, said the senior disciple. As soon as he said that, the senior disciple disappeared. Chapter 970 Fool. What happened? Everyone was startled by this sudden change. They hadn't seen how this person had disappeared. Even Long Chen's guard went up, as this change was too sudden. Heavens, he's flown out. Someone let out a startled cry. Looking outside the flying boat, they saw a figure rapidly shrinking and disappearing. Although it had just been an instant, they had still managed to see that senior disciple's look of despair and terror. I've already said that anyone who dares to say that something is unfair in front of me should be ready to be thrown out. Did you treat my words as just wind through your ears? Just at this moment, the cold elder Shah appeared in front of them. They felt pity for that disciple. Just because he had said something was unfair, he had been thrown out. With how large the eastern wasteland was, it was unknown if he would be able to find his way back. HMPH, he should count himself lucky. This place is still above the eastern wasteland. With his cultivation base, he has a high chance of being able to live to find a cultivation city and return to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. A bit further and we'd have entered the region of the Martial Heaven Sea. Then he'd have died. I don't care if you're a newcomer or an old disciple, you better all remember that rules are rules. When you don't have the power to break them, be well behaved, said Elder Shah. This was Long Chen's first time feeling that Elder Shah wasn't so dislikable. Although his refusal to compromise or bend was displeasing, after this event, Long Chen realized that he should simply be a stubborn old man. He was the kind of person who followed the rules no matter what. Although this kind of person wasn't someone easy to like, he also wouldn't cause others to feel too much dislike for him. Now that he understood his temper, things would be much easier. Did you hear him? Elder Shah has said that as long as we don't break the rules, anything goes. Whoever wants to go challenge them can go ahead. Don't miss this opportunity. It's not just any time that you can beat the senior generation disciples. Furthermore, while you beat them, they can't even release their true power and can only use the Sea Expansion Realm's power. Whether it's for tempering yourself or probing how strong the experts from the Central Plains are, it's a great opportunity. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Said Long Chen. His words caused the senior disciples to be infuriated. Why was it that at their generation, things were reversed? When they had come to the Central Plains, they had been bullied. Now that they finally had a chance to repay the favor and teach a lesson to these brats, they were once more the bullied targets. One of the Dragon-Blood warriors jumped onto the martial stage and pointed at a senior disciple, directly challenging him. With Elder Shah present, that disciple didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately jumped onto the martial stage and began a fierce fight with the Dragon Blood Warrior. But what startled everyone was that the Dragon Blood Warrior didn't release his spirit blood. He fought without it. "Why aren't you activating your spirit blood? Are you looking down on me?" shouted the senior disciple. He felt like he was being looked down upon. He would rather be defeated than suffer this insult. "Since you can't use your full power, then I'll also hold back. Furthermore, I'm a rank 3 celestial while you're only rank 2. I already have such an advantage, so if I activated my spirit blood it would be unfair. Let me see just how strong the experts of the Central Plains are. Even if I lose, I won't use my spirit blood," said the Dragon Blood Warrior. Runes filled the air as his fists danced. Other than not using his spirit blood, he wasn't holding back at all. Elder Shah's expression was still icy, but a bit of praise appeared in his eyes. It was rare to see such a courageous disciple. Hearing this, the people who had fought before immediately felt regret. Other than some satisfaction from being posers, they had gained nothing. The right decision was to see just how strong the Central Plains experts were. "Hey, what are you all looking at me for? When you were being posers, you looked so happy. Now you want to push all the responsibility on me." Xuanhuan glared back at the few people that were glaring at him. Those people didn't say anything. They just watched the battle. That Dragon Blood Warrior's cultivation base was at the 5th heaven stage of sea expansion, and 3-colored runes revolved around him. As for the senior disciple, his cultivation base was suppressed to the peak of sea expansion. With each wave of his hand, runes shot out. His techniques were extremely refined. This was the skillful control of a foundation forging expert. The Dragon Blood Warrior's expressions grew graver as the battle progressed because they were now at a disadvantage. The power of these senior disciples was now finally showing. Although their cultivation bases had been suppressed, their skill in magical arts was unmatched. They came in an unending stream with almost no cast time and left no openings between their moves. The Dragon Blood Warrior exchanged over 100 blows against the senior disciple, testing all kinds of methods, but was unable to escape from his disadvantageous position. Suddenly, he shouted, "Be careful." A saber appeared within his hand. A fierce aura sword and berserk killing intent caused everyone to turn cold. His saber slashed out 3 times in a row, each time shattering his opponent's attack. On the 3rd time, it blasted through his opponent's runic shield and stopped less than an inch from his head. A drop of blood fell from the senior disciple's head. That quiet sound struck like a hammer in all the senior disciples' hearts. The instant the Dragon Blood Warrior had brought out that saber, it had felt like he had transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend. His boundless killing intent had shaken them to their core. The senior disciple had been terrified and instantly defeated. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but shake his head. They were more like greenhouse flowers that possessed power but couldn't release it. It went without saying that the Central Plains experts were powerful, but when it came to the firmness of their wills, they were much weaker than the Dragon Blood Warriors. "You've lost? How boring. You didn't lose to me but to the terror in your heart." The Dragon Blood Warrior shook his head and returned to his side. That senior disciple remained on the martial stage for a long time, and only after a while did he react. He turned completely red when he realized the meaning of his words. When the Dragon Blood Warrior had released his killing intent, the senior disciple had been enveloped by a sensation of death. In that instant, the first thing he had thought of was to flee, but then he immediately thought to himself that his opponent wouldn't dare to kill him. However, what if he did end up dying? His head had been a complete mess. That made him ashamed. Now he didn't even feel like a cultivator or a man. Elder Shah didn't say a word. He stood there like a statue, but he also didn't leave. Following the senior disciple's defeat, the Dragon Blood Warriors began a series of challenges. Some of them even said that they wouldn't kill them so they could attack as they pleased. But whenever the Dragon Blood Warriors released their killing intent, it made it impossible for their opponents to believe that. Feeling that killing intent enveloping them, the senior disciples were unable to release even 80% of the power they should have been able to. Over 10 of them were defeated in a row. The Dragon Blood Warriors were starting to get less excited, feeling like such a battle didn't have any meaning. Chen had long since told them not to fight any meaningless battles. The reason they were fighting now was merely to test the strength of the Central Plains experts, but now the senior disciples were too terrified to fight. Originally, they had thought that the threat of death would allow the senior disciples to release their true power, thinking it would be oil on fire. But instead, it was like water on fire and their flames had extinguished. So what was the point of still fighting? The Dragon Blood Warriors lost the desire to fight. The other experts had an urge to fight, but then they also didn't dare to. "If you don't even dare to lose, what qualifications do you have to win?" said one of the Dragon Blood warriors. That encouragement finally tipped the scales. Someone immediately went up to fight. As a result, he was beaten in just a moment. But now a loss was just a loss, and he didn't suffer any humiliation. In the past, the newcomers would all be bullied by the senior generation in order to grind down their sharpness. It was to avoid them being arrogant once they arrived in the Central Plains and refusing to be managed. But this generation was different. These senior disciples didn't dare to go too far now. They were afraid of provoking the Dragon Blood warriors. The ordinary disciples weren't a match for the senior disciples, while the Dragon Blood warriors weren't interested in wasting time on the senior disciples. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. "You girl, do you dare to fight me without activating your spirit blood?" Suddenly, Wang Mang, who had been silent throughout these proceedings, jumped onto the martial stage and challenged Meng Qi. Courting death, Wang Mang's actions immediately infuriated the Dragon Blood warriors. Meng Qi was always peaceful, isolating herself from battles whenever she could. She was like a fairy beyond the mundane world. Furthermore, she was clearly a soul cultivator. For Wang Mang to dare to challenge a soul cultivator, he definitely had a protective soul item. Combined with the limited space of the martial arena, he had an immense advantage over Meng Qi. He was truly sinister. "Wang Mang, I don't know if you are really this stupid or you were bribed by someone, but you've succeeded in infuriating me. How about this, Wang Mang? I'll give you a chance. I, Long Chen, possess no spirit blood, nor am I a celestial. I'll fight you. You can use your full power and not suppress your cultivation base at all. We'll have a life and death battle," said Long Chen coldly. Toward other people's insults, disdain, and contempt, Long Chen could brush it off with a laugh, but he didn't allow others to touch his reverse scale. Everyone jumped in fright, especially those senior disciples. They looked in horror at Long Chen. Was he crazy? He wanted to challenge the Foundation, forging Wang Man to a life and death battle. Only the Dragon Blood warriors had excited expressions as they all looked forward to seeing Long Chen fight. Each time, they would feel their blood boiling. Wang Mang's expression changed, because in that instant, a terrifying sensation of death rose in his heart. That feeling was like a death god was staring at him. "That is against the rules. It is not permitted," said Elder Shah, his voice icy without the slightest emotion. Chapter 971, Extorting a Confession. "Long Chen, let me handle it. I know what to do." Meng Qi slowly walked forward. She floated onto the martial stage, her white robes and black hair billowing. She looked like she had walked right out of a painting, appearing indescribably graceful and sacred. Seeing Meng Qi come onto the martial stage, Wang Mang's heart shook. A bad feeling rose within him. He had long since thoroughly examined the disciples from the eastern wasteland. Meng Qi had very weak heavenly Tao fluctuations, and she seemed harmless. Furthermore, she was a soul cultivator, and so he thought her to be the weakest target in the Dragon Blood Legion. But once Meng Qi came onto the martial stage, despite her appearing tranquil and calm, an intense feeling of unease appeared in Wang Mang's heart. "Wang Mang, you shouldn't have tried to use me to infuriate Long Chen. From your eyes, I can see your greed and guess your goal. For you to want to provoke Long Chen so much, you're clearly using your position for selfish purposes. You have a hidden agenda." "That's enough. Senior disciples teaching the new disciples is the tradition of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. You can't change it, so don't waste so many words," shouted Wang Mang. But anyone with sharp eyes could tell he was putting on a fierce act to hide his panic. Meng Qi had clearly guessed right. "I was just warning you out of the kindness of my heart. But since you don't want to be grateful, forget about it. Be careful, because an underworld soul magical armor won't provide you with much safety." Meng Qi shook her head. Underworld soul magical armor. The senior disciples were startled, while the Eastern Wastelands disciples didn't know what it was. This armor was something that came from a magical beast only the size of an ordinary ox. Its body was in the shape of a pangolin, but its scales were exquisite and practically transparent. It was an extremely rare magical beast capable of soul energy attacks. Its hide could be manufactured into a soul item that could make someone practically immune to spiritual attacks. That was because its spiritual strength was stored in every one of its scales, and those scales possessed shocking absorptive properties. However, underworld soul magical beasts were extremely rare, as well as crafty. They were sensitive to danger, which made their armor exceedingly precious. It was unexpected for Wang Mang to be able to possess such a rare thing. What was even more unexpected was that Meng-Chi could see through her opponent's trump card before even attacking. So what if you know about the underworld soul magical armor? You'll still be helpless against me. Wang Mang was startled, but there was no way for him to stop now. With a shout, he charged at Meng-Chi. Three colored runes formed a sea around him. Forming hand seals, a huge runic spear condensed in the air and shot toward her. Bastard, the Dragon Blood warriors became even more infuriated. This bastard instantly used his full power in such a terrifying move. He was going too far against a soul cultivator. Suddenly, a roar rang out. A huge claw smashed down, shattering the runic spear. A huge earth dragon appeared. It opened its mouth, spurting out golden flames that enveloped Wang Mang instantly. "You're a beast tamer." Wang Mang was startled. He hastily condensed a runic barrier around himself against the earth dragon's flames. He had only just blocked the earth dragon's flames when a bird cry rang out. A red-eye sacred blood phoenix appeared above him, and its true feather rose. The runes on its feather circulated, and a red light suddenly shot out. Wang Mang's barrier shattered and the red ray continued. Wang Mang was horrified. This was no spiritual attack, and his armor had no effect against it. It would take his life like this. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had reached the 8th rank under Meng-Chi's care. Furthermore, since Meng-Chi could direct it, its divine ability was now able to achieve many times the effect of it attacking alone. This was the most terrifying aspect of beast tamers. A magical beast wasn't frightening, but a magical beast with intelligence was, especially one being controlled by a beast tamer. Although the magical beast's intelligence was low, their divine abilities were hereditary. When adding on the technique and timing of the beast tamer's direction, their power was brought to a pinnacle. Xuanhuan scale armor. At this life and death juncture, Wang Mang couldn't have so many misgivings. He released his foundation forging cultivation base, forming a huge runic shield to block this attack. He had no choice but to go all out, because, using a sea expansion cultivation base, this defense of his wouldn't have been summoned fast enough. Only by using a foundation forging cultivation base had he been able to instantaneously use this magical art. Boom! Shockingly, the runic shield Wang Mang summoned with his foundation forging cultivation base also shattered upon being struck. But fortunately, the red ray also disappeared. Before Wang Mang could even sigh with relief, a huge tail swung over. That was the Earth Dragon's tail. Under Meng-Chi's control, the timing was perfect. By the time Wang Mang sensed it, he had already been struck. Wang Mang wildly vomited blood, feeling like his body was about to be torn apart. He flew back. Be suppressed. Meng-Chi's soul-suppressing tower appeared, and it descended, smashing into Wang Mang's body. When the soul-suppressing tower rose once more, everyone was horrified to find that Wang Mang had been turned practically flat, like a housefly that had been slapped against the wall. However, he hadn't died. His body was flat, but his head remained. That was the result of Meng-Chi being merciful, or it was unknown how many times over he would have died. But his underworld soul magical armor was shattered. Everyone was silent, even the Dragon Blood warriors. They had never seen Meng-Chi use such domineering techniques. Previously, when Meng-Chi killed people, her enemies would always lay on the ground like they were simply sleeping. It was never so bloody. You challenged me in order to infuriate Long Chen. I really can't understand why you people would be so stupid as to constantly test Long Chen's bottom line. He's tired, and he's suffered enough. His shoulders are under enough weight, but you still want to step on him. Since you're so foolish, then I also won't mind dyeing my hands with blood and becoming a bloodthirsty devil. Meng-Chi indifferently looked at the terrified Wang Mang who was lying in a pool of his own blood. Meng-Chi was always tranquil and never liked fighting, but then Little Snow had died. Long Chen's heartbroken cry showed just how powerless and aggrieved he had felt. That scene was deeply imprinted in her heart. On that day, she swore to no longer be a benevolent woman. She wanted to share Long Chen's burden, and if she had to become a blood-soaked devil to do so, she didn't mind. In the cultivation world, there was no clear yardstick for right and wrong, kind or cruel. Now, she no longer cared. She was tired of caring about what was right and what was wrong. What she wanted was to protect Long Chen. Long Chen had given them so much that it was too much. He was tired, and what Meng-Chi wanted was to share as much of his burden as she could. Looking at Meng-Chi's face, her words echoed in Long Chen's heart, and he felt a warm current inside. He was indescribably grateful to have such women, as well as slightly distressed. He felt like he had wronged them by having them by his side. "Speak, why did you target us?" demanded Meng Qi, looking at the flat lump on the ground. She had no pity for him. I'm following the rules. Wang Mang wanted to quibble when a burst of pain erupted from his soul. It was like millions of needles were piercing him. "Elder Shah, save me," he wailed. Elder Shah didn't move. His expression was still cold as he indifferently said, "That wouldn't be in accordance with the rules. As the challenger, you have to take responsibility once you lose." I'm going to die. She wants to kill me. You're just watching as I die." Wang Mang was constantly wailing from the pain Meng Qi was causing him, but his body was unable to move. "According to the rules, once you die, I will cancel her qualifications to join the Xuanhuan Dao sect," said Elder Shah indifferently. It was like nothing could interest him. Release me, I'll tell you. It was a senior apprentice brother from the law enforcement hall. He told me to take care of you," Wang Mang finally submitted. Law enforcement hall. Long Chen and the others instantly understood. This should be something caused by Lu Minghen, but that also seemed wrong. Lu Minghen should understand Long Chen's power, so why would he send people to their deaths? After thinking about it for a bit, Long Chen understood. This was definitely related to how Li Changfeng had captured Lu Minghen. Two elders fighting would definitely cause a wave in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and most likely, the disciples from the law enforcement hall had gotten wind of it. Wanting to suck up to Lu Minghen, they had told Wang Mang to take care of Long Chen and the others. Without even thinking about it, it was obvious Wang Mang had to have received quite some benefits from those people to follow their orders. Otherwise, without having received a heavy bribe, there was no way he would continue to antagonize Long Chen by challenging Meng Qi once he had seen how strong the Dragon Blood warriors were. Most likely, he had just wanted to embarrass Long Chen a bit. Then he could report his success back. After all, not doing work after being paid was no good. But this work's price was extremely great, almost costing his life. Long Chen snorted coldly. His gaze swept through the other senior disciples, causing their hair to stand on end. "It has nothing to do with us. We had no idea," cried those disciples in terror. Now that this matter was done, Elder Shah turned to leave. But Long Chen suddenly said, "Disciple has some things he would like to ask. Elder Shah, can you teach me?" Chapter 972, The Unimaginable Central Plains. Long Chen hastily stopped Elder Shah upon seeing he was about to leave. He had many things he wanted to ask this elder, but he just hadn't had an opportunity. Elder Shah frowned slightly. "What things?" "Just some matters pertaining to the Central Plains and the Xuanhuan Dao sect," said Long Chen. According to the rules, elders truly do have the responsibility to answer pertinent questions asked by disciples. "Go ahead." Everyone was surprised that Elder Shah didn't refuse. Those senior disciples were especially perplexed. This Elder Shah was incredibly cold. On the way here, he hadn't spoken more than 3 times. But Long Chen had seen through Elder Shah's character after a few interactions. Although Elder Shah's cultivation base was terrifying, as a person, he was very straightforward. He did everything according to the rules. The reason he didn't speak much wasn't because he was acting arrogant. Long Chen had misjudged him previously. Some senior disciples helped peel Wang Mang off the martial stage. They gave him medicinal pills, and he circulated his heavenly Dao energy to heal. His body quickly inflated as he recovered. Meng Qi's last move had been too vicious, so for him to fully recover would take a certain amount of time. That was because Meng Qi was also a celestial, and her attacks contained heavenly Dao energy, which made the wound harder to heal. Everyone hastily grouped up to listen upon hearing that Elder Shah was answering questions. They respectfully stood around him, even the senior disciples. "Go ahead and ask them your questions first. If they can't answer, I will," said Elder Shah, indicating Long Chen to ask the senior disciples. He didn't like talking needlessly. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, go ahead and ask anything. We definitely won't hide anything we know," said a senior disciple. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell Long Chen was the most terrifying existence in this group. Although he hadn't fought, considering that he dared to challenge Wang Mang to a life-and-death match, they all knew he was confident. As for Wang Mang, he had used his foundation forging cultivation base in the end, but still been crushed. Therefore, they didn't dare to look down on Long Chen anymore. Their attitudes had completely reversed. Hearing this senior disciple call Long Chen's senior apprentice brother made the others chortle. It was like they were the senior apprentice brothers. As for Elder Shah, he was indifferent. It was like he had long since known it would be like this. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you might not know this, but other than those with official posts, we all call the stronger one senior. It has nothing to do with cultivation base or age. With your power, there might even be some seniors who are several centuries old who will call you senior apprentice brother, or perhaps even senior, explained that senior disciple. The Eastern Wastelands disciples couldn't help but find this rule odd. The Central Plains was truly different. Long Chen didn't care about such trifles. He got straight to the point. How many days will it take us to get to the Central Plains? Probably 3 months, the senior disciple bitterly smiled. 3 months? All the newcomers were startled. Even with this flying boat's terrifying speed, it would still take 3 months. Yes, and that's if nothing unexpected happens. We have to go over the Martial Heaven Sea Ring to get the Central Plains, then go through 9 supreme transportation formations before arriving at the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The newcomers took in a breath of cold air. 3 months of high-speed flying and 9 supreme transportation formations. That was a bit too far, wasn't it? It was no wonder it was said that the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source were just some wild lands on the border of the continent. Now they learned that altogether, they took up less than a fifth of the Martial Heaven continent. The rest of it was the Central Plains. What is the Martial Heaven Sea Ring? Asked Tang Wan'er curiously. The Martial Heaven Sea Ring. That disciple looked toward Elder Shah. Go ahead. The legends say that and no one knows if it's true, said Elder Shah. Legend says that the Martial Heaven continent underwent a huge war in the Immortal Era, and through a battle of gods and devils, the entire land shattered. A ring-shaped sea formed during that time. It is said that it is the result of a bracelet smashing into the continent. A bracelet? How is that possible? What bracelet would be that big? Demanded Xuanhuan. That was simply unimaginable. It's just what the legends say. No one knows for sure as there are no accurate records. These are just legends that can't be trusted, said the senior disciple awkwardly. Back then, they had also scoffed upon hearing this legend. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Legends can't be trusted, but they're not necessarily groundless. The reason we can't believe it is because we haven't reached that realm. Long Chen shook his head. That was because he thought of the Eastern Wasteland bell. That damaged, half-dead bell was so strong that king items were like specks of dust in front of it. That had completely shocked Long Chen. Elder Shah looked at him and nodded slightly. This thinking won him a bit of praise. To have such wisdom at such an age was rare. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is right. The Martial Heaven continent's 5 great divine items have also never been seen, but who dares to say that they really don't exist? Originally, the Martial Heaven continent's 5 parts were around the same size. But once the Martial Heaven Sea Ring formed, the entire continent's terrain changed. The Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source became much smaller. Gradually, those 4 regions became wild lands of no interest to anyone. And thus, the Central Plains became the true cultivation land of the Martial Heaven continent. The cultivators there are as numerous as grains of sand in a desert. Originally, the 4 regions had their own unique Dao paths, but when the ring-shaped sea formed around the Central Plains, those 4 regions lost a great deal of their core. What remains currently is just some bits and pieces, and the true inheritances. Well, you understand, said that disciple awkwardly. Everyone understood. That mysterious bracelet, which might not even exist, had caused a ring-shaped sea to form around the Central Plains. It had caused the most damage to the other 4 regions, causing a place like the Eastern Wasteland to be nothing more than a savage, uncivilized land. The Central Plains has millions and millions of sects, but our Xuanhuan Dao sect is well known even within it. It is on the same level as the heaven-splitting divine sect and heaven-suppressing magical sect. They are called the 3 great heavenly sects, said the disciple proudly. Being able to wear the Xuanhuan Dao sect's robes was clearly something to be proud of. Are the 3 great heavenly sects able to dominate the Central Plains? Asked Xuanhuan. Probably. No, definitely not, said the disciple. Brother, the Central Plains is so large that you probably won't understand. Even we, who have stayed in the Xuanhuan Dao sect for a decade, after perusing countless tomes, only understand the slightest bits about the Central Plains as a whole, said another senior disciple. Sorry, I wasn't trying to argue. It's just that you were making the Xuanhuan Dao sect sound so amazing, so I thought that by wearing the same robes, I'd be something like a ruler of the world, said Xuanhuan with no shame. The senior disciples relaxed a great deal. Previously, they had felt these fellows in front of them to be fierce monsters, but now they found that they really were quite easy to talk to. All that can be said is that the Xuanhuan Dao sect can count as above average in the entire Central Plains. Practically everyone in the cultivation world has heard of it. Once you reach the Xuanhuan Dao sect, I guarantee you'll be stupefied by the sect's grandness. It's just that. Just what? Asked Xuanhuan. It's just that this time, the Eastern Wasteland only sent over a pitiful number of disciples. It's the last place amongst the 4 regions. I remember in the last generation, there were over 20,000 but this time, said a senior disciple curiously. The truth was that, while the remote Heaven Gang was powerful and dared to challenge the branch Xuanhuan Dao sect, they were unable to stop other sects from sending their disciples over. Every 10 years, when the Xuanhuan Dao sect was sending disciples over to the Central Plains, there would be a grand celebration. The head sect didn't really care that much about the branch sects, as they were just some minor bases. Even disciples that weren't part of those branch sects could use the opportunity once every 10 years to try and join the head sect. This was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's confidence. They weren't worried about people with evil intent. They were sure that once these disciples arrived in the Central Plains, they would change. Their original intentions would be gone. In the eyes of the head sect, the struggles in the other 4 regions were insignificant, not worth a second thought. It was like children playing house. In truth, I'm also very curious, said Elder Shah. Long Chen was startled. Did you not ask Sect Master Yang Qiyu? It wasn't in accordance with the rules. Since it is not within the scope of my responsibility, it wasn't convenient to ask, said Elder Shah. Long Chen almost laughed. This Elder Shah really was hidebound by convention. He would rather keep his questions inside than ask. He could be counted as a marvel. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why are there so few disciples from the Eastern Wasteland this time? Asked a senior disciple curiously. Oh, Long Chen immediately felt awkward. The answer wasn't really convenient to say. The other Dragonblood warriors also had awkward expressions, causing the senior disciples to look at each other. Just what was going on? What is there to be embarrassed about? Weren't they just slaughtered by us? It's not embarrassing, so why bother hiding it, said Xuanhuan unashamedly. What? All the senior disciples were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. But Xuanhuan was already telling them a story about how Long Chen had led them to dominate the Eastern Wasteland. No wonder they sent me this time. I'm from the Sect Protection Pavilion. Originally, I wasn't supposed to be in charge of this matter. Elder Shah came to a sudden comprehension upon hearing how Li Chengfeng had brought Lu Minghan away. Wang Mang, you should have heard of this matter. Go ahead, tell us. Long Chen coldly stared at Wang Mang, who was in the midst of recovering from his heavy injuries. Chapter 973, Don't Forget Your Original Heart. Wang Mang stiffened as he now understood just how pathetic he was. Why had he provoked a fiend like Long Chen? Xuanhuan had explained why there were so few disciples from the Eastern Wasteland, and now he knew what kind of person Long Chen was. This isn't my fault, stuttered Wang Mang. What hostility is there between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Elders' Hall? Said Long Chen. He wasn't interested in what bribe Wang Mang had received or who had used him. There does seem to be some conflicts between them, but I don't know the specifics, said Wang Mang. How could he, a small disciple, have the qualifications to learn about the matters between the higher-ups? The Xuanhuan Dao sect's interior is extremely complicated. Learning about those things right now won't do anything for you. All you have to remember is that as long as you don't break the rules, you'll be safe. If other people want to fight, that's their issue, said Elder Shah. No wonder you always talk about the rules, laughed Long Chen. This joke of Long Chen's caused everyone's hearts to shake. Although it was said with laughter, they all felt that it also contained some ridicule. But surprisingly, Elder Shah didn't get angry. He looked into the distance for a long time before saying, I was once like you as well, young, full of energy and hope for the future. He. Long Chen took over, saying, he, regretfully, things never go as people want. There are always all kinds of obstructions, impediments trapping you like net after net. Day after day, year after year, a person eventually gets lost. Some people have long since forgotten their original hearts in the fight for fame, for profit. Then there are some people who end up like Senior, becoming a puppet that only knows how to follow the rules. Thinking about it, it really is sad. Long Chen. Meng Qi tugged on Long Chen, indicating that he should be careful with his words. He had no enmity with Elder Shah, so why would he offend him? Even the senior disciples trembled with fear. Long Chen was far too brazen. But what they found curious was that the cold Elder Shah didn't get angry at all, nor did he reprimand Long Chen. Instead, he just calmly looked into the distance. The flying boat was still rapidly flying, and the mountains below quickly passed. However, the inside of the flying boat was completely silent. "These are the rules." After a long while, Elder Shah indifferently tossed out some words. Disciple doesn't believe so. Rules are things the strong use to control the weak. The strong can infringe upon the rules, and the stronger ones can completely ignore the rules. As for the strongest ones, they are the ones who can change the rules whenever they want. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, I was to comply with the Phoenix Cry Empire's rules. In the Xuanhuan Monastery, I was to comply with the Xuanhuan Monastery's rules. In the Super Monastery, it was the same. But I didn't comply with those rules because if I had, I'd have long since died a tragic death. So once I reach the Central Plains, I'll follow the rules that are favorable to me. But as for those rules that suppress me, I'm afraid that Disciple will be unable to comply," said Long Chen. "Then you will be mercilessly exterminated," said Elder Shah. "If I'm to be exterminated, then let me be exterminated. None of the Dragonblood Legion's warriors are afraid of death. We have our own principles and our own aspirations. I'm not worried they'll die, but I am worried they'll become the same as Senior, losing themselves within the crushing rules and becoming a walking corpse," sighed Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors all understood Long Chen's meaning. He was using Elder Shah as an example of what not to do in order to warn them. Even someone as strong as Elder Shah had been turned into a machine because of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules. Rules killed people without them even noticing, erasing a person's will and devouring their ambitions. The most frightful thing about it was that it was like boiling a frog in water. It erased a person's heroism without them sensing the danger. The Dragonblood warriors thought about how they had followed Long Chen from the 108th monastery to the 36th super monastery, and then to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Hadn't all those monastery heads and all those elders been silently sacrificed to these rules? They had also been young and full of hot blood once, but that hot blood and youthful vigor had been erased without them even knowing it. As a result, they ended up with some tired days of nothing. They schemed against each other in a game of mutual deception, caught in the web the rules had created for them. They had forgotten their original hearts. The 108th monastery, the 36th super monastery, the Eastern Wastelands branch sect, they had been like vats of dye, each bigger and more contaminating than the last. According to that pattern, the Central Plains, Xuanhuan Dao sect would be an even larger vat of dye. Even kings were silently lost to it. Looking at how a terrifying expert like Elder Shah had been turned into a puppet that was simply doing what he was told, it was like they were seeing their futures, and a cold chill ran through their bodies. If Elder Shah's present was their future, then they would rather die in a blazing fire of passion than become like him. Without goals, cultivation didn't have any meaning. "Boss, we'll never forget our original hearts. No matter what realm we cultivate to, no matter what robes we wear, we will still be the same youthful men. If others refuse to allow that, we'll go all out against them," shouted the Dragonblood warriors. They knew that Long Chen was warning them to forever maintain their passion, their fervor. "Are you using me as an example of what not to do?" said Elder Shah indifferently, but there was clearly a slightly bitter tone to his voice. "Sorry, Disciple was rude." Long Chen bowed slightly. He did feel a bit apologetic. There was no way around that. Through Elder Shah's words, Long Chen felt that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was definitely a muddled place. That reduced his excitement and anticipation by quite a bit. The Central Plains was definitely the playing field of the world's experts, but this beautiful field was constructed through the bones of countless geniuses. It was unknown how much merciless killing was behind it. Long Chen didn't wish for the Dragonblood Legion to become lost in these kinds of ideas. Once they were lost, it would be difficult to extricate them. That kind of ending was a sad one as well. If he wanted the Dragonblood Legion to stay complete, he had to lead them forward without hesitation and without submitting to anyone, including those unreasonable rules. Fighting against the rules might cause the entire Legion to be destroyed, but they had to have that courage. They had to have the courage to risk their lives, to show their fangs, and only then would they be able to establish themselves within the Central Plains. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the countless heavenly geniuses present. Elder Shah sighed. The younger generation will surpass the old. Perhaps that kind of mentality is a good one. After saying that, Elder Shah turned and left, his figure appearing a bit lonely. but he also clearly didn't have a good opinion of Long Chen's conduct. Perhaps it was because he had experienced a great deal and seen plenty of geniuses who had ended up with tragic endings, and so he was already weary. Looking at his departing figure hardened the Dragonblood warriors' hearts even more. They even felt that Elder Shah was pitiful. He was someone who had been trampled by the rules. At the same time, they had to admire Long Chen for his vision. As the rudder of the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen didn't just need unrivaled power, but he also needed exceptional wisdom. Those senior disciples were deeply shaken. Looking at the Dragonblood warriors' fervent gazes, they felt like they were being affected as well. "How many disciples were there in total from the 4 regions last time?" asked Long Chen. "There were over 370,000, said the senior disciple. "How many?" Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. "A bit more than 370,000, the disciple repeated. 370,000, all of whom were sea expansion celestials. This number gave Long Chen a fright. It was no wonder they said that the eastern wasteland was the weakest region. Of over 370,000 people, only 20,000 had come from the eastern wasteland. That proportion made him speechless. "There must have been quite a few heavenly geniuses amongst your generation, correct?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, there truly were many. They were practically monsters, inhuman. We can only look up to them." That senior disciple bitterly smiled, clearly having received a great impact. Of those 370,000 disciples, although these senior disciples couldn't count as the weakest, they had still been on the edge of being washed out. They couldn't even count as elites, let alone heavenly geniuses. The most infuriating thing was that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules allowed many loopholes for senior disciples to bully them, and they could only endure it. This time, they had been sent to greet the newcomers. Originally, they had been hoping to vent some of their resentment, but instead it was the newcomers who gave them a warm welcome. After talking for so long, everyone became much more familiar with each other. The senior disciples didn't dare to be arrogant any longer. Instead, they began to talk with the Dragonblood warriors, subtly fawning over them. They found that each one of these Dragonblood warriors possessed extremely dense spirit blood. Such people would find it no problem to pass the trials and join the Xuanhuan Dao sect. They should all become inner sect disciples. These senior disciples were no more than outer sect disciples. They probably wouldn't be able to go to the inner sect in their lifetime, so forming good relationships with the Dragonblood warriors might bring them endless benefits. Even Wang Meng ran over to Long Chen to apologize, cursing himself for being deceived by other people's lies. He even said that he deserved 1,000 deaths for his actions. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to quibble with him. This was nothing serious to him, and he didn't bother pressing him for more details. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, they once more went out to exchange pointers. But this time, it was a friendly competition where both sides used their full power. The Dragonblood warriors used their spirit blood, while the senior disciples no longer suppressed their cultivation bases. These new battles were exceptionally intense. What startled the senior disciples was the fact that the Dragonblood warriors were shockingly powerful. In these intense battles, the killing intent they released made it seem like this was no exchange of pointers. It felt like they would kill them at any moment. But there were some senior disciples capable of fighting through the sensation of death. They released their true power, and in this kind of battle, the Dragonblood warriors were truly one level weaker. But if it was a true life and death battle, then that would have been a completely different matter. On the 7th day, the scenery around them completely changed. The mountains and plains vanished, replaced by a vast roaring sea. Chapter 974, Rampaging Sea Demons. A roaring sea appeared below the flying boat, stretching into the horizon without end. The blue water frothed and raged, with huge waves bigger than mountains crashing down. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples had never seen such a thing. In front of this huge sea, they felt themselves to be incredibly minuscule. "Is this Martial Heaven sea ring very dangerous?" asked Xuanhuan nervously. "Very dangerous. In fact, the Martial Heaven sea ring is one of the 7 great danger zones. Although it's ring-shaped, just going through its width would take a full week of full-speed flying. Sea demons run amok within the sea, and they are exceptionally dangerous. In order to avoid disturbing powerful sea demons, we can't fly at full speed over it and can only stealthily slip our way through," explained the senior disciple. 7 great danger zones. The Central Plains is extremely large, and even we only know that the Martial Heaven sea ring is one of the 7 danger zones. Fortunately, it's very large, and so the danger is scattered, making it less fearful. However, it truly is one of the 7 danger zones, and every time you fly over it, you have to be careful. Using a smaller flying boat would actually be better, because it doesn't draw as much attention. But our flying boat is too big, and it's all too easy for powerful sea demons to notice us. If it was just ordinary sea demons, it'd be fine. Even if we ran into king-level sea demons, in other words, 9th-rank sea demons, there would be nothing to fear. But if we meet sea demons above that, it'll be troublesome, said the senior disciple. Each year, countless flying boats disappeared over the martial heavens sea ring, and no one dared to guarantee being able to pass it with absolute safety. Sea demons, as in magical beasts that live within the sea, asked Xuanhuan. You can put it like that, but they do have some differences from ordinary magical beasts. They have no crystal cores, but they have a needle inside that is even more valuable. However, sea demons are stronger and fiercer than magical beasts. It's unknown just how many terrifying sea demons are hidden within the depths of the sea. Boom! Suddenly, the flying boat shook intensely, causing everyone to reel. The flying boat fiercely tilted. No need to worry, it's just the storm zone. This is just some minor turbulence. This area is where the land's airstream clashes with the sea's airstream. In truth, this storm zone is the safest part of the martial heavens sea ring, said the disciple. How do you mean? Because this area doesn't have sea demons, as they don't like this environment. That makes it the safest. The storm zone wasn't very large. After just an hour's flying, they passed it. A beautiful, sunny sky appeared in front of them, one without any clouds. The sea was calm with only slight waves. It was a beautiful and peaceful scene. But as soon as they arrived here, the senior disciples tensed. The flying boat also slowed down, making less of a disturbance as it flew. Without any warning, a ripple appeared on the sea. A head bigger than a mountain broke through the surface of the water, and a huge spout of water smashed into the flying boat. The flying boat was struck and catapulted through the air. The people inside all became dizzy. What is that? Asked Xuanhuan. Cyan-scaled monsters. They're extremely loathsome, as they enjoy attacking things that are flying over the water. If smaller flying boats are seen by them, then the attacks they unleash might destroy the whole boat. However, smaller boats were also harder to see, so there was less chance of being struck. Thus, they actually had quite an advantage. But the Xuanhuan Dao sect couldn't send one, because they hadn't known how many people they would be bringing back. For their mountain-sized flying boat to fly over the water, they truly were very eye-catching. Then why not have the flying boat fly higher? Then wouldn't they be able to avoid the sea demons' attacks? A good idea, but it won't work. The martial heavens sea ring is extremely strange. Up in the air, there are strange laws. The higher the flying boats go, the greater the resistance. It'll cause loud rumbling and be even less safe. Everyone couldn't help being startled. This martial heavens sea ring was too bizarre. They were nervous as well as a bit excited. The flying boat was constantly shaken as occasional water spouts struck it. It was constantly forced to tumble through the air, making everyone lightheaded. It was difficult to bear. Fuck, is there an end to this? Cursed Xuanhuan. He felt nauseated. Endure it. Once we're past this region, it'll be smoother. It was the same for us when we came, comforted a senior disciple. In truth, they all found this unbearable. It was like they were stuck in a ball, and the sea demons' attacks were like kicks to the ball. Each time they were struck, it made them feel worse. Meng Qi had it the worst. Tang Wan'er was supporting her, but within the flying boat, she wasn't able to help much at all. As a soul cultivator, Meng Qi's body was too weak. Her face was pale, causing Long Chen distress. Unable to bear it anymore, he stood up and said, "Elder Shah, release the defenses. I'll make them scram." You have a method. Elder Shah was controlling the flying boat. In truth, he was also uncomfortable, but there was no way around this. Yes, Long Chen nodded. Elder Shah hesitated for a moment but then said, "This region isn't very peaceful. You can't kill them, or the blood will draw more powerful sea demons." This was precisely the reason why he hadn't just attacked them. "Don't worry, I understand." "Fine." Elder Shah waved his hand, and the transparent barrier around the flying boat dissipated. Long Chen appeared at the front of the boat. Everyone else was tightly holding onto the flying boat. Now that the defenses had scattered if they were struck, then when they were blown into the air, there would be nothing to keep them on the flying boat. Long Chen extended a hand, and a ball of lightning formed. Countless lightning runes circulated within it, releasing an ear-piercing rumble. The senior disciples were shocked. Even Elder Shah's expression changed. Heavenly tribulation lightning. How can he control the 9 heavens tribulation lightning? Long Chen tossed the lightning ball into the sea. It disappeared, and following that, countless mountain-sized bodies floated to the surface of the sea. They're all unconscious. Only now did everyone get a chance to get a good look at the cyan-scaled monsters. Their bodies were huge and protected by layers of scales. They looked like prawns, except that their bodies were absolutely huge, and there was a large cavity on their heads which they launched their attacks from. They accumulated water in their bodies, and through compression, they released their water spouts with extremely great power. However, they were extremely weak to thunder force. Long Chen had originally just been trying to drive them away. He hadn't expected that they would all fall unconscious from this lightning ball. I'll open a space and draw the cyan-scaled monsters into the flying boat. Kill them within the flying boat, and remember not to let them bleed. Their needins contain pure water essence and are very valuable. Once we return to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, you'll be able to exchange them for the resources you need. Looking at the hundreds of cyan-scaled monsters on the surface of the water, Elder Shah couldn't help but do a little rule-breaking. At this time, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, perhaps it was because he had been influenced by Long Chen, but he felt like wasting these cyan-scaled monsters was too regretful. He activated one of the flying boat's functions, and rays of light shot down, like hands drawing them into the flying boat. The space inside the flying boat was much greater than what it appeared on the outside. Long Chen and the others didn't know what was going on, but they saw the senior disciples were delighted. The senior disciples killed the sea demons with spiritual strength and told Long Chen that other than their rations, they could also exchange resources they had gathered for resources they needed within the Xuanhuan Dao sect's pavilions. As outer sect disciples, the amount of resources they could gather was limited, so they needed to work hard to get them. In truth, coming out to pick up the Eastern Wasteland's disciples was a lucrative mission. Other than their task to blunt the newcomers' arrogance, within a relatively safe zone in the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, they could hunt a few sea demons and exchange them for resources they needed. Before even reaching the hunting zone, they had already obtained this many cyan-scaled monsters. They were incredibly excited, because according to the rules, the resources obtained during the journey would be split amongst everyone. This was a typical case of first giving a slap and then giving a candy. First, the senior disciples were to give the newcomers a beating, and then to avoid them getting depressed, the senior disciples would hunt down sea demons and split the profits with them. This psychological tactic tempered the newcomers' arrogance and gave them newfound hope for their futures. It was quite the routine. But now it was different from before. It wasn't the newcomers profiting from the senior disciples. Instead, they were all profiting from Long Chen. They continued on their way. As long as more cyan-scaled monsters appeared, Long Chen would toss out a lightning ball and knock them unconscious. Thunder Force was their bane, and in front of it, their combat power was essentially zero. The flying boat peacefully flew along. Everyone wished for more attacks now so they could get more profit. "I don't care about the needins, but don't throw out the meat. Leave it for Wilda," said Long Chen. Long Chen saw that the senior disciples only took in the needins, but they tossed aside the meat like it was trash. However, those corpses were what Long Chen and Wilda wanted. Another couple hours passed, and they had flown out of the region of the cyan-scaled monsters. But the amount of needins they had gathered caused the senior disciples to smile ear to ear. Chapter 975, Hunting Region. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen were rich, exclaimed Wang Mang excitedly. They had gathered over 3,000 needins. Splitting it equally, each one of them would get 6. That was extremely great wealth. Wang Mang had long since recognized and accepted the situation. After apologizing profusely to Long Chen and Meng Qi, he treated them all exceptionally respectfully. And due to the principle of not beating a smiling face, no one bothered quibbling with him over his actions. Everyone was familiar with each other and had forgotten about their previous hostility. Having obtained this many needins, they were all happy. These cyan-scaled monsters were huge, but in truth, they were only 7th rank. However, within their homeland of the sea, their power was comparable to 8th rank magical beasts. That made their needins even more valuable. In just a while, their profit was equivalent to half a year's rations in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The senior disciples were incredibly excited, and at the same time, their reverence for Long Chen grew. However, Long Chen didn't feel much. Although these cyan-scaled monsters' needins were valuable, he was an alchemist. He didn't lack this money. Furthermore, he had fought countless battles on his cultivation journey. There was one sentence that could sum up his experience: battle was the quickest way of getting rich. Although Long Chen had left behind a portion of the profits he had obtained in the eastern wasteland to the Xuanhuan Dao sect and Yue Zioqian, he wasn't lacking money. He had Yuan spirit stones, peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir, and 10,000 spirit blood. They were all priceless treasures, and even if he didn't have such things, he also had his powerful alchemy skills. By refining a few rare pills, the money would flow in. Furthermore, he was currently cooperating with Zhang Wenlong. He brought the pill formulas, while Zhang Wenlong brought the manpower and means. He shouldn't be lacking money in the future. After passing through that region, Elder Shah had once more summoned the flying boat's barrier. Although they occasionally encountered a sea demon's attack on their way, their power wasn't strong and their numbers were low. They could essentially ignore those attacks. The flying boat continued for a full day and night before it began to slow down and came to a stop. "We've arrived at the hunting region." Wang Mang and the others were delighted. They had clearly been waiting just for this. This hunting region was something that generations of people had determined through countless years of experimentation with travel routes. People found that there weren't powerful sea demons in this region, so this became the Xuanhuan Dao sect's hunting region when returning from the eastern wasteland to the central plains. Different flying boats used different flying routes. Smaller boats could go in a straight line since they wouldn't draw the attention of sea demons. That made it so that smaller flying boats could cross the sea much faster than larger ones. Huge flying boats had to go in a twisting path to avoid the territories of strong sea demons. This particular route was something the Xuanhuan Dao sect had decided upon through countless trials. They had a certain understanding of the distribution of the powerful sea demons, and this region was a relatively safe one. They could undergo a short period of hunting here. Then, before they drew the attention of stronger sea demons, they were to immediately leave. Normally, this short period lasted 3 days. They hadn't hunted on the way here to avoid trouble on the way back, so this opportunity was something they had to properly grasp. The flying boat stopped above the sea. Wang Mang and the others had already made their preparations, and they began to cast bait into the sea. This bait could draw over sea demons from thousands of miles away. "Fellow disciples, let's go all out when the sea demons arrive. This is a benefit the sect gives us, and no matter how much we get, it'll be split equally between us. It's a rare opportunity, so work hard to kill more sea demons. We can only stay here for 3 days, said Wang Mang to everyone. Normally, he would have ordered them, but now he didn't dare to do so. Isn't slaughtering sea demons like this going too far? They didn't provoke us, said Meng Qi. She was somewhat unwilling to undergo such a large-scale slaughter of the sea demons. After all, as a beast tamer, she didn't want the sea demons to be slaughtered so recklessly. Senior apprentice sister, this time you're wrong. They aren't innocent. They're the scourge of the entire martial heaven continent, said a disciple. You were in the eastern wasteland, but you must have heard of beast tides, right? Yes, Meng Qi nodded. Beast tides were truly terrifying events. When the numbers of magical beasts grew too high, they would widen their territory, and that would inevitably clash with the human territory. Countless magical beasts would charge into human cities, terrifying everyone. Eastern Wasteland's beast tide that you've heard of is nothing compared to when the sea demons attack. There are countless sea demons in the martial heavens sea ring, and every few years they will gather on the shore and charge at the continent. If a region isn't able to hold them, they will kill countless innocents. When I was young, I barely escaped from those sea demons, but the rest of my family died to them, said that disciple. Looking back at his memories of that time, pain flashed through his eyes. He continued, there are just too many sea demons, and only by continuously slaughtering them can we barely maintain an equilibrium. That's why all the Central Plains powers will encourage hunting sea demons. Some sects even have hunting targets. So you shouldn't feel any guilt for this. Compared to the magical beasts on the land, sea demons are all cold-blooded, merciless, and emotionless. How strange. Then the sea demons only attack the Central Plains and not the other 4 regions, asked Yu Ran. That's because of the storm zones. The storm zones only exist on the side of the eastern wasteland and other regions. Due to the spiritual qi of the Central Plains, no such storm zones exist. In truth, the only reason why the eastern wasteland, western desert, southern sea, and northern source are able to survive is because of the storm zones. The Central Plains has its hands full just dealing with their own defenses, so no one would reinforce the outer 4 regions. Those 4 regions are nothing more than 4 villages for the Central Plains, explained the disciple. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the sea erupted. A huge figure soared into the sky, charging for the flying boat. Everyone looked and saw it was a giant fish 300 meters long, but its mouth took up the majority of its body. Looking at its aura, it should have reached the 6th rank. Wang Mang waved his hand, and a golden light pierced through the fish's head. It was instantly killed. As soon as it was killed, a senior disciple slashed apart its body and took out a large needle from it. When the needle was extracted, it was the size of a house. But once it was exposed to the air, it rapidly shrunk until it was the size of a fist. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can hold this along with the needles from before. Wang Mang handed the needle to Long Chen, along with a spatial ring. Previously, he had been the one directing people to handle the cyan-scaled monsters, and the needles were in his hands. Although these things were to be split equally, he wanted to express that he had no intention of stealing the spotlight from him. You can keep them, forget about that unpleasant disagreement. We all trust you to handle this so you can direct everyone. After all, you have the experience. Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to spend the effort. The first fish was killed, and its corpse was tossed into the sea. This was done intentionally by Wang Mang so that its blood would draw over more sea demons. Elder Sha stood at the front of the boat, indifferently watching without making a sound. It was like he was an outsider, unrelated to any of this. After just a moment, more sea demons began to charge out of the sea. Many of them had strange forms that the newcomers had never imagined. They had never seen such strange life forms. Some of the sea demons were like fish, but they had feet or were covered in barbs, and most curious of all, there was a frog-shaped one with only one eye. All kinds of strange forms appeared. But they had one thing in common, their brutal, bloodthirsty nature. The first thing those sea demons did was devour the corpses of their comrades. Then they attacked the flying boat. The chance to get rich has appeared. Everyone work hard, shouted Wang Mang. Forming hand seals, runes revolved around him. Countless arrows shot through the sea demon's midst. At this time, it was possible to see the true power of the senior disciples. The attacks they unleashed were incomparably refined. Sometimes an arrow would pierce a sea demon's body and directly take out its needle all in one move. That required incredibly precise control. Only the senior disciples took action at first, as they needed to be examples for everyone, teaching them how to effectively kill the sea demons and take out their needles. Different sea demons had needles at different positions. If the newcomers killed sea demons without extracting the needles, it would be a waste. Eventually, the Eastern Wasteland's disciples began to help as well. However, as sea expansion disciples, they had only just come into contact with magical arts, so their control was clearly worse. Many sea demon corpses fell into the sea with their needles still inside, wasted. Wang Mang's expression sank slightly. If this was before, he would have begun cursing these people for being useless. But now he could only endure. However, he felt a great deal of pain. That was money. The reason they were chosen for this mission was because they had planned and schemed for a long time. In fact, some had paid all their wealth as a bribe. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, they would end up losing out a great deal. So seeing these disciples hunt so clumsily, he was a bit panicked. Dragonblood warriors go out as well. Foundation forging brothers, there's no need for you to kill the sea demons. Just extract their needles. We'll be in charge of our own duties, said Long Chen. He had to agree that the Eastern Wasteland's disciples were too clumsy. He saw that Wang Mang's nose had tilted from rage. The Dragonblood warriors took out treasure items. Cold rays of light shot out, killing the sea demons. Those sea demons were mostly 6th rank. There were only a few 7th rank ones, making killing them extremely easy. Seeing this, Wang Mang's expression improved slightly. The Dragonblood warriors killed each sea demon in just one attack, unlike the other disciples from the Eastern Wasteland. Now, he just had to be in charge of collecting the needles, and their efficiency leaped. 2 hours later, they had gathered over 300 needles, but they were mostly all 6th rank needles. Long Chen frowned. Wasn't this just nonsense? Just how valuable could such things be? Wang Mang, come over. I need to ask you a few things. Long Chen suddenly beckoned to Wang Mang. Chapter 976, Don't Say Anything. What is it, senior apprentice brother Long Chen? Wang Mang, who was busy directing everyone, hastily ran over. If we continue like this, how much can we get after 3 days? Asked Long Chen. That's a bit difficult to say. But in the previous generation, which was when I came, each person obtained plenty of points after exchanging the needles with the Dao sect. For an outer sect disciple like me, That amount would take me 5 years of hard work to obtain normally, said Wang Mang. It must have cost you a great deal to get such a job, correct? Long Chen made a gesture with his hand, meaning money. Long Chen had seen this kind of routine many times. Yes, the only reason I could get this mission was because of the help from the law enforcement hall. So senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I truly am sorry, said Wang Mang. I've already said not to bring up that matter again. As long as you don't make yourself my enemy, I won't make things hard on you. If you want to follow me, I also won't treat you badly, said Long Chen directly. He could see that Wang Mang had many misgivings and was afraid he would make things hard on him in the Central Plains. Then he would really be doomed. But in Long Chen's opinion, he had just been used by others, and he could forgive that. If he wanted to join him, then he wouldn't be petty. Everyone could talk openly. Junior disciple greatly admires senior apprentice brother's magnanimity. If the positions were reversed, I wouldn't be able to have such an attitude, said Wang Mang. After talking with Long Chen for this long, he sensed that Long Chen seemed to have the bearing of a king. He didn't put on airs, nor did he boss around others. Instead, he would occasionally joke and curse with the Dragon Blood warriors rather coarsely. But the more he acted that way, the more magnanimous he appeared. He was different from the experts Wang Mang had seen in the past. Long Chen possessed a kind of charisma that won him over. Let's get to the important topic. 7th-rank Nidans should be more valuable than 6th-rank ones. Why not draw over more powerful sea demons? Asked Long Chen. It's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. Sea demons normally have their own range of movement. If they don't smell blood, they won't be drawn over. So our profit is mostly up to luck, said Wang Mang. That's what it was. Then if we ended up drawing 8th-rank sea demons, or even 9th-rank sea demons, what would happen? Asked Long Chen. That's impossible. 8th-rank sea demons rarely appear, and 9th-rank sea demons are on the level of a king, said Wang Mang. Be quieter. Just tell me what would happen in that situation, said Long Chen. 8th-rank sea demons we can handle, but if a 9th-rank sea demon appears, Elder Sha won't just stand still. He'll end up taking action, said Wang Mang. Then what about the Nidan? Asked Long Chen quietly. According to the rules, everything obtained through the hunting is for the disciples. Even if the elder had to interfere, he cannot share in the profit. Senior apprentice brother, you. Wang Mang nervously stared at Long Chen. That's enough. There's nothing else, so just peacefully get rich. Don't talk too much. Long Chen's mind sank into the primal chaos space. He quickly picked over 10 medicinal ingredients. Refining them into powder, he also stealthily drew in some essence blood from the sea demons, using the earth flame to refine a special medicinal pill. This pill had no tier. It was Long Chen's own invention, and it didn't really have any value. But it could completely activate the power of the essence blood, and once it was tossed into the water, sea demons would all be drawn by the scent of the essence blood. Long Chen looked at the indifferent Elder Sha. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. If he had access to such a powerful helper, he should use it. Stealthily dropping the medicinal pill into the sea, he saw that no one noticed his actions. The medicinal pill dissolved, and an invisible fluctuation spread. After completing this, Long Chen nonchalantly returned to the front of the bow. That was where Elder Sha was standing, so no one else dared to approach, but Long Chen did. Elder Sha, disciple has something he wishes to ask you. Do you recognize this? Long Chen handed a violet jade pendant to Elder Sha. Elder Sha received it, his pupils shrank. 9-line soul-calming jade, and the most precious violet jade one. There's a formation within the jade, this is. Elder Sha's old hand lit up, shining the light onto the jade pendant. Long Chen saw countless speckles appear on the pendant. Although Long Chen didn't understand such things, he knew this was a kind of complicated formation. Does Senior know its origin? Asked Long Chen, his heart skipping a few beats. Elder Sha shook his head. This formation is too complicated. I've never seen it before, and I can't tell its origin. But this jade pendant is not something an ordinary family or power could possess. 9 lines is a representation of status, and considering the violet jade's quality, whatever power it came from is probably something that exceeds your imagination. Elder Sha looked at Long Chen. He had an urge to say something, but in the end, he kept his mouth shut. He returned the pendant back to Long Chen and returned to his indifferent appearance. Long Chen sighed inside. It seemed even Elder Sha's knowledge was limited, but he had still learned a bit. Elder Sha, could you perhaps refer me to a certain direction? Probed Long Chen. The world is large. It requires you to walk it with your own feet. "What difference is there whether I answer you or not?" said Elder Shah lightly. Long Chen bitterly smiled, but his words were right. For him to learn about this now didn't really have any meaning. Once he reached that level, he would naturally learn the truth. Before he reached that level, what was the point of knowing? Elder Shah was clearly telling him that he didn't have the qualifications to know such things. Furthermore, Elder Shah strictly followed the rules. He didn't like trouble, and although he had questions inside, he didn't ask them. Of course, that was the main reason Long Chen dared to ask Elder Shah about this, because Elder Shah's mouth was kept tightly shut, making it safe. Originally, Long Chen had wanted to continue questioning Elder Shah and see if he could learn about the structure of the entire Martial Heaven continent and the distribution of powers, but this reply of Elder Shah's clearly showed that asking would be useless. "Many thanks, Elder Shah," Long Chen bowed slightly. Just as he turned to leave, Elder Shah opened his mouth once more. Let alone the entire Martial Heaven continent, just attempting to stand out within the Xuanhuan Dao sect will be very difficult. If you want to contend for supremacy within the entire continent, you should first set yourself up in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. A complicated expression appeared in Elder Shah's eyes, and he couldn't help but give Long Chen a final warning. Long Chen was startled. Elder Shah didn't like to speak. He hadn't revealed his cultivation base, and he always appeared like a wooden old man, but Long Chen's intuition told him his power was terrifying. "Many thanks for Senior's pointers," said Long Chen humbly. "It wasn't anything important. Once you arrive at the Xuanhuan Dao sect, you'll understand that even if you can dominate the other 4 regions, you still won't have any superiority amongst the Central Plains' heavenly geniuses. To sum it up, avoid pride and impatience, avoiding showing off your sharp point, be more evasive and sly, and your journey will be easier," said Elder Shah. "Disciple understands, many thanks," Long Chen bowed. Although Elder Shah was being subtle, his meaning was obvious. Long Chen might be the top amongst the disciples from the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source, but compared to the geniuses from the Central Plains, his foundation was lacking. He was losing right at the starting line. In truth, the reason why the Xuanhuan Dao sect had established branch sects in the 4 outer regions wasn't because they had many hopes for the disciples raised there. To put it frankly, the 4 outer regions, disciples were nothing more than cannon fodder, fireflies to show off the brightness of the moon. Elder Shah was warning him kind-heartedly. He had lived for a long time, and he had seen batch after batch of disciples who had gone to the Central Plains full of hope and passion, only to be given grievous blows from reality. He had seen countless promising geniuses fall one by one. Now he was almost numb to it. It was precisely because he was numb that he didn't have much interest in things anymore. He just did his job, following the rules. Rather than aiming for the best possible result, he just avoided making mistakes. Unfortunately, disciples' stubbornness is something you've seen. No one can change me, not even the heavens. Others might find me foolish, but I am not a fish, so I don't know a fish's pleasure. In the same way, others are not me. What I want is to skyrocket, to be the Kunpeng that breaks through the restrictions of the heavens. Even if I fail, I won't mind. If I didn't have those guts, living wouldn't have any meaning. However, disciple appreciates elder's kindness. "If I have a chance, I will definitely return the favor," said Long Chen. Each person could have their own principles, and all those principles might sound right, but they might not suit you. As an expert, you needed to find your own belief, a truth that you believed in the most, a truth that wouldn't change after 10,000 years, a truth that wouldn't change in life or death. Long Chen's belief was that in his life, he had to go all out. From the day he had cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art, it was fated that he could not walk the ordinary path. Since he was different from others, why bother taking on their principles? Seeing that Long Chen's thoughts weren't affected at all despite his words, Elder Shah shook his head slightly and remained silent. "Heavens, this many 7th-rank sea demons!" Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. Countless powerful auras rapidly approached the flying boat. "They've finally been baited," Long Chen smiled. Returning to the deck of the boat, he stood with everyone else. Huge waves surged in the sea below. Chapter 977, Stunning Attack. Countless sea demons surged over from all directions, and over half of them were 7th-rank sea demons. "Brothers, the food has come. Hurry and kill them," shouted Wang Mang. Seeing this many 7th-rank sea demons delighted Wang Mang. He thought of his conversation with Long Chen, and seeing his indifferent expression, he knew that these sea demons had something to do with him. 7th-rank sea demons were equivalent to normal sea expansion cultivators. The Dragonblood warriors could kill them easily, and even the Eastern Wastelands disciples were able to kill them without much trouble. With Long Chen's orders, the senior disciples were only in charge of extracting the Nidans, which was extremely simple for them. This way, not even one Nidan would be wasted. Although only a portion of the Dragonblood warriors were participating, their terrifying killing power rapidly dyed the sea red. With all the 7th rank sea demons being killed, Long Chen asked Wilda if he wanted them. After all, these sea demons were extremely ugly and strange. No human would want to eat them. But Wilda didn't care about that. He said that as long as it was edible, he wanted it. Long Chen had everyone gather the 7th rank sea demons' corpses when they weren't busy extracting Nidans. Wilda wasn't picky about food, so this was an excellent chance to gather rations. As time passed, more and more 7th rank sea demons appeared. "We're rich," Wang Mang and the others were ecstatic. They had participated in the hunt last time, but they hadn't encountered this many 7th rank sea demons back then. In just a few hours, they had gathered more Nidans than what they had had over 3 days back then. This profit made them almost go crazy. As more sea demons appeared, it became harder for everyone. More and more Dragonblood warriors joined in. Elder Sha frowned slightly as he looked at this unending tide of sea demons. He was curious. He had never seen this many 7th rank sea demons being drawn over during a hunt. Suddenly, a roar rang out. A terrifying pressure caused everyone's hearts to shake. 8th rank sea demon. Wang Mang and the others were startled, and they hastily formed a formation. A huge figure appeared within the sea and flew into the air. It was a fish with 2 wings. This 3-mile-long fish covered the sun with its wings. Its mouth opened, and water arrows rained down on them. Those dark green water arrows whistled over with a space-staring noise, and they released a nauseating scent. They were clearly poisonous and shouldn't be touched. Collective shield. With Wang Mang, the one with the most experience, in the center of the formation, all the senior disciples formed hand seals. Light barriers manifested, covering everyone. Those light barriers were rapidly blown apart one by one, but in the end, half of them endured. The water arrows were unable to menace them. When the water arrows fell to the sea, quite a few sea demons were struck and their bodies began to emit smoke. The spots struck by the water arrows corroded. "What a terrifying attack!" exclaimed someone. If these water arrows had landed on them, they would have probably been corroded into a skeleton. Although Wang Mang hadn't fought sea demons on the sea before, he had participated in many battles and had plentiful battle experience. Otherwise, even if he had bribed people, he wouldn't have been able to become the leading disciple of this mission. "Everyone, this is a powerful 8th rank sea demon. We have to work together to handle it. Listen to my directions. First, we..." Just as he was shouting, a sword image soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. It was stunningly beautiful, and like a flash of light, it disappeared in an instant. That huge winged sea demon was cut in half. Blood filled the air and it fell to the sea. Yue Zifeng sheathed his sword. That attack had been from him. "Beautiful," Long Chen was the first to praise him. Yue Zifeng was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed Ling Yunzai had given him some pointers, and now that his heavenly Tao energy had been erased, he was even more terrifying. That sword seemed to fill the entire world. It was like there was some invisible power behind it that made it unstoppable, capable of slicing apart heaven and earth. Yue Zifeng was originally a genius of the sword Tao, but through Ling Yunzai's guidance, his comprehension of it had grown even greater. That attack had been full of the specific terror of sword cultivators. Even Elder Sha's expression changed. He hadn't noticed Yue Zifeng before this. Yue Zifeng wasn't very eye-catching, but once he attacked, he instantly killed an 8th rank sea demon, and so easily at that. That made Elder Sha reevaluate Long Chen. Someone with Yue Zifeng's power wouldn't be drowned out even within all the geniuses of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but such a figure was actually willing to follow Long Chen. "Quick, grab the corpse." Wang Mang and the others were too stunned to react at first. The sea demon's corpse smashed into the sea, causing huge waves. They hastily used magical arts to gather the 2 halves of its corpse. Looking at the flat and smooth cut, they sucked in a cold gasp. Yue Zifeng's attack was refined to the point that it was unbelievable. The wound was completely straight as if drawn with a ruler, and it was right in the middle. The 2 halves were the same, and even its bones, which were comparable to treasure items, had been cut cleanly. Such a terrifying attack shocked them. "Don't just stare. Another one's coming," said Long Chen. Just at this moment, the sea surged. A huge figure rapidly grew under the water. Die, Gu Yang shouted, and his spear unleashed a mile-long spear image that stabbed into the water. A huge body flew into the air. It was also an 8th rank sea demon. Its head had been pierced by Gu Yang, and it was dead. Only once they saw the corpse flying toward the boat did everyone react and dodge. The flying boat was bigger on the inside than the outside, so no matter how big the sea demon was, it would fit. Ridiculous, Wang Mang and the others were stunned. 8th rank sea demons were overlords of the sea in places like this. Even Foundation forging experts would have to go all out to kill them, and there was a chance of being heavily injured in the process or even dying. But Yue Zifeng and Gu Yang each killed them with one blow, and a seemingly simple blow at that. 8th rank sea demons were not things that 7th rank sea demons could compare to. Even their corpses were valuable. However, their Nidans were still much more valuable. To gain 2 8th rank Nidans made the senior disciples almost start dancing. Wilda was also close to dancing with joy. Long Chen had said that all the sea demons' corpses would be his. He felt blessed. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about getting hungry in the future, and he had an urge to start eating right now. Another 8th rank sea demon, shouted someone. But this sea demon wasn't coming at them from the front, but charging out from right below the flying boat. The flying boat was knocked into the air, and countless people were thrown off and forced to hastily summon wings. With the flying boat knocked into the air, Elder Shah decided to keep it floating. That would make it more convenient when the battle started. Someone go out as bait, said Long Chen. Fighting on the flying boat truly wasn't convenient. Let me? Xuanhuan was the first to fly out and stopped about a mile from the surface of the water. He had only just paused when a huge mouth devoured him, causing Wang Mang and the others to let out startled cries. This show-off, Long Chen was speechless. Even now he was pursuing his goals. The startled cries were cut short as the 8th rank sea demon's head exploded, and a golden armored freak appeared. I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If you want a chivalrous hero, you can come find me, Xuanhuan. If you want to eat me, then we'll have to see if you have the teeth for that, said Xuanhuan flashily. Long Chen facepalmed. Would this fellow die if he didn't show off for a day? There weren't that many outsiders here, so what was the point? It made others feel embarrassed for him. Everyone prepare yourself. More and more sea demons are coming. So far, all we've had is the appetizer, and the full course is coming now. Long Chen could sense countless powerful auras rushing over. Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, Wilda, you'll fight at the front lines and draw the sea demons' attention. Meng Qi, Waner, Zifeng, you'll launch long-distance attacks as support. Wang Mang, you're in charge of gathering the corpses and Nidans. When you're busy, make sure to focus on the big targets. Don't drop the melons because you're trying to pick up sesame seeds. As for the others, spread out. Squad leaders, you're in charge of any fish that slip through the net. Those not given a task, help Wang Mang gather the Nidans. Remember, we don't care about corpses below the 8th rank. Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, and Wilda stood at the front. Xuanhuan should have been placed at the back for support, but he liked to show off, so Long Chen led him. The Dragon Blood warriors quickly spread out, finding the best spots for themselves. They didn't need any direction for that, as after so many life-and-death battles, they had long since come to a tacit understanding. As for Wang Mang and the others, they were also highly experienced. They quickly found their own positions in accordance with the Dragon Blood warriors. As for the Eastern Wasteland's disciples, they were clearly not so organized. They didn't even know where to put themselves. Boom! Suddenly, explosions came from the sea. Huge figures charged out, each one of them as big as a mountain and releasing powerful pressures. Chapter 978, Blood Dyes the Blue Sea. They're here. Wang Mang and the others were a bit nervous. Although they were Foundation forging experts, they hadn't experienced a battle of this scope. There were over 10 8th rank sea demons charging at them. However, Long Chen stood indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back. Each one of the Dragon Blood warriors had similarly relaxed postures. They didn't show any nervousness, because they had all experienced even more nerve-wracking battles than this. This little scuffle was nothing. The surface of the water exploded as huge figures charged at them. The first ones they charged at were Gu Yang and the others, as they were the closest. However, because 8th rank sea demons were so huge, despite the 3 of them having spread out, a few of them charged higher, going directly at Meng Qi and the others. Kill, Xuanhuan shouted, and with a wave of his hand, 3 house-sized spheres flew into the open mouths around him. Their mouths were huge, so no matter how he tossed them, he wouldn't miss. These were his powerful bombs. As his cultivation base grew, his forging efficiency also increased, so it was no longer so painful to toss out his treasures. These cold-blooded sea demons had very low intelligence. Without even understanding what was going on, the bombs exploded in their mouths, causing their heads to explode. Xuanhuan killed 3 8th-rank sea demons in an instant. Although it was a bit lucky, this efficiency was shocking. Gu Yang had also erupted with his full power. Powerful blood chi soared from him, and his spear danced. He killed one in the first instant as well. As for Wilda, he had summoned the barbarian blood bronze body. With a single smash of his hammer, he blew a sea demon to smithereens. His power caused the sea demon to explode along with its Needin. Wilda, pay more attention. If you hit them like this, you won't get anything. Long Chen was speechless. When would this fellow grow some brains? If he fought this way, its Needin and corpse would be gone. What was the point of this? Oh, what should I do? Grumbled Wilda. Go gently, just hit its head. I'd rather you beat it half dead than make it explode, said Long Chen. Wilda's intelligence almost seemed to shrink as he grew stronger. He couldn't even figure out something like this. All right, I'll listen to Brother Long, said Wilda. It just so happened that an 8th-rank sea demon was coming for him, and he once more smashed his club down. Blood mist filled the air. Once again there was nothing left. Wilda was dumbfounded. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. The difficulty in having Wilda control his power was heaven-defying. Long Chen directly gave up and let him do whatever he wanted. Wilda's brute power was appalling. Even Elder Sha was shocked. As the battle unfolded, his shock only grew. Wilda, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, and all the others were displaying shocking combat power. That was especially true of Wilda. His club clearly landed on the sea demons' heads, but it caused their entire bodies to explode. Even their incredibly tough Needins exploded with them. This was a strange power that Elder Sha had never witnessed before. Wang Mang and the others were first incomparably shocked that Wilda had such power, but then they became incomparably distressed. With each smash of his club, another 8th-rank Needin disappeared. They decided to do their best not to look over at Wilda, as watching was too painful. Runes circulated around them, transforming into huge hands that constantly gathered the slain 8th-rank sea demons. They didn't need to participate in the actual battle. Using their refined control over powerful magical arts, they were extremely adept at gathering the slain sea demons. With 36 of them working together, they barely missed any at all. Originally, they had been a group of 37, but one of them had been tossed out into the eastern wasteland by Elder Sha for saying something was unfair. At the front, Gu Yang, Xuanhuan, and Wilda were drawing most of the sea demons. Other sea demons managed to get by them, but the majority of them were 7th rank, and killing them was extremely easy. The occasional 8th-rank sea demons that got by would be instantly killed by a few squad leaders working together. Everything went extremely smoothly. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er didn't even need to do anything. Long Chen had them look after the group, but right now, no one needed their help. The panicked Eastern Wasteland disciples also began to calm down upon seeing the Dragonblood Legion handle this many sea demons. They found their own positions, occasionally launching an attack. If they didn't have a chance to attack, they used magical arts to help gather corpses. As time went by, the sea demons did not drop in number. Instead, more and more of them appeared, and they only grew stronger. In the beginning, their cultivation bases were only at the early 8th rank, but now mid-8th rank sea demons were appearing. When they appeared, Wilda became ecstatic. That was because he found that when he smashed a mid-8th rank sea demon, at least some of their body would survive. Their Needins were also intact. Wang Mang had been delighted at first to see this many sea demons. They were truly getting rich. But as more 8th rank sea demons appeared, they gradually became afraid. They had killed over 100 8th rank sea demons, and it was starting to be too much. As more and more 8th rank sea demons showed up, they didn't even have time to gather the 7th rank sea demons' Needins, letting them fall into the sea. The sea was dyed red by the blood of the sea demons. Some corpses sank to the bottom, while some floated on the surface of the water, looking like floating islands, as well as huge burial mounds. Currently, thousands of miles of the sea was dyed red, and countless sea demons were crazily charging forward. Furthermore, their numbers and power only grew. Wang Mang felt a chill. But when he stealthily glanced at Long Chen, he saw that his expression was still calm, as if this intense battle before him was nothing more than a game that he didn't care about. Wang Mang took a deep breath and thanked his luck that he had acted pragmatically. He hadn't fought against Long Chen to the point of you die or I die. Thinking of that, he patted himself on the back for being wise. Long Chen hadn't shown off any shocking attacks, but Gu Yang, Gu Ran, Yue Zifeng, Wilda, and the others were each more shocking than the last. From all this, Wang Mang could tell that Long Chen had to be more terrifying than he imagined. Wang Mang, don't get distracted. You've already lost an 8th rank Needon, called Long Chen. Oh, sorry. Wang Mang's runic hand had been destroyed by a sea demon, and as a result, an 8th rank sea demon's corpse fell into the sea, lost. Don't be so worried. This is just the opening scene. Once you're accustomed, you'll be fine. Everyone further back, there's no need for you to attack. You should all focus on gathering the corpses. Dragon Blood warriors, there's no need to hold back any longer. We've pretty much drawn them all over, so the moment's almost here, said Long Chen. The opening scene, Wang Mang and the others involuntarily shivered. This kind of terrifying battle was just the start. Then what was the main act? Kill to your heart's content. The Dragon Blood warriors roared, going all out to slaughter the sea demons. The current sea demons were growing stronger, and even late 8th rank ones began to appear. The Dragon Blood warriors were starting to find things difficult. They all activated their spirit blood, each of them crazily attacking, and treasure items flew through the air, along with scarlet blood. With their spirit blood and treasure items, the 8th rank sea demons were rapidly cut down by them. Their corpses tumbled down. Wang Mang and the others were red-eyed. They no longer had time to care about 7th rank sea demons anymore. They had to focus completely on gathering the 8th rank corpses. There were too many, so even Wang Mang and the other Foundation forging disciples found gathering them taxing. Even with the help of the Eastern Wastelands disciples, quite a few corpses fell to the bottom of the sea. Once the corpses fell into the sea, there was no way to bring them out. The heavenly Tao runes that they had condensed into hands could enter the water, but it would exhaust too much of their spiritual yuan. Seeing those corpses falling into the ocean, Wang Mang and the others were filled with pain, but they were helpless. They could only do everything they could to gather the slain 8th rank sea demons. As the Dragon Blood warriors erupted with power, the number of sea demons didn't drop, but all the sea demons were 8th rank ones now. They were like a tide, crazily charging forward. The Dragon Blood warriors also seemed to have gone crazy. Each one of them was like a killing god, mercilessly slaughtering the sea demons. Toward the end, Wang Mang and the others were terrified by just looking at them. The Dragon Blood warriors seemed like bloodthirsty fiends, completely different people from the ones who had chatted with them. They were merciless and cold, their killing intent causing their souls to tremble. This was the Dragon Blood warriors' strongest state. That killing intent was something piled up from countless experts' bones. The number of sea demons continued to increase. In the end, their corpses were piled up like mountains on the sea. This shocking scene shook even Elder Shah. He was deeply shocked by what he was seeing. Careful, suddenly, a huge crab-like sea demon charged in front of a Dragon Blood warrior. It was a late 8th rank sea demon, and because it was covered in tough armor, it had managed to break through their defenses. Its claws smashed toward the Dragon Blood warrior, causing the others to let out startled cries. The Dragon Blood warrior had only just forced back another sea demon, and there was no one around who could help him. Split the heavens. A blood-red light slashed down, killing the sea demon. Chapter 979, 9th rank sea demon. The saber image slashed down, killing the heavily armored sea demon. Boss, the Dragon Blood warriors cheered. As soon as Long Chen joined in, he killed a late 8th rank sea demon. That sea demon's defense had been too powerful, with no weak points at all. Once it had charged into the Dragon Blood warriors' midst, it had ruined their formations. Even Gu Yang had been blown back by one of its pincers. How can he use the heaven-splitting battle sect's secret technique? Elder Shah instantly saw through the origin of Long Chen's move. That's about enough. Meng Qi wind things up, said Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded and extended her hands. Forming hand seals, she summoned her soul energy. Soul extermination life-devouring art. A terrifying spiritual fluctuation spread, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The world seemed to come to a stop. This soul extermination life-devouring art was something she had used once before in the immemorial path. But at that time, she had been using it on fellow humans, and she hadn't used it to its full power. This time, she was using it on the berserk and cold-blooded sea demons. She had no misgivings, and she directly used up over half her spiritual strength to increase its power and range. The invisible ripple caused even the people behind Meng Qi to shiver. Wang Mang and the others felt like their souls were within a terrifying spiritual hand. As long as she wished it, their souls would be destroyed. Now Wang Mang realized how terrifying Meng Qi was. This soul energy was beyond all his expectations. Even with the underworld soul magical armor, he wouldn't be able to block this attack. Thinking of that, cold sweat covered his back. Those fierce sea demons stiffened. They lost their ability to think for a short moment. Meng Qi's soul art was terrifying, but due to spreading it over such a huge area, its power was scattered. It didn't have the power to kill such powerful 8th-rank sea demons. Wind Moon devours the heavens. Tangwaner's runes circulated, and millions of palm-sized wind blades shot out. This sea of wind blades rapidly spread, releasing ear-piercing sounds that pained people's eardrums. It felt like millions of needles were stabbing them, and other than the Dragonblood warriors, everyone's expressions changed. They had never seen such terrifying wind blades. This sea of wind blades instantly reached the army of sea demons. Like sharp blades cutting through tofu, the powerful 8th-rank sea demons were instantly killed. Hundreds of 8th-rank sea demons were killed by Meng Qi and Tangwaner's combination attack. Countless corpses piled up into a mountain, slowly dropping toward the sea. Heaven and earth were deathly silent. Only after a breath's time did Wang Mang and the others hastily order everyone to gather the corpses. Those were money. Before they sank into the sea, they grabbed as many as they could. This attack was too terrifying. All the sea demons had been killed, and they were able to descend closer to the sea to gather the corpses without worrying about being attacked. "Hurry, we should leave quickly," said Elder Shah. Everyone hastily cleaned up the battlefield, but it was just too big. Some of the senior disciples were too greedy to even toss aside the 7th and 6th-rank sea demons. Elder Shah frowned, but he also felt leaving behind this many sea demon corpses would be a waste, so he simply waited. "Long Chen, what are you smiling about? Why is your smile so evil?" Tangwaner looked at Long Chen. "Was I smiling?" Long Chen shook his head. "You might be able to trick others, but you can't trick me. Speak, what evil plot are you brewing?" Tangwaner glared at Long Chen, raising a fist. "You're overthinking it. I don't have so many evil thoughts. Well, the battlefield's about cleaned up, so we should return. Don't you see Elder Shah's face is starting to darken? Don't get scolded." Long Chen pulled Meng Qi and Tangwaner back to the flying boat. Tangwaner understood Long Chen too well. Seeing that smile on his face, she knew he was up to something. But if he refused to say, there was nothing she could do. There were too many people, so she was too embarrassed to beat him. She sneaked an arm around his waist and viciously pinched him, but she was unable to. This evil fellow had been prepared and had flexed his muscles. Tangwaner ground her teeth furiously, but she couldn't do anything. "Has everyone gathered?" asked Elder Shah. "Reporting to Elder, we've all come," answered Wang Mang hastily. Even now they all felt like they were in a dream. Their gains were too shocking. If everyone split things evenly, Wang Mang estimated that even if he worked for 2 centuries as an outer disciple, he wouldn't be able to gather so much. Elder Shah nodded and controlled the flying boat. A barrier of light appeared over it, and it sped away. At this moment, Long Chen extended his arms and wrapped them around Meng Qi and Tangwaner's waists. They both blushed, not expecting Long Chen to be so brazen. "Scoundrel, release me. There are so many people here," whispered Tangwaner. "Careful." Suddenly, Elder Shah's expression changed. Boom! The flying boat shook violently and flipped through the air. The people inside smashed against the barrier. Some vomited blood and some even fainted. "What's going on?" Wang Mang and the others were dizzy from the impact. Only Long Chen had long since been prepared. His feet had been like nails in the ground. Even Meng Qi and Tangwaner weren't affected. "Long Chen, you," said Meng Qi. "I don't know anything. What just happened?" asked the dumbfounded Long Chen. "Everyone be careful. It's a 9th-rank sea demon," shouted Elder Shah. Boom! The flying boat once more flipped. A mile-long tentacle had sent it flying. But this time everyone was prepared and was circulating their spiritual yuan in defense, as well as tightly holding onto the flying boat. But they still felt like their organs were flipping within them. "Damn, it's even more amazing than I had thought." Long Chen sighed emotionally inside as he looked at that huge tentacle. "You scoundrel, as expected, you knew all along," said Tangwaner. Being held by Long Chen, most of the force was blunted by him, so she and Meng Qi didn't feel much. They both realized this was definitely something caused by Long Chen. He had probably known all along that they would draw over a ninth-rank sea demon. SHH, Long Chen made a keep quiet gesture, stealthily pointing to Elder Sha. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were speechless. Long Chen was too evil, intentionally causing trouble for Elder Sha. And Elder Sha was truly unlucky to run into an evil person like Long Chen. Everyone looked at that tentacle with shock. It suddenly curled and wrapped around the flying boat, making it so it couldn't move. Everyone felt themselves sink. Crap, it's dragging us into the sea. Wang Mang and the others were terrified. They hadn't even seen the form of the ninth-rank sea demon. Just its huge tentacle was able to cause so much trouble. Brute, are you looking down on me? Elder Sha was finally infuriated. Countless runes lit up on the flying boat, and flying swords shot out at the huge tentacle. That tentacle was sliced apart by countless sharp runic blades. The flying boat escaped its clutches and flew away. Suddenly, the surface of the water rapidly rose. A colossal figure showed up in front of the boat, blocking even the sun. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? How is it so huge? Everyone was horrified. This sea demon was so huge that even the flying boat looked like a toy in comparison. Long Chen managed to see it clearly. It was like an octopus, but it didn't have 8 tentacles. Instead, it had hundreds of them. Black, sticky liquid covered its body. It spread its tentacles, blocking the path of the flying boat. This is a ninth-rank sea demon. What a terrifying aura, said Xuanhuan with shock. Although they were on the flying boat and had a protective formation, the aura of the ninth-rank sea demon still caused them to shiver. In front of this ninth-rank sea demon, they seemed as minuscule as ants. Something this big can be eaten for a long time. Waldo was drooling as he looked at the huge sea demon. He had never seen such huge rations. Wang Mang and the others almost coughed up blood. Was the only thing on his mind food? They were the ones about to be eaten. Long Chen, don't you think this is a bit too much? Said Meng Qi worriedly. It's fine. With Elder Sha present, this ninth-rank sea demon should just be the appetizer. Long Chen shook his head. He had been relaxed from the start precisely because of his confidence in Elder Sha. Elder Sha was just about to control the flying boat to retreat when the ninth-rank sea demon formed a huge net around them with its tentacles. Although it was huge, its speed was shockingly fast. Its tentacles instantly bound the flying boat and pulled them toward it. Heavens, what a terrifying mouth, cried Tang Wan'er. The sea demon had opened its mountain-sized mouth. It was filled with teeth that shone with a sharp, cold light. We're going to be eaten, Wang Mang felt despair. Brute, you're asking for it, Elder Sha snorted. It was unknown what he did, but the flying boat suddenly trembled. A huge cannon appeared on the prow. Die, shouted Elder Sha. The flying boat shook intensely, and a huge ray of light shot toward the ninth-rank sea demon's mouth. Chapter 980, Now It's Troublesome. The light engulfed the entire sky, causing it to shake as if the air was about to explode. This attack was one of the flying boat's trump cards. Since the Xuanhuan Dao sect dared to bring tens of thousands of disciples through the martial heaven sea ring, how could it not have a few tricks? Long Chen had only dared to use the medicinal pill because he had seen through this point. He hadn't expected his luck to be this good. His medicinal pill had actually managed to draw over a ninth-rank sea demon. The light unleashed by the flying boat's cannon tore through the sea demon's head. It was instantly killed. After killing the sea demon, Elder Sha immediately controlled the flying boat to gather the sea demon's corpse. Haha, amazing. A ninth-rank Needon has fallen into our hands, laughed Long Chen. The ninth-rank sea demon's corpse was too huge. Despite being a corpse, it gave off a sense of pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Wang Mang and the others impatiently charged their way into the corpse through the injury. They quickly came out. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen here. A ninth-rank Needon is a priceless treasure. Wang Mang ignored the blood and gore on it and handed over a fist-sized sphere to Long Chen. The sphere had runes within it, making it seem like it was alive. It continued to release a powerful pressure. This was where the ninth-rank sea demon's essence was gathered. It contained boundless energy. Long Chen received it. Meng Qi exclaimed, "What powerful water energy fluctuations! And they're so pure. It just so happens that we have a few water attribute warriors in the Dragonblood Legion." After refining the 10,000 spirit blood, there were 7 people that awakened rare water attribute runes. Their combat power had leaped a great deal. I will be keeping this 9th rank Needon as I have a few brothers who need it, but I won't let you lose out. As compensation, all the Needons of the Dragonblood Legion will be yours, said Long Chen. We can't accept that. Don't look down on us. Without you, it would have been impressive for each of us to get a dozen 6th-rank Nidans. You must take the 9th-rank Nidan. The amount of profit we've got now is enough for us to cultivate for a century without worry. Truly, we know when to be satisfied, said Wang Mang. It was under Long Chen's lead that they had gathered close to 1,000 8th-rank Nidans. As for 7th-rank Nidan, they numbered over 13,000, and there were too many 6th-rank Nidans to even count. But it was definitely over 100,000. Once they split that equally, the resources they would obtain were enough for them to cultivate for 100 years without running out of resources. They truly did have enough. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, leave us some face. Without you, we wouldn't have got anything like this. We've already benefited greatly, so we can't be more greedy, said another disciple. Without the Dragonblood Legion, they'd have long since fled in the face of the terrifying army of sea demons. It was all thanks to the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing their sincere expressions, Long Chen didn't push them. Cupping his fists, he said, "Then I'll thank everyone." Long Chen tossed the 9th-rank Nidan to one of the water attribute Dragonblood warriors. They could absorb the water essence inside to increase the level of their water energy once more. However, the amount of energy inside it was too berserk, and they would need a long amount of time to withdraw that energy. This big fish is mine. I can eat it for a long time. Wilder directly put away the huge 9th-rank sea demon's corpse. He was even more excited than those fellows who had obtained the Nidans. Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened. A fierce storm containing water chi filled the sky. Damn, this time I might have gone a bit too far. Long Chen hastily looked out and saw 4 huge figures blocking the sun. They were 4 9th-rank sea demons, charging over and surrounding the flying boat. Wang Mang and the others turned pale. The auras of those 4 sea demons caused them to quiver. Xuanhuan wave. What comforted them was that Elder Sha was still calm. Without the slightest panic, countless runes lit up on the flying boat. A ripple spread through the air. The ripple struck those huge sea demons, sending them flying back over 1,000 miles. Everyone cheered. This thing's good. Boss, when we get enough money, I want one. Gu Ran's eyes shone as he looked at Elder Sha controlling the flying boat. He was filled with envy. Why bother? This kind of huge flying boat isn't something we can buy with our current wealth. Long Chen knew that this kind of flying boat containing both great offensive and defensive properties had to have a price that could frighten people to death. Furthermore, even if they could buy one, they wouldn't necessarily be able to use it. Long Chen had stealthily investigated it and found that on the bottom levels of the flying boat, there was a sealed space. Although he wasn't able to go inside, he could sense endless spiritual chi in it. The inside had to be packed full of spirit stones, and high-grade ones at that. Whether used for offense or defense, this flying boat had to exhaust an ocean's worth of high-grade spirit stones. Long Chen wouldn't waste his money on such a thing, so he'd rather Gu Ran give up on that thought. Elder Sha had only just sent those 4 sea demons flying when he drove the flying boat away. But this time, the flying boat's speed wasn't very high. It needed more time to accelerate, and as a result, the 4 sea demons quickly caught up. A huge walrus-like sea demon struck the flying boat with its huge tail. Boom! Despite activating its defenses, the flying boat was sent flying into the distance. Everyone's bodies shook, and they almost coughed up blood. Damn brutes, someone come take my place to control the flying boat. I'll go kill them. After saying that, Elder Sha surprisingly left the flying boat, going out on his own to fight those 4 sea demons. Everyone was stunned. Wang Mang stuttered, but none of us know how to drive it. Boom! Everyone let out startled cries as the flying boat was once more struck, and some disciples coughed up blood. Although the boat's defenses were active, some of the power behind the sea demons' attack still managed to get through. The weaker disciples were unable to bear it. They were horrified. The difference between 8th rank and 9th rank sea demons was immense. Even Gu Yang and the others felt like they wouldn't be able to receive such a terrifying attack. Let me? Gu Ran jumped onto the control platform. Studying the countless runes and lines in front of him, he tried to figure out how to control it. Does he understand how to? Asked Wang Mang. Don't worry, I guarantee he definitely doesn't know, said Gu Yang. At first, Wang Mang's worries were laid down, but once the sentence was finished, he almost coughed up blood. Big brother, don't joke at this time. Life and death are up to fate. What's the point of being afraid? You'll just feel worse and in your panic be unable to make the right decisions. Then your last chance at life will be thrown away, said Gu Yang indifferently. Wang Mang was stunned. Only now did he see that while the Dragon Blood warriors were startled, their expressions didn't contain the slightest fear or panic. "Haha, this should be the divine dragon tail spin," exclaimed Xuanhuan suddenly, full of excitement. He slammed his hand on a button. At this time, the attack from a ninth-rank sea demon was coming right at them. Once Xuanhuan pushed the button, a huge tail appeared at the end of the flying boat. That tail was like a dragon's tail and was formed of countless runes. And after pressing the button, the flying boat began to rapidly revolve. The huge tail swung like a whip, striking the sea demon. "Nice," Xuanhuan was delighted. This kind of feeling was amazing. But after sending the sea demon flying, he was unable to stop the flying boat. It continued to rapidly spin, forming a whirlpool in the air. "Hurry and stop it, we, people began to puke. This kind of high-speed spinning was something even the senior disciples found unbearable. I don't know how to stop it." Xuanhuan held onto the chair in the control platform. He had lost control of the boat. It was unknown what happened eventually, but as Xuanhuan wildly spun through the air, he ended up kicking a mechanism, and the flying boat slowly stopped spinning. "Oh, so the button on top was the one to activate it, and the one below was to stop it," said Xuanhuan. He finally understood the control mechanism. Long Chen held onto Meng Qi and Tang Wanner. Although the two weren't injured, their heads were dizzy from being flung around. Meng Qi was especially pale since she was a soul cultivator. "Xuanhuan, are you capable of this or not?" scolded Long Chen upon seeing Meng Qi suffering. "Don't worry, this time I'll definitely be able to control it." Xuanhuan carefully studied the various lines on the control panel. His understanding of some of those immortal characters wasn't very good, but through the layout and patterns, he was able to guess some things. "Careful, another one's coming," shouted someone. Another ninth-rank sea demon was coming from behind. "Just watch." Xuanhuan smashed his hand on the control panel. The stern of the boat opened, revealing a mirror. Countless lines lit up on it. There were thousands of spirit stones embedded on its back, and they were all high-grade spirit stones. At the center of the mirror, there was an especially radiant spirit stone. It was actually an exceedingly rare top-grade spirit stone. The mirror unleashed waves of light. A huge arrow appeared on it, shooting at the ninth-rank sea demon. The instant the arrow appeared, all the spirit stones on the back of the mirror turned dark, cracked, and shattered. As expected, it's a money-burning toy. Long Chen and Xuanhuan both saw that clearly. This was something only a rich person could use. The sea beast was unlucky. Its head was right at the boat's stern, and as a result, the arrow pierced its head, causing it to explode. Before anyone could cheer for Xuanhuan, a figure appeared within the flying boat and pushed Xuanhuan aside, controlling the flying boat to flee. "Big trouble, we're running." Chapter 980, One Dragon Blood Intimidates Demons. Flee. Everyone was still confused when the 4 sea demons' corpses were tossed inside the flying boat. Elder Shah had killed the other 3 sea demons before returning, and they had just been too tense to notice that he had killed them. Elder Shah didn't have his previous ease once he had returned. An unprecedented solemn expression was on his face, and he hastily sent the boat flying away. Everyone was startled. Weren't the 4 ninth-rank sea demons all killed? Why was he so nervous? "What's going on?" Tang Wanner stealthily whispered to Long Chen. "I might have gone a bit too far. We're surrounded." Long Chen felt a bit bad. He hadn't expected matters to develop to this extent. Space suddenly began to tremble, and huge waves soared into the sky. Terrifying pressures crashed down upon them as huge figures flew out of the sea. Heavens, there are actually this many. They found that the flying boat was surrounded. Everything within thousands of miles was blocked off. Those huge figures were all 9th-rank sea demons, and there were actually around 80 of them. 80 9th-rank sea demons covered the entire sky. This was a blockade they couldn't get out of. "Everyone prepare yourselves. We can only charge our way through," shouted Elder Shah. He pressed down on several spots of the control panel. The flying boat suddenly rumbled and spiritual chi erupted. The runes on the flying boat lit up, even the ones on the interior. Although the disciples didn't understand how to operate such a huge flying boat, seeing all its runes lit up, it was clear that the flying boat was about to use its full power. They didn't dare to be careless. They summoned their heavenly Tao runes to protect themselves to avoid being killed by the intense impact. The light from the flying boat's runes suddenly blazed like the sun. Long Chen sensed the spirit stones stored below deck rapidly shatter. Half of their energy vanished in an instant. The flying boat shot off like a cannonball, smashing into the ninth-rank sea demons in front of it. Two of them were smashed to death, while the others were blown out of the way. But Elder Shah's expression became uglier. This one impact caused quite a few people inside the flying boat to vomit blood and collapse on that ground. The impact had almost taken their lives. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. The sea demons split apart, revealing a huge figure floating in the sky. Six-horned sea serpent. Elder Shah couldn't help but let out a startled cry. That huge sea drake had 3 pairs of horns. Its horns were golden and possessed ancient runes on them. The six-horned sea serpent was different from ordinary sea demons. It possessed its own name. Only a few powerful sea demons possessed the qualifications to be named by the human race's cultivators. Foolish humans, since you wanted to cause trouble in our domain, you can die. Shockingly, this six-horned sea serpent was capable of human speech, but its voice was like iron scraping against iron. If they didn't listen carefully, there was no way to understand it. Now it's troublesome. Elder Shah's expression was exceedingly ugly. What is it? Can you not handle it? Long Chen walked over to Elder Shah's side. That six-horned sea serpent isn't an ordinary sea demon. It is exceptionally powerful and possesses its own innate divine abilities. If it was a one-against-one, perhaps I could defeat it, but right now we're surrounded. Furthermore, there are not enough spirit stones in the flying boat anymore. If we use them all up, it should be no problem to kill this six-horned sea serpent. But then the flying boat won't have the energy to fly anymore. We're stuck, sighed Elder Shah. Wang Mang and the others were pale. Elder Shah's meaning was clear. The flying boat only had enough energy to launch one more attack, but if they used it, the flying boat wouldn't be able to move any longer. And using it would only be able to kill the six-horned sea serpent, not the other ninth-rank sea demons. In other words, even Elder Shah was helpless now. They would all die here. They despaired. The heavens really knew how to play people to let them become rich right before dying. How about you let me try something? Asked Long Chen after a moment's thought. You, Elder Shah was startled. Yes, I'm not fully confident, but it's worth a shot. Senior, please transport me outside the flying boat, said Long Chen. Are you sure about this? Asked Elder Shah. Yes. Long Chen saw that the six-horned sea serpent's scales were starting to glow. It was storing up energy for a powerful attack. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Long Chen appeared outside the flying boat. Standing at the front, Long Chen icily stared at the six-horned sea serpent. Heavens, what is boss doing? Gu Yang's jaw dropped. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. Even Elder Shah didn't dare to face this many sea demons, but Long Chen charged out on his own. That was too shocking. An ant's come out. Are you trying to use your pathetic life to appease our anger? Said the six-horned sea serpent coldly. With its huge body floating in the air, Long Chen truly was as tiny as an ant. Idiot, you're not kneeling in front of your ancestor, shouted Long Chen. His blood qi circulated and green scales appeared over his skin. A powerful aura erupted. An unspeakable grandeur came from him, and despite being smaller and lower, he seemed to look down on the rest of the world. The six-horned sea serpent had just been about to launch its attack when Long Chen's new aura struck him. It came to a sudden stop and began to shiver involuntarily. The other sea demons had it even worse, trembling intensely and retreating. Damn, do you see this? This is how domineering boss is. Even sea demons have to part in front of him. This is the highest realm of posing, exclaimed Xuanhuan passionately. Even Elder Shah was shocked. More and more, he found he was unable to understand Long Chen. That blood qi should be a spirit blood pressure, but he couldn't understand why the sea demons would be so terrified. What he didn't know was that this wasn't spirit blood pressure, but the bloodline pressure Long Chen could release after refining the green dragon essence blood. His dragon blood had come from a true dragon, a king amongst all beasts. Its bloodline pressure was especially effective against magical beasts and sea demons. Even these ninth-rank sea demons were terrified and didn't dare to approach him. Scram! Shouted Long Chen, his roar ringing like thunder in the air. An unquestionable will cause the ninth-rank sea demons to actually retreat even more. Even the six-horned sea serpent slowly moved to the side, leaving a path open. The blood qi coming from Long Chen's body terrified it. Although it was a bit unwilling, it was unable to resist that pressure. Seeing a shout from Long Chen actually form a path amongst the ninth-rank sea demons, Elder Shah was delighted. He sent the flying boat forward. Boss says to go slower. Don't show any timidity, said Xuanhuan, looking at Long Chen. Long Chen's hands were clasped behind his back, but they were in constant motion. forming signals that only Xuanhuan, who was most familiar with Long Chen, understood. When the two of them had nothing else to do, they would come up with some secret signals. Xuanhuan was the commander of the Dragonblood Legion, so the two of them needed a secret communication method. Even spiritual messages might be cut off on a battlefield. So the two had come up with a secret communication method. That way, they could silently communicate on the battlefield without anyone else knowing. The flying boat slowly moved forward. With Long Chen standing at the front and his blood chi soaring out of him, the ninth-rank sea demons just watched, not daring to stop them. Even the six-horned sea serpent didn't dare despite having an urge to do so several times. That grand aura Long Chen was releasing was so powerful that it seemed to look down on all others, including the six-horned sea serpent. The more Long Chen expressed his disdain for it, the more it didn't dare to attack. It didn't know what to do, and the other sea demons were waiting for its orders. It didn't know that Long Chen was already starting to sweat. Although he had the pressure of the dragon blood, he was only at sea expansion. This six-horned sea serpent could probably kill him in one blow. This posing was too dangerous. Fortunately, the pressure from the dragon blood truly did intimidate them. Although Long Chen wasn't looking at the sea demons in order to appear arrogant, his divine sense was constantly roving around. Damn, it's not working. They're going to attack. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He sensed the six-horned sea serpent's scales slowly opening. He hastily gave Xuanhuan new hand signals. Boom! The flying boat suddenly erupted with light, shooting forward like a cannonball and pushing its speed to its peak. The six-horned sea serpent was almost ready to unleash its attack, but the flying boat had vanished. Chapter 982, Terrifying Existence. The sea demons only reacted once the flying boat escaped. They hastily chased after them. You really are courting death, you damn bastard. You're bullying people too much, cursed the six-horned sea serpent. It seemed in its fury it had forgotten it wasn't human. At first, it really had been intimidated by Long Chen's aura. But no matter how strong Long Chen's bloodline power was, his cultivation base was only at sea expansion. Even with the bloodline pressure, it could easily kill Long Chen. By the time it realized this, Long Chen had fled. The most hateful thing was that right before that, Long Chen had conveniently picked up the two ninth-rank corpses that the flying boat had smashed to death. The six-horned sea serpent's intelligence was much higher than ordinary sea demons. It knew it had been duped, and with a roar, it led the ninth-rank sea demons to chase. Some of these sea demons flew through the air, their scales releasing some kind of spatial tearing power. Another portion returned to the sea, where their speed was the greatest. Boss, you actually even brought those two corpses. Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen with worship. His boss truly was greedy. Even at this time, he didn't forget to get more profit. Elder Shah, can we increase the speed? Long Chen ignored Xuanhuan and asked Elder Shah. The flying boat's too big, and its acceleration is too slow. It'll take at least 15 minutes to reach its top speed. Elder Shah shook his head. This was one of the disadvantages of large flying boats. It wasn't nimble enough, and it required some time to reach its max speed. Heavens, they've caught up already, cried Wang Mang. In the distance, there was a mass of huge figures chasing them, and at the front was the terrifying six-horned sea serpent. Its body swam through the air, its scales sparkled, and its speed was alarming. It's over for us, said one of the Eastern Wasteland's disciples. They had wanted to go to that legendary world known as the Central Plains, but before seeing that legendary world, they would die within this sea. Elder Shah, continue accelerating as fast as possible. I'll stall them, said Long Chen. You can't. Your bloodline pressure is effective, but your cultivation base is too low. It's not enough to force them off, and they won't fall for it twice. Xuanhuan, you come control the boat. I'll go hold them back. Whether or not you can escape will be up to your luck, said Elder Shah. Elder Shah. Everyone let out startled cries. Elder Shah was clearly saying that he would fight the sea demons to stall for them. That way, they would have some hope for surviving, but Elder Shah would definitely die once surrounded by those sea demons. It was unexpected that this indifferent and cold Elder Shah would actually sacrifice himself for them. Everyone felt a sour feeling. These are the rules, don't feel bad. Time is pressing, so said Elder Shah. Long Chen shook his head. It's no use. The six-horned sea serpent's intelligence is comparable to a human's. Even if you sacrifice yourself, it'll order a portion of the sea demons to continue chasing us. Xuanhuan isn't familiar with how to use the flying boat, so in the end, not one person will escape like that. That's the only option, said Elder Shah. I still have a few tricks. Maybe I can stall for a bit. Elder Shah, transport me out, said Long Chen. Elder Shah couldn't think of anything else. If Long Chen said he still had some tricks, then the best thing to do was to let him try them. But this time, Long Chen appeared at the back of the ship. At the aft, Long Chen shouted arrogantly at the six-horned sea serpent, "You foolish fish, you don't even recognize your ancestors' bloodline. Do you want to offend your superior?" Rumor said that the six-horned sea serpent possessed a dragon's bloodline. Although it was extremely faint, it truly existed. Amongst all the sea demons, only it was able to just barely contend against Long Chen's bloodline pressure, but it was unable to suppress the reverence that came from its soul. "Don't try to trick me. You sly, despicable humans, you aren't a true dragon at all. I'll eat you for sullying the true dragon's name," shouted the six-horned sea serpent. Long Chen cursed inside. The six-horned sea serpent had sensed his true dragon essence blood and wanted to eat him to take it. Then perhaps there really would be a chance for it to transform into a dragon. If the six-horned sea serpent wasn't so intelligent, then they would have already managed to escape. But now it was troublesome. The flying boat was accelerating with each passing moment. What they needed most at this time was for Long Chen to stall. "No, you're wrong. Haven't you heard of the true dragon Heavenly Sun?" "That's right, I am the true dragon Heavenly Sun. Although I'm not wearing dragon robes, can you not sense my temperament, my mannerisms? Do you not sense my aura that is like a dragon looking down on the rest of the world? As the saying goes, you can't judge people by their looks. The water of the sea is very cold, very cold." As Long Chen spouted nonsense, he ended up not knowing what to say at the end. The six-horned sea serpent was startled at first by Long Chen's nonsense, but as Long Chen continued to sputter, it ended up not understanding his nonsense. Then it noticed the flying boat was getting faster and faster, and it realized his goal. It opened its mouth, shooting a huge globe of light toward Long Chen. That was one of its innate divine abilities. If struck, Long Chen wouldn't even have a corpse. Suddenly, Long Chen disappeared as he was drawn back inside by Elder Shah. At the same time, Elder Shah pushed the flying boat's defenses as high as possible. Bang! The flying boat shook intensely and shot into the distance. Because of the immense power, the flying boat struck the water and rebounded several times, causing the people inside to vomit blood. Even the dragon blood warriors weren't able to bear it and were injured. As for the others, many of them fainted. "Are you all right?" cried Tang Wan'er. Meng Qi was pale and blood was dripping out of the corner of her mouth. Although Tang Wan'er was doing her best to protect her, Meng Qi was still injured. "I'm fine," comforted Meng Qi. "Fuck, so it's a case of giving face but not getting face. Elder Shah, send me out." Long Chen once more appeared at the back of the boat. Pointing at the six-horned sea serpent, he cursed, "Bastard, I'll make you pay for that one. Double dragon destruction." Roaring resounded through the air as flames and lightning condensed. Two dragons 3,000 miles long appeared, immediately coiling around each other and forming a dragon twister that struck the six-horned sea serpent. Boom! The six-horned sea serpent was sent flying. Lei Long and Huo Long were no longer the old Lei Long and Huo Long. Lei Long had absorbed an incredible amount of thunder force from the tribulation, while Huo Long had devoured another earth flame. They were both much stronger than before. The six-horned sea serpent first felt its body go numb as thunder force invaded inside and then flames wrapped around it. Even as a ninth-rank sea demon, its body wasn't able to bear such terrifying flames. A burned smell filled the air, along with the smell of cooked fish. "Brother Long, I want to eat it." Wilda immediately smelled it and became unbearably hungry. Everyone almost collapsed. What time was it? How could he still want food? The six-horned sea serpent was knocked back, and although it was a bit injured, it wasn't anywhere close to a fatal injury. Long Chen had Lei Long and Huo Long continue circling at the back of the flying boat to protect them. The two of them were extremely large, and even the sea demons had to be afraid of their combination attack. With the two of them at the back of the flying boat, the sea demons were forced back further. "Boss is mighty," Yu ran and the others cheered. Even Elder Shah sighed with relief as he hadn't expected Long Chen to have so many trump cards. The crisis was temporarily held back. Whether it was lightning or flames, each of them could intimidate the water attribute sea demons. The thunder force was especially effective against them, as it came from the 9 heavens, tribulation lightning. "Bastard!" the six-horned sea serpent roared furiously. Seeing the flying boat's speed continuously increasing, it finally went berserk. Its body suddenly swelled, and opening its mouth, a huge globe of light shot out. Boom! The two dragons shattered in the face of this terrifying attack, causing Long Chen's expression to change. However, he also saw that the six-horned sea serpent scales clearly dimmed slightly after it. This attack must have cost a lot. A good chance. The six-horned sea serpent had only just unleashed this powerful attack, and its aura was still at the bottom. At this moment, the back of the flying boat opened and a huge flying sword shot through its head. It was caught off guard and killed instantly. Its body was pulled into the flying boat, and Long Chen also returned inside because the flying boat's speed was now reaching its peak. The other sea demons were no longer able to get any closer. Furthermore, the flying boat was still accelerating. In other words, they were safe. Boss is badass. Elder Shah is cough. Hail Elder Shah, Xuanhuan cheered. Everyone was excited to have escaped certain death. Even Elder Shah had a rare smile on his face. The feeling of escaping calamity was truly a good one. Fuck, we ended up disturbing a terrifying existence. Long Chen was also excited at first. He was just about to tidy up the spoils when his and Elder Shah's expression completely changed. Chapter 983, Azure Dragon Reverse Scale. Long Chen's back suddenly became covered in sweat as a terrifying sensation of death washed over him. This was his second time feeling it. Long Chen, Meng-Chi was startled. She had also experienced this kind of terrifying threat. He and Meng-Chi had disturbed a terrifying existence in the spirit world. They had both almost died at that time. Now, they both sensed a threat on the same level. Elder Shah's expression was ashen. He had already given up on escaping. Elder Shah, what kind of existence is this? Yu ran and the others were pale with terror. The aura of a 10th rank sea demon. We're powerless to resist, sighed Elder Shah. That was an existence on a higher level than kings. Elder Shah had never imagined that they would be so unlucky as to end up disturbing one of the 10th rank sea demons lurking in the depths of the sea. The sunny sky turned pitch black. It was like the end of the world. A 10th rank sea demon's power can suppress heaven and earth. For us to be able to see such a manifestation before death, we can die without regrets, sighed Elder Shah emotionally. The void seemed to be tearing. A huge head appeared in the air, looking down on them. Although they were unable to see its body, just its head was the size of a whole city. It felt as if the world had frozen. It appeared like the head of a god. It's another six-horned sea serpent. No, wait, it has 8 horns. Gu Yang looked at the huge head with horror. It couldn't be that six-horned sea serpent's dad, could it? Gu Ran's eyes almost popped out of his head. This monstrous head was appalling. The huge head suddenly let out a roar. It was like the heavens were exploding, and the sound waves shattered the flying boat's defenses. The ear-piercing sound was like needles stabbing into their ears. At the same time, a spiritual pressure crashed down on everyone, making them feel like their souls were about to be crushed. Long Chen hastily circulated his bloodline power. His blood chi erupted, facing that terrifying spiritual pressure. But in front of that spiritual pressure, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He was too weak in front of a 10th rank sea demon. Even with his dragon blood, he couldn't resist. Fuck, how could this happen? I can't die yet. There are too many things for me to do, Long Chen cursed inside. He stood at the front, facing the majority of the spiritual pressure. He knew that the others wouldn't be able to resist the pressure and would be crushed alive. But Long Chen's cultivation base was still too low. He constantly vomited blood as he resisted. Long Chen, cried Tang Wan'er. She held the unconscious Meng-Chi in her hand. Elder Shah was only capable of clenching his teeth and enduring. In front of a 10th rank sea demon, his power wasn't much different than everyone else's. Just as everyone thought they would die, a mouthful of Long Chen's blood fell into the sea. It rapidly dissipated. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea, lighting up the dark sky. A sacred, divine, irresistible might erupted. This sacred light blew apart the black clouds, lighting up the world. This is a familiar aura, Long Chen was shocked. Following that sacred light, a furious and resentful roar, which also contained fear, rang out. Then everyone felt their bodies lighten as that terrifying pressure disappeared. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The black clouds were gone, the huge head was gone, everything was gone. It was like those moments had just been a dream. But the flying boat's barrier was also gone, and there were thin cracks in some places of the boat. Those told everyone that it hadn't been a dream. Elder Shah was also dumbfounded. Just now, a sacred light had forced back the terrifying 10th rank sea demon. That light had now vanished as well. Elder Shah didn't even know what was going on. That familiar aura is the aura of dragon blood. It must be. Long Chen's eyes shone. He even sensed a kind of bloodline summoning. It was definitely the dragon blood. Elder Shah, can you wait here for a moment? I'm going down to take a look. Wait, what are you doing? Elder Shah was startled, but Long Chen had already jumped into the sea. Elder Shah's expression sank. Willful brat, he doesn't follow the rules at all. Elder Shah, the flying boat has been damaged in several areas. We should repair it a bit. If you need it, disciple can help. To accomplish what you ask me, I will work with all my might until I die. Xuanhuan called out, a fawning expression on his face. Long Chen closed his eyes and sensed where that summoning was coming from. He swam toward the depth of the sea. He was sure there was something he needed down below. That light that had shot out had been absolutely shocking. It was actually able to chase away a 10th-rank sea demon. He had to figure out what was going on. As he went lower, he saw more sea demon corpses. From their appearance, it seemed they had been killed by that light as well. When he was 100 miles deep, he felt the pressure start to get too much. He had no choice but to summon his divine ring. Long Chen wasn't worried about his safety. If even a 10th-rank sea demon could be chased away, then this was probably the safest spot of the entire sea. He had underestimated the depth of the sea. He continued to sink for 3 whole days without reaching the bottom. He also had to summon the 4-star battle armor to resist the pressure. On the 4th day, he finally had to use the green dragon battle armor. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the pressure. When he summoned the green dragon battle armor, he clearly sensed the summoning intensify. He swam toward a certain direction. He finally saw it. It was a huge scale floating motionlessly. There was actually a vacuum around it that was many miles wide. Another dragon scale. Long Chen looked at it with shock. Sensing the incomparably pure bloodline power coming from it, his heart pounded. A white dragon scale. Could it be? An azure dragon's reverse scale. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Legend said that when dragons were born, their scales were green, and so they were called green dragons. Green dragons were their form when they were young. As they grew, they eventually molted to become azure dragons. Their scales would become a silver-white color. They were sometimes called white dragons or silver dragons, but their true name was azure dragons. The only thing remaining of a dragon's molting is its reverse scale. If I can refine it, then according to the dragon blood body tempering art, wouldn't I be able to summon the azure dragon battle armor? Thinking of that dragon might the scale had released that had forced a 10th-rank sea demon to flee, Long Chen almost cried out in excitement. Once he refined the azure dragon essence blood, wouldn't he be able to dominate the central plains? At that time, he would be able to search for his origins without fear. Long Chen slowly approached the dragon scale. It was a mile wide, but it was releasing a divine light that formed a vacuum several dozen miles wide around it. The dragon scale didn't resist as he approached. Instead, Long Chen sensed that it seemed to be drawing him closer. That delighted him. Could it be that this azure dragon reverse scale came from the same dragon as his green dragon reverse scale? Long Chen suddenly thought of that dragon expert from back then. It hadn't said much about itself, but looking at this azure dragon scale, Long Chen thought of it. He thought of that endless starry sky he had seen. Long Chen shook his head, pushing aside those distracting thoughts. What he wanted was to take the azure dragon scale right now. If he could control it, he would be unrivaled. Good, there's no resistance at all. Long Chen slowly got closer. He was extremely patient. Well, the main thing was that he had no choice but to be patient. If it could scare away even a 10th-rank sea demon, then killing him wouldn't take the slightest bit of effort for it. Although he sensed an intimate will from it, he didn't dare to be careless. Buzz. Fuck, no way. Long Chen suddenly found that when he reached the vacuum region, he was blocked. He wasn't able to enter. Long Chen smashed the vacuum with his fists, he slashed it with his saber, and he even used split the heavens. But that barrier didn't budge. Who cons people like this? Long Chen refused to give up. He not only used his thunder force, but he even used the earth flame. He even tried dripping his essence blood into the barrier, and saw the essence blood being absorbed into the scale. That made Long Chen even more sure that this azure dragon reverse scale came from the same dragon as the green dragon reverse scale. However, after absorbing his essence blood, there wasn't much of a reaction. Long Chen tried it several times, but it was still useless. No good, I don't have the power to break this barrier. I can only leave it for later. Long Chen felt his spiritual yuan rapidly running out. Right now, He had his 4-star battle armor and green dragon battle armor on. The exhaustion was too much. If he didn't hurry and leave while he still had enough spiritual yuan, he would be crushed alive. Although he was filled with helplessness, Long Chen could only return to the surface of the sea. All he could do was remember this location and wait until he was strong enough to get it. "Haha, boss, you're finally back. The flying boat has been repaired so we can leave." Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that Elder Shah actually gave control of the flying boat to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan steered them away toward the Central Plains. Chapter 984, Arriving at the Xuanchen Dao Sect. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples eventually woke up and saw that they were still alive. They almost wept tears of joy. Only once you walked past the brink of death would you know how beautiful life was. Even the Central Plains, experts had never felt so close to death. When they awoke, Long Chen began to divvy up the loot. Wang Mang and the others all expressed that they wouldn't touch the 9th-rank sea demons. They were all Long Chen's. Through this battle, they had all seen that Long Chen and his people would definitely release a blazing light once they arrived in the Xuanchen Dao sect. Wang Mang even expressed that he was willing to be Long Chen's subordinate. Although the 9th-rank sea demons were extremely valuable, Wang Mang knew that no matter how great the wealth was, it wasn't worth more than forming a friendly relationship with a limitless potential genius. The latter would only increase in value. So no matter what Long Chen said, he refused to take the 9th-rank sea demons. Long Chen gave up, keeping the 9th-rank sea demons, corpses, and Nidans, but he gave all the Nidans at the 8th rank and below to them. Wang Mang and the Eastern Wasteland's disciples couldn't refuse. When they evenly split the Nidans, they found that the huge amount of points they could trade them for would be enough for them to squander for a very long time. Points were the Xuanchen Dao sect's tradition that was passed down all the way to the 108th monastery. Long Chen had personally experienced what it meant to possess points. If you had enough points, you could get anything. It had been many years, but now he was returning to that system. As he distributed the Nidans, he intentionally probed Elder Shah. After all, Elder Shah had contributed a lot in slaying these sea demons. Furthermore, the flying boat had been heavily damaged. Although they had put in a hasty repair, once they returned to the sect, it would definitely cost a great deal to fully repair it. But Elder Shah shook his head, saying that it wasn't in accordance with the rules. A disciple's profit was only for disciples. Furthermore, the flying boat was the property of the sect. Since he had only used it to carry out a mission, then even if the boat was destroyed, it would have nothing to do with him. Elder Shah truly was inflexible, so Long Chen could only keep the Nidans. The corpses of the powerful sea beasts were all given to Wilda. He was the most excited one on the flying boat. The second most excited one was Xuanhuan. He truly had some skill. By sucking up, he had actually won the privilege of operating the flying boat. Apparently, he had helped out a great deal to repair the flying boat. He was quick-witted and had obtained Elder Shah's recognition. And so he had taught him the way to control the flying boat. Xuanhuan was in love with the flying boat now. He refused to leave the control panel, and Elder Shah simply left him there. Xuanhuan's talent in this regard was truly impressive. In just a few days, his skill with the controls was impeccable. Even Elder Shah was startled by his talent. As a result, Xuanhuan continued to operate the flying boat. It sped off, with Elder Shah occasionally telling Xuanhuan about some upcoming twists and turns to avoid certain regions. Even Elder Shah had become much more careful after enduring such a terrifying battle. He didn't dare to make the slightest mistake with the route. Fortunately, they didn't run into any more dangers on the journey, and everything went smoothly. Long Chen asked Elder Shah to mark the spot he had found. After that, he began to deal with the Nidans. These Nidans were essentially all water attribute. Only the 6-horned sea serpent's Nidan was metal attribute, and that startled Long Chen. But Elder Shah said that the 6-horned sea serpent was different from ordinary sea demons. It possessed a powerful bloodline inheritance, similar to some humans. Just because it lived in water didn't mean its Nidan would definitely be water attribute. But over 90% of sea demons' Nidans were of water attribute. The metal attribute Nidan was given to the few dragonblood warriors with the right attribute. However, there weren't many metal attribute experts amongst them, because they had been able to make a choice when giving birth to an elemental energy. Choosing an element was extremely important, but no matter how heaven-defying 10,000 spirit blood was, if their foundations weren't good enough, then the elemental energy it would birth wouldn't be pure. Rather than condensing an elemental energy, It was better to allow the 10,000 spirit blood to spread its energy to nourish the physical body. Then it would form physical power runes. In truth, each of the dragon blood warriors liked this kind of feeling of absolute power. As a result, they only had a few elemental warriors. The water attribute warriors ended up profiting greatly, as they once more obtained several 9th-rank Nidans. It could be said that Long Chen's side had profited the most. Long Chen had tried to give some things as compensation, but he had been refused. Long Chen didn't like owing favors, but Wang Mang and the others refused to take it. It was unknown what troubles they might encounter in the future, and Long Chen definitely couldn't just watch to the side. As they continued on their journey, Long Chen focused on nourishing the divine runes in his 27 acupuncture points. The first 9 were already fully condensed. With the assistance of the divine runes, he sensed that split the heavens, power was already several times greater than before. And most mysterious of all, he felt a strange kind of energy supporting him when he used it. It was like a kind of blessing. He could sense it, but he wasn't able to describe it clearly. It was extremely mysterious. Split the heavens, as the treasure of the heaven-splitting battle sect, was perhaps not as simple as he had thought. There were definitely some secrets within. But Long Chen couldn't bother with those. With the first 9 divine runes fully condensed, the first form of split the heavens would unleash more power than the second form. That gave him more confidence. In the first few days, Long Chen was unable to calm down and focus. That was because of the Azure Dragon reverse scale. His see a treasure and can't walk away disease was recurring. He reminded himself countless times that he would one day return and that the treasure wouldn't grow legs and run away. He understood that reasoning, but it still made him feel indescribably pained. After a few days, it was unknown if it was because that summoning was too far for him to sense or if his rationality had defeated his disease, but his heart was no longer so pained, and he began to use his time to cultivate. The others were also cultivating. Only Wilda was hiding in a corner and eating. The sight of him eating was too frightening for others. Seeing Wilda eat a few 7th-rank sea demons each day shocked even Elder Shah. He had never seen someone who could eat this much. Wilda's stomach was practically a bottomless pit. In the end, Elder Shah couldn't watch any longer. He gave Wilda an oven, which was a special enchanted item that contained spatial power. It was extremely previous. It was what an expert could use to cook magical beasts. When magical beasts were tossed inside, their size would shrink until they were just a few feet long. After spending a few spirit stones, it was possible to cook it very quickly. But even a king would only be able to eat 2 or 3 bites of this compressed food, because when the food began to be digested, it would return to its original size. If they ate too much, it would make a person explode, and for a mighty king to explode from eating too much was far too laughable. With this special oven, Wilda no longer ate his food raw and bloody. He profusely said his thanks to Elder Shah. Time passed quickly and 2 months were gone in a flash. At this moment, they finally saw the other side of the continent. Everyone, including Elder Shah, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Wang Mang said, there was no storm zone on the side of the Central Plains. It was no wonder the sea demons would only attack this side and not the other 4 regions. Those storm zones were the 4 regions' natural protections. Without them, they would probably have long since ceased to exist. In these 2 months, they encountered countless attacks from sea demons, but those consisted mostly of 7th-rank sea demons with occasionally a few 8th rank. Everyone had learned their lesson. While being attacked by those sea demons, they didn't even curse back, let alone kill them. Last time had been too frightening. When the flying boat flew over the land, Elder Shah had Gu Ran release the barrier. Fresh air poured in, allowing everyone to relax. "What dense natural spiritual qi," exclaimed one of the Eastern Wasteland's disciples. The spiritual qi was several times denser than the area covered by his sect's top spirit gathering formation. This is the strongest aspect of the Central Plains. The spiritual qi is incredibly abundant. The martial heaven sea ring is like a barrier locking the Central Plains' spiritual qi inside, not letting it flow to the other 4 regions. So the Central Plains disciples have a huge advantage. Even when they're just babies in the womb, they will be nourished by this dense spiritual qi and blessed with greater talent. Normally, they can reach qi condensation before 5 reach bone forging by 10, and even those who reach Xianchen by 15 are not rare, said Wang Mang. Everyone was startled. They could reach Xianchen by the age of 15. That was too terrifying. They had all been in their 20s when they reached Xianchen. It had to be known that the start was very important for cultivators. It was like a race against time. The younger they broke through the barriers, the greater their potential, but they also couldn't let their foundations grow unsteady. Furthermore, once you enter the sect, you'll find many very young disciples. Furthermore, they're also very lively. Wang Mang bitterly smiled when he said that. HMPH, they just haven't been beaten enough. If they had met my boss, I'd bet they wouldn't be so lively, sneered Xuanhuan. He wasn't convinced by all the praise he heard about the Central Plains geniuses. There's no need to be stubborn. Cultivation base isn't everything, and talent cannot change a person's fate. Cultivating is like climbing a mountain. Although those that climb quickly make people envious, they end up missing many sceneries. We climb slower, but we've also gained things that other people neglected. It's impossible to say who is losing and who is winning until both sides reach the peak. Everyone wants to work hard to reach the peak of the martial path, but just how high is the peak? No one can say for sure, so don't be envious and don't admire them. If there is a gain, there must be a loss. And when you lose things, that's the only time you'll be able to gain certain things. The most forbidden emotion for those struggling on the martial path is envy. It will cause you to lose yourself and be unable to see further down your path, said Long Chen. Elder Shah looked at Long Chen. He hadn't expected Long Chen to understand such principles at such a young age. It was no wonder the Dragonblood Legion was full of such monsters. They had all been led by Long Chen, someone who truly possessed the quality of a general. The flying boat continued onwards, and Long Chen quickly saw some huge constructions. Those were used to block the attacks of sea demons. It was also possible to see some people down below. They should be the guards. He saw layers and layers of defenses. It actually continued for thousands of miles. Once they passed this defensive zone, they reached a huge transportation formation. What startled Long Chen was the fact that the flying boat directly landed on the transportation formation, and it immediately activated. They continued like this for a while until they finally went through the final transportation formation. An empty land appeared in front of them. We've arrived. Hearing Wang Mang's words, Long Chen and the others hastily examined their surroundings. Even with Long Chen's calm, he took in a cold gasp of air. Chapter 985 Discrimination of the Other Regions. What? It's this exaggerated. There were huge mountains around them, all of their peaks piercing through the clouds. 3 other huge flying boats were stopped on the empty land already, but those weren't the important point. The important point was that there were seas of people gathered in front of those flying boats. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were in front of the 3 flying boats. Some were sitting on the grass, some in small groups, some in groups of hundreds. Although they had long since been prepared, Long Chen and the others were deeply shaken. Hundreds of thousands of sea expansion experts were gathered here. That scene was shocking. When Xuanhuan stopped the flying boat, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes looked their way. Those eyes were full of astonishment, because the flying boat Long Chen and the others were on was covered in huge cracks. It looked like it might break down at any moment. Elder Shah, this is. An expert wearing elder robes walked over, looking at their flying boat in shock. Don't mention it. We were incredibly unlucky and almost lost our lives in the Eastern Sea. Elder Shah was clearly familiar with him. He returned to his indifferent and cold self, bitterly smiling and shaking his head. That elder was tactful and didn't continue asking. But once Long Chen and the others walked off the boat, he nervously asked, Elder Shah, this is. That elder was clearly startled by how few people there were from the eastern wasteland. It's hard to explain, don't ask. Elder Shah once more bitterly smiled. The other 2 elders also walked over and chatted a bit with Elder Shah. The 4 of them were clearly very familiar with each other. Speaking with those from the same generation as him, Elder Shah's expression wasn't as icy as before. How many disciples came in total? Asked Elder Shah. There are 876,000 from the other 3 regions. Adding your Eastern Wasteland's disciples, there's a total of 876,500, said the first elder. But even he smiled when saying this. All of them couldn't help but smile. This time, there were pitifully few disciples from the Eastern Wasteland. Although the Eastern Wasteland was always last place, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. The other region's disciples looked over. Some were curious, while some displayed their disdain. Some even made provoking gestures. As expected, it really is lively, sneered Xuanhuan. Let it go. Is there a point in quibbling with children? It would be better for you to cough, you understand. Long Chen winked at Xuanhuan. Ah, that's right. There's definitely going to be a few beautiful girls with this many people. Boss, let's go pick some up together, ya. Long Chen had been glaring at him as hard as possible, but this fool seemed to have gotten lost in that beautiful dream of his. As a result, he didn't see Long Chen's subtle gestures, and he was kicked by Tang Wanner. You deserve it. What do I teach you normally? How can your thoughts be so dirty? I was clearly saying that you should exchange pointers with experts and figure out your weaknesses through greater experience. You can't waste the springtime of your youth, but why is your head always full of such nonsense? Long Chen scolded him righteously. Guo Ran wouldn't drag him down this time. Haha, are all the children these days so lively? Laughed one of the elders. Contrary to Elder Shah, this person seemed extremely friendly. Lively? Yes, they are truly lively. Elder Shah bitterly smiled. After that huge battle, Elder Shah had thought about it. That ordinary bait they had launched out couldn't even draw over that many 7th-rank sea demons, let alone 8th-rank sea demons. Later, he had been able to privately ask Long Chen about this, but Long Chen refused to admit to anything. However, although Elder Shah was inflexible, he wasn't a fool. He knew this matter was definitely caused by him. Now that his peaceful life had returned, when he thought of how he had almost been killed because of Long Chen, he was speechless. But he did admire Long Chen, especially since in that dangerous crisis, he had gone out to face the 10th-rank sea demon's pressure. Despite knowing that it was certain death, he didn't retreat a single step. That courage was something he admired. So he didn't try to get to the bottom of this matter. He was prepared to keep this secret forever. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, we have to leave and report on our mission. This is my address in the outer sect. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate. Wang Mang handed Long Chen a jade plate which recorded his post. Thus, it would be easy to find him in the future. All right, Long Chen nodded. Wang Mang and the others respectfully bowed to Long Chen before leaving. They were delighted, feeling like they had been blessed. Why? Because other than the Eastern Wasteland, the other regions all had more newcomers than ever. Each one of them had over 200,000 disciples. They would have to spread their hunting profits amongst themselves, so it was uncertain whether any of them could get even a single needin. Compared to them, Wang Mang and the others felt like a god had specially taken care of them. Seeing this, the other 3 elders were stunned. They couldn't understand why the senior disciples would address a newcomer as senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, they bowed so respectfully with passion and worship in their eyes. According to reason, the senior disciples were supposed to blunt the newcomers' arrogance, and the newcomers should be afraid of them. How did it end up reversed? This generation of disciples is amazing. Quite a few monstrous geniuses have appeared, and the senior disciples weren't able to fully intimidate them. Perhaps this generation of disciples will be the most difficult one to handle yet. The Xuanhuan Dao sect is about to be livelier than ever, said that friendly elder. What are you talking about on your side? Asked Elder Shah. The senior disciples were beaten, and the intimidation didn't work very well. Who would have thought there'd be several rank 5 celestials appearing? The senior disciples were beaten in just one exchange. That's why you see them acting so arrogantly now. We'll have to pay special attention to them. Long Chen and the others heard the elder's words and were startled. Rank 5 celestials had actually appeared. It was just unknown if they were innate or acquired rank 5 celestials. If they were innate, then their combat power would be shocking. Those who could awaken as rank 5 celestials had to have even purer spirit blood. Long Chen, you should be careful. In all the previous generations, the disciples ended up with unending conflicts during the trials. All the youngsters have too much energy. Furthermore, with the discrimination of the other 3 regions, your Eastern Wasteland's disciples. Well, you understand, said Elder Shah. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples were always the lowest in number and the weakest amongst the 4 regions. They were looked down upon by the other regions. Dogs from the Eastern Wasteland. Just at this moment, a group of people loudly shouted this phrase from the distance. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples' expressions sank after hearing this naked insult. The Dragonblood warriors also became a bit angry, killing intent surfacing within their eyes. They icily stared at that group. Ignore them. If you encounter them in the trials, just beat them to death. Remember, our Dragonblood Legion is a whole, and no matter what trouble erupts, I'll be there to handle it. If I can't handle it, then the worst case is that we'll all die together. 18 years later, we'll rise once more as a new group of young men, and will reform the Dragonblood Legion. We can die, but we won't submit to anyone, understood? Said Long Chen. Understood, shouted the Dragonblood Legion. They all understood this oath. They could die, but they couldn't lower their heads to anyone. The elders' expressions changed upon hearing this. Long Chen was like a wild horse that refused to be tamed. HMPH, a group of reckless fools. Did you think some stupid shouting could intimidate others? All it proves is that you're nothing more than dogs. A voice rang out from the group closest to them. The closest group came from the western desert, while the person speaking was holding a fan and wore a scholar's band. He truly did have a scholar's air, but his gaze was a bit sinister. With a single glance, it was obvious he was a scheming person. Although this person hadn't released his aura, a faint pressure came from his body. He was a powerful rank 4 celestial. This person actually walked out of the crowd to face the eastern wastelands people. His insulting tone overflowed from his words, but the elders merely shook their heads with bitter smiles. "Can we fight here?" asked Long Chen. "Disciples can exchange pointers whenever they want, but killing is forbidden. As long as they're not dead, even crippling them is fine. It's the same as what I said on the way here," said Elder Shah. "This rule's not bad," Long Chen nodded. "Report your name." Suddenly, Yue Zifeng walked out. Jeering and ridicule came from the crowds when they saw him. "Ha ha ha, the eastern wasteland is getting worse and worse. Even trash that isn't even a celestial has muddled his way to the central plains. With just a glance, he's clearly a plebeian. He must have used money to bribe his way here. This kind of idiot is just a waste of resources. But that's also fine. Once he fails the trials, he won't waste the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's resources. He can become a worker." These people all sensed Yue Zifeng's fluctuations. He didn't have any heavenly Dao energy. Some people jeered at him, but some also felt sympathy for the eastern wasteland, as the number of their people was pitifully low. It seemed only 500 had come. They felt that this fan-holding man was being too much of a bully. "I am Zai Wei. Zai as in thank the heavens and the earth, Wei as shock the heavens and the earth. What are you pissing yourself from hearing my name?" sneered the fan-holding man. Long Chen and Gu Ran both shook their heads. This kind of posing art without any skill or technique was practically an insult to their own posing arts. "The reason I had you report your name is because my sword is never used against the nameless." His sword suddenly unsheathed, and a huge sword image sliced through the air. That sneering Zai Wei's smile instantly vanished. Chapter 986. How can you tell? Golden Scale Shield. Zai Wei was a powerful expert and he didn't panic. He spread his hands, a golden shield appearing before him. That golden scale was formed of countless runes stacked against each other like scales. He was clearly a metal attribute expert. His defensive strength was far above average. But this golden shield was as weak as paper in front of Yue Zifeng's sword Qi. It was instantly cut through. Zai Wei was startled, instinctively moving his head aside. The sword Qi struck his shoulder and continued down, cutting him in two. Blood splashed everywhere. "Ah!" Only now did Zai Wei let out a miserable scream. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or because of terror, but his voice was exceedingly mournful. Yue Zifeng sheathed his sword, his expression cold. It was like this was nothing more than an insignificant event. He has reached the first level of mastery in sword intent. Other than Elder Shah, the other 3 elders were shocked. Even before entering the immemorial path, Yue Zifeng had condensed an embryonic form of his sword intent. Once he had left, through Ling Yunzi's pointers, he had comprehended the true essence of the sword Dao. This so-called sword intent was the will of the sword Dao. There were millions of people who used swords, but less than 1% were actually able to gain insight into the sword Dao. Only a few were able to firmly pledge their life to the sword and become a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators sacrificed all magical arts and battle skills that didn't focus on the sword Dao. Their specialization into the sword reached the point of rather dying than wavering. Only such people were qualified to be called sword cultivators. Furthermore, even amongst sword cultivators, over 99% of people were unable to comprehend the true will of the sword Dao. They were still dithering outside the sword Dao. Someone who could condense their own sword intent was a genius of the sword Dao. The most terrifying thing about Yue Zifeng's attack was that Zai Wei was unable to heal it. Even as he used his heavenly Dao energy to paste his body back together, his blood didn't stop pouring out of his injury. There was some kind of bizarre energy ruining his healing, rendering his heavenly Dao energy ineffective. Even Long Chen was shocked by this. The power of Yue Zifeng's sword Dao was so domineering as to suppress even heavenly Dao energy. It was no wonder Ling Yunzi would turn Yue Zifeng from a celestial into an ordinary cultivator. Within a sword cultivator's destructive power lay an indescribable, miraculous energy. Brother, you should change your name in the future. Your tool for carrying on your ancestral line has been completely crippled. Calling yourself Yang Wei would be more close-fitting, called Xuanhuan. He was truly evil to hit him while he was down. Xuanhuan's words were an unshakable fact. That treasure used to carry out his ancestral line had been destroyed by Yue Zifeng. With the destructive power contained within his sword, that thing would probably never grow out again. Thinking of how he would be an incomplete man at such a young age, Zai Wei almost passed out from fury. But right now, he couldn't care about that. He was unable to heal, and if this continued, he would eventually die from blood loss. Normally, a cultivator could stop bleeding with just a thought. Just using some spiritual yuan to suppress it would be fine. But Yue Zifeng's attack had contained a destructive power that made his spiritual yuan useless. "Elder, save me," cried Zai Wei. "Zai, young people shouldn't be so impetuous." That kind-hearted elder shook his head and waved his hand. A soft light enveloped Zai Wei. Zai Wei's injury instantly healed as Yue Zifeng's destructive power was completely erased by that light. However, unless Zai Wei ran into a miracle, he would be an incomplete man for the rest of his life. "Many thanks, Elder." Zai Wei hastily bowed toward him. As soon as he finished bowing, he turned to Yue Zifeng, his face full of rancor. "You bumpkins, how dare you sneak attack me while my guard was down? Truly shameless. Calling you dogs is praising you. You're just a group of pigs." No one had expected that a Grand Rank 4C expansion celestial would actually burst into curses after losing. Even the four elders' expressions sank. How could one of the Grand Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples spout obscenities like a crazy man on the street? "Clean out your mouth. I don't care how much shit you've eaten, but don't randomly spout it at people. Otherwise, you won't see tomorrow's sunrise," raged Xuanhuan. "Maliciously killing people is against the rules. You will immediately be expelled," shouted Elder Shah. "The punishment is just being expelled." Long Chen's eyes brightened. That made Elder Shah have a bad feeling. And as expected, Long Chen shouted, "Brothers, if anyone provokes you, don't worry about holding back. In any case, Celestials won't die so easily. And if they do die, we just have to leave and make our own living in the Central Plains. With power, wouldn't we have enough to eat no matter where we go?" "It's over." Elder Shah regretted opening his mouth. He had been trying to intimidate them, but instead, he had just made the rules clear to them. They would probably be even more unrestrained than ever. He saw many of the Dragonblood warriors clenching their weapons, cold lights shining in their eyes. It was like they were leopards eyeing their prey. "Brother Zifeng, you can go kill that fake man first. This time cut him into 8 pieces," shouted Xuanhuan, as if worried things weren't chaotic enough. Yue Zifeng slowly reached for the sword on his back, causing Zai Wei's expression to completely change. He hastily retreated into the crowd. "Eastern Wasteland people, don't go too far." A cold shout rang out from the western desert side. A large man walked over. He was extremely tall, with his long hair bound to the back of his head. He wore a waistcoat and straw sandals, and his skin was a deep bronze color. His aura wasn't revealed, but his gaze was electric. "I dare to bet that he is an earth attribute expert." Xuanhuan closely examined the large man. "How can you tell?" Song Minjuan and Li Qi couldn't help but ask. Although they had their suspicions as well, they weren't as sure as Xuanhuan. "Just look at how dirty his aura is. It's obvious," said Xuanhuan. "What the fuck?" Song Minjuan and Li Qi were speechless. Xuanhuan was becoming more and more shameless. The two of them had been duped. As Earth attribute experts, the two of them were extremely sensitive to Earth attribute fluctuations. But this large man had something that isolated him from their senses, so they couldn't be sure. "Don't go too far. Don't you think it's satirical for such words to come out of your mouth? From the start, it was your people provoking us," said Long Chen indifferently. Although this dirty, large man seemed like a farmer who had just left the fields, Long Chen could sense he was a terrifying Earth attribute expert. The reason his aura wasn't revealed was because it was practically merged with the Earth. That was a powerful realm. Once he fought, the Earth's energy would erupt and aid him. Furthermore, Long Chen sensed another dislikable aura, the will of the heavenly Daos, and it was extremely intense. Long Chen was sure he was a rank 5 celestial. "HMPH, the weak don't have the qualifications to cry. People sneer at you because the Eastern Wastelands branch sect is always trash. Who do you have to blame? Each time your side has the lowest number of people and they're always the weakest. You're trash, but you don't want others to call you trash. That just makes you even greater trash." Zai Wei's confidence grew with that large man's support, and he began to curse at Long Chen. "Your mouth really is disgusting. No wonder Xuanhuan said you eat shit." Long Chen shook his head. He slowly extended a hand. "Pal." Everyone's vision blurred, and they seemed to hear a clap of thunder. Long Chen suddenly appeared right beside Zai Wei and slapped him across the face. The sound was resounding and clear, but within that clear sound was a pained snort, as well as the sound of bones breaking. Zai Wei shot back. It seemed that Zai Wei didn't have good relationships with people. No one moved to catch him as he shot past them. Instead, they all moved out of his way, and Zai Wei face planted into the ground. Seeing that, quite a few people felt sympathy for him. Zai Wei's jaw was broken. Although they hadn't personally experienced his pain, their own jaws tingled. Zai Wei fell unconscious from the pain, not even having time to recover. The four elders shook their heads. Zai Wei was truly trash. After losing, he started cursing wildly without end. For him to faint after just suffering a bit of pain, the only thing that could be said was that he had been spoiled rotten and had never experienced any true life and death battles. Otherwise, no matter how much pain you felt, you wouldn't faint. If you were on the battlefield when that happened, you'd have died 100 times. "Brat, you're courting death," the large, dirty man roared, and the ground began to shake. Earth energy surged toward him, and he seemed like a volcano about to erupt. All the disciples' expressions changed and they retreated. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, icily staring at the dirty man. "Those who tell me I'm courting death have pretty much all died. If you don't believe me, you can try it." The other disciples were all startled. This newcomer from the eastern wasteland was this confident. Some of them had been sympathizing with Long Chen and the others over being bullied, but now seeing him display such a domineering attitude, they jumped in shock. Facing this infuriated opponent, Long Chen was completely indifferent. His long hair and black robes danced in the wind, making him appear more handsome than ever. Most moving of all were his clear eyes. That seemingly thin body with its domineering eyes was a powerful visual that caused some women's hearts to sway. The large man's aura continued to rise until the sound of a bell rang out. Heaven and earth turned silent, and a voice rang out within that silence. "Everyone, the disciple selection is about to start." Chapter 987, Hanging and Beating Someone in the Air. That crystal-clear voice had come from a woman. Everyone hastily looked over to see a group of people walking over. The person at the front was a woman in green robes. She had a beautiful face and figure, and she lightly walked across the ground, giving off a feeling of having merged with heaven and earth. It was a natural and refreshing feeling, as if she was an elf who had walked out of the forest. A wood attribute expert. Long Chen was startled. This woman's aura was very similar to Chu Yao's. It contained boundless life energy. Behind her was a group of men and women. They all wore white robes and gave off a transcendental feeling. Long Chen and the others knew this was a Dao charm formed from cultivating the Xuanhuan Dao sect's-specific cultivation techniques. This aura was similar to the elders. It went without saying that this kind of aura made people feel exceptionally relaxed. It was something pleasing to the eye and heart. These people were all foundation forging experts, and the first thing they did was bow toward the four elders. What Long Chen and the others didn't understand was that the four elders returned a slight bow. The green-robed woman looked at Long Chen and the large man who were about to fight. "Go back to your camps. The trial is about to start." Her voice was soft and gentle without any arrogance. It was like a big sister advising a junior brother. Long Chen nodded and returned. Long Chen might not have said anything, but the large man was unwilling. Long Chen had caused him to lose face, and he shouted, "Brat, taste one of my fists." The ground beneath his feet suddenly became covered with runes. Everyone was shocked, as the aura of his attack was shocking. He hadn't needed to gather any energy at all before launching such a powerful attack. Long Chen frowned. Was this idiot's head also dirt? Did he think that he was going back to his side because he was afraid of him? He was just about to attack when the ground split open and countless vines shot out at the large man. He let out a startled cry and hastily fell back. But it was too late. Those vines instantly bound him and raised him in the air. No matter how he struggled, those vines didn't budge. "I've heard that youngsters have violent tempers. Looks like it's true. How about I help you restrain yourself a bit?" The green-robed woman smiled slightly, a teasing light in her eyes. "Trifling vines, don't think you can bind me, Yan Machen. Great earthen armor," roared the large man, runes lighting up on his body. Everyone's gazes became odd. No matter how long they waited, the earthen armor never appeared. "Did you forget your armor at home?" asked Xuanhuan. "Idiot, his head really is full of dirt. With his feet off the ground, this senior apprentice sister has severed his connection to the ground. What can he possibly summon?" Li Qi shook his head. He and Song Minjuan were also earth attribute experts, so they were profoundly aware of their fatal weak points. They couldn't leave the ground. While crossing the sea, the two of them had been on edge the entire time. Without the support of the earth, they had been nervous. The two of them hadn't participated in the battle over the sea. This woman was clearly taking advantage of his weakness by keeping him hanging in the air. He was easily bound. As for summoning some great earthen armor, that was clearly impossible. Would spirit binding? A faint smile appeared on the woman's lips. The vines around Yan Machen's body instantly tightened. The chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. "Ah!" Yan Machen let out a miserable cry. The vines had actually crushed his bones and were continuing to compress. It felt like they were trying to crush him to death. Everyone cringed. This green-robed woman looked so kind and friendly, but in the blink of an eye, she became a devil. She was so ruthless that it inspired disbelief. That faint smile on her lips made it seem like she was very happy. The four elders were used to this and didn't react at all. They just indifferently watched. As for the men and women behind the green-robed woman, they had mocking smiles. Some of them even covered their mouths and stealthily laughed. "Heavens, this big sister is so strong. This person has become much more slender," said Tang Wan'er. Long Chen rolled his eyes. "He isn't losing weight, he's losing form. It's the same as a person's bun being squeezed into noodles." In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Yan Machen was squeezed to the point that he was 50% taller than before. He was truly much more slender. But this body sculpting progress made people quiver. His pained cries and the sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. They looked toward Long Chen. If only Yan Machen possessed Long Chen's eyesight, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable plight. "Senior apprentice sister, spare me. Junior disciple was wrong," Yan Machen finally apologized. He now understood that while he could call himself Hegemon of the Western Desert, he wasn't even dogshit in front of the experts from the previous generation. Not all the senior disciples were as weak as the ones who had greeted them. Now he had learned his lesson. "If you had said that earlier, wouldn't it have been much better?" The green-robed woman smiled warmly, once more becoming like a big sister. But this time no one was tricked by her smile. They were all on guard now. Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, no matter what, they couldn't try to be posers, especially not in front of the elite senior disciples. Otherwise, the results would be incomparably miserable. The vines slowly released Yan Machen, but once he was released, everyone was shocked to see he wasn't the slightest bit injured. Furthermore, his body hadn't changed at all. It was like his previous appearance had been an illusion. "What terrifying healing capabilities!" exclaimed Mengqi. Long Chen nodded. Yan Machen was a rank 5 celestial. Just now his bones had been completely crushed and his body had changed form. Such heavy injuries would take at least a few hours to fully recover with heavenly Dao energy. But when that green-robed woman released him, he was silently and instantly healed. "Boss, how about you seduce her to our side, then we—" Tang Wan'er sent a kick toward Xuanhuan. But even before he was kicked, Long Chen had tightly covered Xuanhuan's mouth. "Little Guozai, are you trying to get me killed? Don't make such jokes or someone will die for it," whispered Long Chen through clenched teeth. Xuanhuan acted regardless of the law or the heavens. But even if he didn't care about the law or even the heavens, what about this boss of his? He couldn't just con him like this. The green-robed woman could capture Yan Machen with a wave of her hand. Long Chen didn't dare to fight her right now, as that was just asking to be beaten. After this painful lesson, Yan Machen behaved much better. He bowed toward the green-robed woman and returned to his camp. But before leaving, he raised a fist at Long Chen. His meaning was clear. "Just wait, my fist will smash you sooner or later." Long Chen ignored him. But Xuanhuan also raised his fist, his central finger raised high, a disdainful expression on his face. "All right, everyone calm down," said the green-robed woman. She intentionally looked toward Long Chen's side, causing him and Xuanhuan to become a bit guilty. They quickly put on a listening posture. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Mu Qingxuan. You can call me Senior Apprentice Sister Qingxuan, or you can just directly call me Big Sister Xuan. It doesn't really matter because I'm very easy to talk to. 10 years ago, I stood where you stand and listened to the senior disciples' teachings. Now, 10 years later, I'm reminded of that time as I look at all of you. To tell the truth, I'm very happy and very excited, said Mu Qingxuan emotionally. Everyone was speechless. She was happy right now, so she had only crushed Yan Machen so badly. If she were unhappy, just what kind of state would she have crushed him into? Mu Qingxuan continued, don't blame me for being violent. There's no way around it because if I didn't kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, you wouldn't calmly listen to my words. Yan Machen's expression changed. He felt hatred, but he didn't dare to hate Mu Qingxuan, so he hated Long Chen. He was sure that Long Chen had seen through some clues, which was the only reason why he had retreated without a word. As a result, he had been the one to foolishly jump into the trap. Mu Qingxuan's words were very clear. Without beating someone, no one else would listen to her seriously. Even if Yan Machen and Long Chen had avoided this trap, others would have been used as examples. But Yan Machen was the unlucky one. I understand you all too well. I still recall how I felt when I first arrived at the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Proud, arrogant, unwilling to submit, as if I was unrivaled beneath the heavens. Back then, people in my group were also beaten. Back then I was smart and didn't get beaten. Mu Qingxuan smiled as she fell back into her memories. Everyone was speechless. They stealthily looked toward Yan Machen and saw that his face was as ugly as a pig's. The previous matter was to tell you all a principle. Children who don't behave will suffer, while children who do listen will get sweets as rewards. So, listen carefully to my words because I don't like to repeat myself, said Mu Qingxuan a bit gravely, causing everyone's hearts to shake. They hastily began to listen with rapt attention. Chapter 988 All-Encompassing. Before the trial begins, you'll need to register. That's right, you didn't mishear, said Mu Qingxuan. Everyone thought they had misheard since they had already registered before coming here. Why did they have to register again? Your previous registration was just your name, but the registration you're about to do is all-encompassing. Your talent and qualifications will all be recorded in the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's library, which will be very beneficial to you. The Xuanhuan Dao Sect will give you special care depending on your talent, and even if you fail the trials, if a certain aspect of your talent is worthwhile to the Xuanhuan Dao Sect, you can still join the sect. Our Dao Sect raises its disciples in line with the disciples' abilities. The goal is to bring out the disciples' potential and raise them into various specialties. That's different from your branch sects. Mu Qingxuan intentionally looked over at Long Chen and the others as she continued. Because your various branch sects weren't strong enough, there was no way for them to raise special disciples. But in the Central Plains, that kind of thing is of no problem. It seems our Eastern Wastelands branch sect was the poorest of them all. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Just from the other three regions' disciples' scornful gazes, it was possible to see that it was the Eastern Wasteland that was as poor as a dog. Was this the basis for their disdain toward Long Chen and the others? Everyone looked toward the Eastern Wastelands group of 500. The other groups had hundreds of thousands of people, so their small group appeared especially conspicuous. Quite a few people had sympathetic expressions, but there were many more expressions of disdain. It was like staring at the Eastern Wasteland's disciples could rapidly increase their own superiority and pride. Long Chen ignored them. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than children who had been spoiled rotten. They didn't know the hardships of life, nor did they know what respect and gratitude were. Mu Qingxuan continued, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has many specialties, from forging, refining magical arts, formations, talismans, etc. In total, there are 360 specialties for you to choose from. Whether you are a body cultivator, magical art cultivator, soul cultivator, sword cultivator, spirit cultivator, no matter what you cultivate, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has countless tomes for you to study. The Xuanhuan Dao sect has divine items protecting it known as the Reincarnation Mirror and Xuanhuan Tower. The Reincarnation Mirror will allow you to study the priceless Xuanhuan catalog, which will allow you to use the Dao to peer into the heavens and cultivate to the point of being a god or an immortal. Here, as long as you have the talent, you definitely won't be overlooked. Horses dislike narrow paths and the great Peng hates the heavens for being too low. But whether you are a horse or a Peng, in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, you will have limitless room for growth. Mu Qingxuan's words rolled off her tongue smoothly. They were passionate and moving, causing hundreds of thousands of disciples to feel as if their blood was boiling. I almost believe her, Long Chen laughed. What did she say something wrong? Asked Tang Wan'er. No, what she said is true, but that reincarnation mirror, Xuanhuan Tower, Xuanhuan catalog, it won't have anything to do with us. Just watch, she'll quickly explain, said Long Chen. As if cooperating with Long Chen, Mu Qingxuan said, However, these resources are the foundation of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Not everyone can enjoy them. Before setting your sights on obtaining these dreamlike resources, you should first get some smaller goals. For example, don't fail the upcoming trials. A chortle escaped Tang Wanner, and she hastily covered her mouth. This scoundrel Long Chen really had seen through Mu Qingxuan's words. That final turn in her words was like a harsh slap in the face to bring everyone back to reality. Seeing everyone's startled gazes and adding on Long Chen's accurate prediction, Tang Wanner couldn't hold back her laughter. That simply within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, there is an ocean's worth of resources. It most likely far surpasses your imagination, so talking too much about it is useless. The only reason why I bring it up is for your own motivation. I hope you work hard so you don't live a life of regret. This world has its own rules, and they are bloody and cruel. Resources are things the strong have to work hard to get, while the weak can only watch others eat, or perhaps end up getting eaten by the strong. The Xuanhuan Dao sect is no exception, so if you want to get special care here, don't hold back. That's all I'll say, so let's start the registration. The disciples behind Mu Qingxuan got to work. Everyone was surprised to see them set up a formation. The land shook, and runes appeared in the air. A huge platform appeared with dozens of pieces of equipment. It was unknown what those pieces of equipment did. Everyone, pay attention. When your name is called, hurry onto the platform. If no one comes after being called 3 times, it will be seen as giving up on the trial. You'll have to bear the consequences, shouted a man holding a thick book. The Southern Seas Branch Sec Shiyichuo. A man immediately ran out of the Southern Seas group. Looking at that man, people almost laughed when they thought of his name. His name really matches him. Long Chen was almost speechless. That person wasn't very tall, but he was wider than he was tall. He was like a ball of meat as he waddled his way forward. Long Chen, you're being disgusting, scolded Tang Wanner. What are you talking about? I think the person who associates him with certain things would be the truly disgusting one, laughed Long Chen. You? Wanner, you can't beat him. He's evil, so you'll always lose, said Meng Qi somewhat helplessly. Tang Wanner would lose essentially every time she sparred words with Long Chen. Then physically, she was unable to injure him. HMPH, Long Chen, don't think I can't handle you. If you bully me again, I'll beat Gu Ran. Tang Wanner was in the midst of wondering how to threaten Long Chen when she suddenly saw Gu Ran laughing evilly. Do you think I'm scared? So what if I bully you? Long Chen immediately took an attitude of being unafraid of heaven or earth. Aya, Gu Ran let out a miserable cry as he was kicked by Tang Wanner. HMPH, you dare to beat my brother, raged Long Chen. Ah, sister-in-law, no, big sister Wanner, please stop, Gu Ran cried while covering his head. Tang Wanner, if you really have the ability, then just go ahead and beat him to death. Do you think I'll surrender just like this? Said Long Chen. I don't believe I can't subdue you. Tang Wanner increased her power. Damn it, stop. Don't think I don't see that the two of you are doing this on purpose. Aya, they shouted my name. Gu Ran hastily escaped from Tang Wanner's clutches. The announcer had just called out his name. You two are both evil, sighed Meng Qi. Gu Ran had been treated unjustly. Sister Meng Qi, the two of them are always colluding, especially that Gu Ran. He keeps telling Long Chen to seduce more women, cried Tang Wanner, aggrieved. Correct, beating him is simply the right thing. He's becoming more and more unbridled. He wanted me to go seduce others right in front of you. He's clearly trying to disturb our peace, cried Long Chen righteously. Hey, why do your words sound so off? So if we weren't here, you could discuss how to seduce women, demanded Tang Wanner. Cough, that's nothing more than a misunderstanding. Oh look, Gu Ran's starting to register, said Long Chen. Tang Wanner wasn't so easily distracted, and she was just about to pursue his slip of the tongue when Meng Qi grabbed her hand and shook her head. Only then did Tang Wanner notice many people were staring at them oddly. There were even some men staring at Long Chen with envy that they didn't bother to mask. She realized she had already brought Long Chen more enemies without knowing it. Sticking out her tongue, she kept silent. Meng Qi and Tang Wanner were peerless beauties who were outstanding even amongst the hundreds of thousands of disciples. In the cultivation world, beautiful women were a sign of a man's status, especially the kind of woman that was both beautiful and powerful. They would be pursued by countless experts. The Eastern Wastelands group was already so conspicuous due to their numbers. Thus, their little scuffle had drawn countless people's attention. Seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wanner standing so close to Long Chen, displaying that their relationship wasn't ordinary, countless people became envious. There's no need to pay attention to them, nor do you need to have misgivings. Wanner, you are Tang Wanner. You can do whatever you want to do. Even if the heavens collapse, I will be there to hold them up for you. Their envy just means that you're beautiful. I like it when others are envious of me but also can't do anything to me, laughed Long Chen. Although a great portion of his words were just a joke, they also contained love and pampering that moved Tang Wanner's heart. Inside, Long Chen truly did love her, and he wouldn't let her suffer the slightest grievance. He would rather deal with trouble than have her act restrained. Thank you, Long Chen, said Tang Wanner warmly. No need to thank me. If you act this warmly to me, I'll be too embarrassed to seduce other women, laughed Long Chen. You scoundrel. Tang Wanner's fury immediately resurfaced, her previous warmth vanishing. Good, just stay in this state. Once Xuanhuan returns, we can continue, praised Long Chen, giving her a thumbs up. Just as they were talking, Xuanhuan appeared in front of the platform. But there were still 3 people in front of him, so he had to wait a bit. The registration was in batches of 10, and Xuanhuan was the last of his batch. Finally, the first 9 were finished and it was his turn. After registering his name, he went onto the platform. Each piece of equipment had a person in charge of it. Open your mouth, said a woman. Xuanhuan couldn't believe his ears. Sounds like pile of poop, think of the emoji. Chapter 989, Not Even a Celestial. What? Xuanhuan couldn't believe his ears. I asked you to open your mouth, the woman repeated. To test if he had misheard, Xuanhuan only opened his mouth a bit. He didn't understand what this was for. A bit bigger. Oh, not that big. I can see the inside of your stomach like this. I just need to check your teeth and throat. After the examination of his mouth, Xuanhuan continued forward. Even as he went on to the second examination, he didn't understand what the first examination was for. But he quickly realized what it was when the female examiner asked the disciple after him. An ancient race disciple. From which race? The blood scale race. This disciple was a woman wearing blood-red robes. A scarlet scale with the size of a fingernail could be seen on her forehead. Her face was beautiful, and her body was exceptionally moving. Even people from the ancient races could join the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. He was already completely hostile with the ancient races, and he didn't know how that would affect the future. The woman registering her wasn't surprised. She registered her as such and moved on. Long Chen saw over 30 people handling the registration. In other words, each person had to go through over 30 examinations, and each one involved different things. The first one was the most simple. First it was the name, then the race, bone age, spirit root, spirit blood, power, soul energy, etc. Each examination was strict with tools specially designed for it. There was no way to cheat. Other than these quantifiable variables, there were other things as well. For example, they would ask the new disciples about their personal strengths, ideologies, their requirements for partners, etc. When asked about his personal strengths, Xuanhuan replied that he was a forging master. That made the senior disciple a bit moved. But when asked about his ideology, that senior disciple directly coughed up blood. Xuanhuan's response was that his ideology was to be a poser. But Xuanhuan's spirit root was dark gold grade, which made the senior disciple nod inside. However, when he then tested his physical strength, he became speechless. His constitution was incredibly weak and unsuited to battle. However, he was only in charge of recording this information. How the Dao sect handled it was their own matter. Nevertheless, none of them had seen a marvel like Xuanhuan. In truth, Xuanhuan's talent was something created by Long Chen piling a mountain of resources onto him. Xuanhuan didn't walk the normal path, so these people naturally couldn't understand him. Through this, Long Chen saw that they split spirit roots into 5 grades: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and violet gold. Spirit blood was graded according to its density and split into Huang, Xuan, Earth, and Heaven tiers. These 4 tiers were most commonly used in this world. The majority of people's spirit blood was at the lowest Huang tier. Even Xuanhuan was the same. But the Huang tier was also split into 3 levels, and he had the high Huang tier spirit blood. However, his spirit blood had no attribute, and to put it frankly, it had almost no use. So it made these senior disciples feel like it was a waste of talent. Other than spirit blood and spirit root, there was another test for the elemental attribute. This was also split into 4 tiers like the spirit blood. Previously, one of the dragon blood warriors had been called up. He was an earth attribute expert, but his earth energy was only mid-Huang tier. But in the other regions, there were many disciples with high Huang tier elemental energy, and some even had mid-Xuanhuan tier ones as well. That made Long Chen see the difference. The Dragon Blood Legion was composed of experts he had spent his blood, sweat, and tears to build. Countless resources had been piled onto them for them to reach their current level. But here, the Dragon Blood warriors could only count as above average. As for the other disciples from the eastern wasteland, they were the bottom-padding cannon fodder. Long Chen could see their helplessness and dejection. Violet Gold Spirit Root, High Earth Tier Spirit Blood and Mid-Earth Tier Water Energy. Heavens, a rank 5 Celestial Zhao Zian. Right now, everyone was paying attention to the registration. Only through paying attention to the result was it possible to tell who the peak experts of the 4 regions were. This woman from the Southern Sea immediately became the center of attention. Her spirit root, spirit blood, elemental energy, and celestial rank were all top level amongst those who had been tested. What terrifying talent! Tang Wan'er was shocked. This was her first time seeing a rank 5 celestial. Looking at her beautiful appearance, she warned, Long Chen, you're not allowed to seduce her, otherwise I'll never forgive you. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. He had an urge to cry. Sister, you must be overestimating me. Even if I wanted to seduce her, who knows if she'd look favorably upon me. True, she's a rank 5 celestial with countless pursuers. As for you, you aren't even first rank. Tang Wan'er nodded. It seemed just being handsome was useless in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Are you cursing me for having no class? Long Chen's expression darkened. Haha, no, you're overthinking things, laughed Tang Wan'er. If they weren't in a public place, Long Chen would have definitely given her a fierce bite. People were constantly being named and going up to register. However, it was unknown how they were picked. Without following a set order, everyone had to lend an ear. Boss, I'm back. Xuanhuan came over excitedly, a new Jade plate on his waist. Long Chen, do you submit? Tang Wan'er cried suddenly. Long Chen was first startled, but then he realized Tang Wan'er was looking for an excuse to put Xuanhuan away. The little fellow had committed a grievous crime by encouraging him to seduce women right in front of her. Just as Long Chen was wondering whether he should continue conning Xuanhuan or not, Xuanhuan raised his hands innocently and cried, Sister Wan'er, I was wrong. Please spare Junior disciple. Junior will never dare to do the same thing again. Seeing this, Tang Wan'er felt bad for him and reserved herself a bit as well. What's this thing used for? This energy, it's just like. Long Chen looked at the jade plate Xuanhuan was holding. It's like a photographic jade. I guess it should be a monitoring tool. While wearing it, your every move and action will be viewed by others, said Meng Qi. Are they treating us like criminals? Asked Xuanhuan. Meng Qi shook her head. It should be for everyone's safety so that disciples don't try to pull any tricks and kill each other. Meng Qi glanced at Long Chen with worry. Don't worry, a well-behaved person like me doesn't like fighting and killing. I will use kindness to win others over, said Long Chen with a bashful smile. Let alone Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, even Xuanhuan rarely gave Long Chen such a disdainful look. Boss, first, let's not talk about whether or not I'd believe you, but do you believe yourself? Long Chen hadn't expected him to undermine him like this. He raged, people are all capable of change. Didn't I refrain from killing anyone for many months? The Dragon Blood warriors nodded. Long Chen truly hadn't killed anyone. After all, there hadn't been anyone to kill on the way here. Fine, I admit my words were a bit exaggerated. So that my good wife Meng Qi doesn't get worried, starting today, I will become someone who subdues others through kindness, swore Long Chen. Well, do your best then. Taking it easier is good, comforted Meng Qi. She didn't want to change Long Chen, but she did hope for a more peaceful life. This point was a bit different between men and women. Men wanted stimulation, but while women also liked stimulation, they would also feel worry and fear. Don't worry, I'll take it a bit easier. Long Chen nodded. He knew Meng Qi only said this for his own good, as his current killing intent was indeed too strong. He had killed too many people in the immemorial path and eastern wasteland. Once he fought others, his killing intent would erupt instinctively. Meng Qi hoped he would reserve himself and use his rationality to suppress his desire for slaughter. She didn't want his desire for killing to overpower his rationality. Last time, with her advice, Long Chen had decided not to exterminate the eastern wasteland's righteous path. However, she was worried Long Chen would return to that cruel path bit by bit as he was forced by external pressure, so she took great pains to warn him. Seeing that Long Chen could still open-mindedly accept her opinion in front of everyone, she was gratified. Long Chen was still the old Long Chen. His original heart hadn't changed, which was the most gratifying thing for her. The Eastern Wastelands Yue Zaifeng. When Yue Zaifeng walked up, quite a few people let out startled cries. He's actually not a celestial. When they tested his heavenly Tao energy, the testing device didn't light up at all. This was something even more shocking than the rank 5 celestial. If he wasn't even a celestial, how could he possess such power? Previously, he had almost killed a rank 4 celestial in one blow. Later, Zai Wei's jaw had been broken by Long Chen, causing him to lose face. However, Zai Wei had already been tested. He was a rank 4 celestial with a dark gold spirit blood and mid-Xuanhuan tier metal energy. He was clearly a powerful expert. But such a strong person had almost been killed in one blow by Yue Zaifeng. Many people thought Yue Zaifeng had been hiding his power and was actually a terrifying rank 5 celestial. But now that the truth revealed itself, everyone was shocked. They were unable to accept this result. Congratulations, junior apprentice brother. The Xuanhuan Dao Sect's gates are already open for you. Suddenly, Mu Qingxuan's voice rang out, causing quite a few people's eyes to turn red. Chapter 990, Heaven Tier Soul Energy. What? People immediately began to raise issues with what Mu Qingxuan said. It sounded like she was saying Yue Zaifeng could enter the Xuanhuan Dao sect without going through the trials. Many people were dissatisfied with that. Mu Qingxuan smiled slightly and said, because there is a rule within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, disciples with special skills can get special treatment. Why does he meet that standard but not us? How is he special? I don't see anything special about him, and if you don't tell us, it'll be equivalent to him cheating, raged a disciple. That disciple had just registered. He was a rank 4 celestial with a dark gold spirit root. His other aspects were also excellent, and most importantly, he was only 18 years old. He could truly be described as a genius with limitless prospects. Back then, he had shocked quite a few people. However, even he didn't meet the standard. With his talent and his illustrious status, his words were a bit overbearing. The ground suddenly erupted, and a huge vine bound him in a flash, rendering him without the slightest ability to resist. I don't care what status you had in the branch sect. The Central Plains is not the same place, and you'll have to follow our rules. If you have any objections toward the trial procedure, you can politely ask and we will explain it clearly for you. If you still object, you can go to the Elders' Hall for arbitration. But before doing that, the first precondition is that you are a disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. And right now, you're not. Your conduct has disturbed the proper flow of the trial. Your words are excessive, and you've insulted the Xuanhuan Dao sect's sacred rules. With my authority as the one in charge of the trial, I strip you of your qualifications to participate in the trial. You will be taken into temporary custody, and once the trial is over, you will be sent out of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, said Mu Qingxuan coldly. Wait, no, you can't do this, shouted that disciple. He hadn't expected that just questioning her would result in such a heavy punishment. I can do this because your words insulted the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules. That is a lack of trust in the sect, and since you have no trust, you can go and find something else to trust in the Central Plains, said Mu Qingxuan. After saying that, she ignored him and said to the other disciples, rules are rules. They can't be changed, so don't regret your decisions. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's inheritance stretches back hundreds of thousands of years. There are countless heavenly geniuses within it, and they all have to follow the rules. Don't think that you are above the rules. If you really were strong enough, you'd have long since ascended and never come here. Since you aren't strong enough, then be better behaved. To give you all a good start, I've given you more face than what the last generation has given me. But if others want to take advantage of my kindness, I won't be so kind to them. Continuing where I left off, Yue Zaifeng meets the standards to be a special elite disciple. Let me just reiterate that this special elite disciple refers to someone who has reached a pinnacle in one aspect. That's why we ask you about your interests and personal strengths during this registration. If you meet the standards, you can also become a special elite disciple. The people here registering you are all disciples from the previous generation. They are your senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters. They take their work seriously, and before accepting this mission, they swore to carry out their duty with fairness. If they went against that oath, their cultivation base would never advance an inch ever again. So that person's suspicion was an insult to the Dao sect and us. Once you join the Dao sect, you'll understand how insignificant you currently are. So I'd advise you to cast aside your arrogance and maintain a humble, grateful heart. That will be much better for you. Let the registration continue. Mu Qingxuan's long chiding caused everyone's hearts to shake. With how amicable she had been, quite a few people had forgotten Yan Machen's lesson. Now another person had fallen into that trap. His dejected appearance was another alarm bell to them. They had to act properly, or they would also suffer miserably. If that disciple's tone had been a bit better, he wouldn't have landed in such a miserable strait. But this couldn't be blamed on Mu Qingxuan. Some people just refused to give face without a harsh lesson. Senior Apprentice Sister Qingxuan, I'm very special too. Yes, I'm very, very special. Have a look for yourself, cried Xuanhuan. Everyone was startled. Did he not want his life, or was he trying to get kicked out? His predecessor was still right there. I've already looked over your registration. Your specialty is forging, but it is a broad category and forging is not a rare profession. So no matter how high your forging arts are, you won't be able to become a special elite disciple. But if you pass the trial, you can join the forging hall and you'll get the grooming you need there, said Mu Qingxuan. Hearing that Mu Qingxuan was so clear on Xuanhuan's qualifications, everyone was moved. It seemed she had been telling the truth. To be fair, each person's qualifications went through strict, impartial tests. That was why they had no sympathy for the fellow who had cried out previously. If the roles were reversed and they were in Mu Qingxuan's position, they also wouldn't be kind to a person like that. Xuanhuan was disappointed. He was the proudest of his forging arts, but the Xuanchen Dao sect refused to acknowledge them, treating it as a common skill. Yue Zifeng returned to their group with a special jade plate on his waist. It had a carving of a sword on it, and it was unknown how it was supposed to be used. Don't get jealous. It's not like you can beat him and take it, laughed Gu Yang upon seeing Xuanhuan's expression. Long Chen also laughed. Sword cultivators are exceptionally rare, so this kind of treatment is normal. Don't worry, the Xuanchen Dao sect is different from the branch sect and has plenty of resources for your forging arts. With your talent and perseverance, you'll definitely light up the forging world. Boss, you really are the best. It's been so long since you've praised me like this. Xuanhuan emotionally stared at Long Chen. Don't look at me with such a gaze. I have an urge to slap you to death, raged Long Chen. Gu Yang and the others laughed. Xuanhuan was the Dragon Blood Legion's clown, and when they had nothing to do, he would always cause some laughter. But the person being used by him to make the others laugh wouldn't find it funny. All the disciples not from the 4 regions became much more reserved, no longer acting as arrogantly as before. They treated these senior disciples respectfully. Tangwaner, rank 4 celestial dark gold spirit root, mid-earth tier spirit blood, high earth tier wind energy. What a pity, Mu Qingxuan muttered to herself. Senior Sister Qingxuan, what is a pity? Asked Tangwaner. Your wind energy is incomparably pure. If only, there's no need to say so much. Little sister, for you to have such accomplishments in a place as destitute as the eastern wasteland is amazing. You must have worked hard. Your big sister is cheering for you. You'll definitely be one of our new generation's top geniuses, encouraged Mu Qingxuan. Thank you, senior sister, said Tangwaner cutely. When Tangwaner returned to their side, Long Chen couldn't help but look at her oddly. She irritably demanded, what are you looking at me like that for? I'm just curious. Waner, why are you so kind to outsiders but so fierce toward me? Asked Long Chen. Because you're a typical brat who will start causing trouble if I don't continue beating you. If I treat you too gently, you'll start overturning the heavens, said Tangwaner strictly. The registration continued. There was a huge number of people to go through, but this allowed Long Chen and the others to get a preview of their power. It was no wonder others looked down on them. Other than the Dragon Blood Legion, the Eastern Wasteland's disciples were all rank 2 Celestials, or even just rank 1. But in the other 3 regions, around 80% of them were rank 3 Celestials. Another 15% were rank 2 Celestials, and the remaining ones were rank 4 and above. Not even a single rank 1 Celestial appeared from them. That caused a wave of shame to wash over the Eastern Wasteland's rank 1 Celestials, but they were powerless to do anything. Even the Dragon Blood Legion, which had been at the peak of power in the Eastern Wasteland, was submerged by the countless rank 3 Celestials. Even rank 4 Celestials like Gu Yang and Li Qi didn't draw much attention. That made Long Chen sigh. The days of being the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland were over, but this also made things more interesting. Eventually, it was Meng Qi's turn. When she appeared, everyone turned silent. They were all infected by her transcendental immortal charm. Wherever she went, it was like the world became a wonderland. This was Meng Qi's special aura. It was like everything around her became transcendental just by being around her. Meng Qi, dark gold spirit root, mid-earth tier spirit blood, low heaven tier soul energy. What terrifying soul energy! Seeing that, Mu Qingxuan was shocked. Just like Yue Zifeng, she gave her a special jade plate, but this one had the soul character carved into it. Congratulations, junior sister, your soul energy has reached a level that sparks disbelief. It's also incomparably condensed. That means your control over your soul energy has also reached a pinnacle. You can become a special elite disciple as well. Thank you, senior apprentice sister Qingxuan. Meng Qi received that jade plate and respectfully bowed to Mu Qingxuan before returning to Long Chen's side. This caused quite a disturbance amongst the others. A third of the people had been registered, but only 2 special elite disciple positions had been given, and those 2 spots were all from the eastern wasteland. Next, the western desert's Yan Machen. Hearing this, Yan Machen snorted coldly and walked up. When he passed by the eastern wasteland's people, he extended his thumb and dipped it down, infuriating Xuanhuan and the others. Chapter 990, One Crush You Like a Dog. Brother Long, let me smash him. Yan Machen had continuously provoked them, making even the well-behaved Wilda irritated. Don't be so violent. Fighting and killing all day isn't good. I've promised Meng Qi to restrain my temper and be a good disciple. Long Chen shook his head. Brother Long, Wilda scratched his head, not understanding. Sometimes you don't need to kill people to vent your anger. In the future, my motto in the Xuanhuan Dao sect will be, if I can play you to death, I definitely won't beat you to death. Fighting is so barbaric. It has no technique, nor is it fun to watch. It's boring. Now that we're in the Central Plains, we're people with status. We can't be like villagers fighting all day. We should play more high-class games, laughed Long Chen. Tang Wan'er noticed Long Chen's wicked smile and that familiar naughty light in his eyes. He looked just like his previous self from when he had just joined the 108th monastery. Boss, how should we play? Asked Xuanhuan. There's no set routine to this game. Just act according to the situation. Use all the resources and rules you can use to beat the crap out of everyone who dares to bother you. And best of all, there's no punishment since it's within the rules. To sum it up, just wait. Once the registration is over, they'll definitely go over the rules, so everyone listen closely. Rules are very interesting things. As long as there are rules, there are loopholes, and I'm handing the task of finding those loopholes to you. Xuanhuan, your head is good, so don't disappoint me. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder, his words sincere and heartfelt. I definitely won't fail you, boss, said Xuanhuan confidently. This was one of his favorite things to do. Meng Qi was speechless, but if this could hold him back from killing people, she felt like it was more than worth it. Long Chen was never someone whose mind was easy to change. Therefore, seeing him concede on this point comforted her a great deal. Yan Machen smiled at the Dragon Blood warrior's infuriated expressions. Dragging his straw sandals against the ground, he went up to register. Just a ground beetle. Xuanhuan shook his head. With his sleeveless waistcoat, wide underpants, and straw sandals, there was no other way to describe him. Yan Machen, violet gold spirit root, high earth tier spirit blood, high earth tier earth energy, rank 5 celestial. Yan Machen's stats didn't cause too much of a disturbance, as his obstinate act from before had proven his power. He was clearly the Western Desert's top expert. But Yan Machen was a bit disappointed to only obtain an ordinary jade plate. Now there were 2 rank 5 celestials, Zhao Ziyan from the Southern Sea and the ground beetle Yan Machen. Wei Changhai, violet gold spirit root, high earth tier spirit blood, mid-earth tier water energy, rank 5 celestial. Finally, a third rank 5 celestial appeared. He was very handsome, but he also gave off a kind of feminine feeling. This rank 5 celestial also came from the Southern Sea. For one region to produce 2 rank 5 celestials was shocking. Wei Changhai also didn't get a special elite disciple jade plate. That made the man who had complained about not receiving one have an urge to slap himself, but it was too late for anything. Wei Changhai returned to the Southern Seas group. He said something to Zhao Ziyan, but she merely gave him a curt, polite reply before ignoring him. Wei Changhai smiled slightly, not caring about this soft rejection. Hypocrite, just looking at his smile, it's easy to tell he's thinking about some evil scheme. Someone like him wants to pursue a woman. That beautiful sister was right to ignore him, or it would truly be like a flower being stuck into a pile of manure, said Tang Wan'er coldly as she stared at his fake smile. Wan'er, don't get involved in other people's matters, said Meng Qi speechlessly. I just dislike him. I'm sure that man isn't a good person, said Tang Wan'er. How can you tell? Sighed Mengqi. Compare him to Long Chen and you'll understand, said Tang Wan'er, looking at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but feel gratified as Tang Wan'er rarely praised him. He unconsciously stood a bit straighter. That person's gaze is hiding his perverted desires inside so that others get fooled by his outside appearance, but he can't fool anyone. Then look at Long Chen. He never bothers hiding his despicable thoughts, continued Tang Wan'er. Long Chen's face immediately turned dark. He had actually vainly thought Tang Wan'er's character had changed. Now he felt himself to be too naive. But for Tang Wan'er to see through Wei Changhai's hypocritical nature with just a glance was quite rare. Long Chen could only tell other people's feelings because he had the 9-star Hegemon body art. The Eastern Wasteland's Wilda. The other branch sects had many people with similar or even identical names, so they had to listen closely. But the Eastern Wasteland had it easy, as the chances of similar names were quite low. Wilda, wake up, it's your turn. Gu Yang pushed Wilda a few times, trying to wake him. Wilda drowsily walked over to register. When he opened his mouth for the examination, that disciple's expression changed. You, senior apprentice Sister Xuanhuan, please come and have a look. That disciple was completely bewildered upon examining Wilda's mouth. Xuanhuan came over to confirm what he saw. His teeth had faint lines of blood, like divine runes, and are capable of being as hard as metal or as soft as cotton. This is the mark of the legendary barbarian race. But didn't the barbarian race go extinct a long time ago? Xuanhuan was also bewildered. Hearing this, Long Chen was shocked. The Central Plains were truly impressive. Even these disciples knew so much about the barbarian race. Wilda's teeth truly were terrifying. Any magical beast's hide was easily torn through, and even their bones would be crushed. Ever since Elder Shah had given him that spatial oven, he would eat 5 or 6 sea demons at a time. Because of the spatial power, the sea demons were compressed into snacks, but just because their size was smaller didn't mean the strength of their flesh diminished. Such powerful sea demons were easily swallowed by Wilda, and he didn't even spit out their teeth. Back then, people had laughed, saying his teeth were comparable to king items. Leave this spot empty for now, go to the next. Xuanhuan shook her head, not daring to say anything for sure. That disciple wrote unable to confirm on the spot for race. Then below that, in smaller words, he wrote, suspected to be one of the legendary barbarian race. His spirit root is variant. When testing his spirit root, that disciple let out a startled cry. Everyone was startled. They didn't even understand what a variant spirit root was supposed to mean. The testing stone should have had one of its 5 colors light up, but now its 5 colors were all lighting up at random frequencies. Xuanhuan and the 4 elders examined the testing stone at the same time. They were all delighted, and after a moment's thought, one of them exclaimed, an innate variant spirit root actually appeared in this generation. This is amazing. Quick, alert the higher-ups. No, there's no need, I'll bring him over myself. The 4 elders directly pulled a dumbfounded Wilda away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Xuanhuan also took a long time to recover from her shock. To Long Chen and the others, she said, congratulations. This brother of yours will probably be soaring like a shooting star. His future accomplishments will be something even we have to look up to. Long Chen was reminded of another matter involving a variant spirit root. That scene had 2 rough hands tenderly holding a baby. Ha ha ha, the dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. My son Long Chen possesses a variant spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. He'll definitely become a peak figure above the 9 heavens, one who will arrogantly look down on all else. Long Chen was sure that the baby was him, and the laughing man was his biological father. Then there had been a soft, pampering voice of which should be his mother, S. Now that he heard the words variant spirit root again, he immediately thought of many possibilities. He hastily asked Xuanhuan, senior apprentice Sister Xuanhuan, can I ask what a variant spirit root is? Does it have some kind of special origin? Variant spirit roots. I don't know much about them, but most spirit roots can be classified as bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and violet gold. Above these 5 grades are variant spirit roots. These variant spirit roots are supposedly split into many different kinds, but those who possess such spirit roots are very, very rare, sighed Xuanhuan. How rare is very rare? Asked someone. That was a genius from the Western Desert, and he was clearly jealous. Let me put it this way. They are rare to the point that one might not even appear within decades or even a century on the martial heaven continent, said Mu Qingxuan. That deeply shook everyone. The martial heaven continent had innumerable cultivators, but someone with a variant spirit root might not appear even once a century. That was too exaggerated. Of course, this only refers to innate variant spirit roots. There are also some who, after having their spirit root reach the violet gold grade, can once more evolve it into a variant spirit root. But there's no way for such a spirit root to compare to an innate one. That's why the four elders rushed off so hastily. Such a huge matter will shake the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. I'm sure they'll be bestowing him quite a few rewards. Wilda's appearance had caused Mu Qingxuan to have quite a bit of delight, and she returned to her friendly attitude. Haha, that's great. With Wilda looking after us, we can be as domineering as we want, laughed Xuanhuan. Junior brother, your happiness is premature. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's rankings are very clear. If you aren't talented enough, you might never see him again in your lifetime, said Mu Qingxuan. What? Xuanhuan was stunned. You'll quickly realize the Xuanhuan Dao sect isn't something you're capable of imagining. After saying that, Mu Qingxuan moved on, continuing with the registration. The northern source's Han Yunqian. A white-robed man walked out. When he passed the eastern wasteland's disciples, he suddenly stopped and icily glared at Long Chen. You should be Long Chen, correct? I will crush you like a dog.